which was not possible before, and it becomes more and more liquid in a very illiquid market. So this is so exciting for all the parties that I think there is the best model moving forward to have an open marketplace.
Fantastic. The one key word I could take it from your discussion is that, Ms. Nicola, you are not owning the asset, you're trading on the asset, right? So the first ever time, the fractional investment has brought in the idea of trading on real estates. You're not just only owning partially, rather you are able to trade on it, like in your shares, bonds, debentures, or any other stock listed or listed entities where you can go and buy the shares. Similarly, you can even own the shares fractionally. In fact, you're trading on it. Just on what you have elaborated, I will just take further to that is, let me give an example how it operates in some parts of the world and how it operates here, and also in countries like India. I'll give a live example and a case study. Normally, if you see in countries like India where the real estate is booming like anything, how does the fractional investment happens in commercial real estate is like this. There is a holding company and there will be an SPV. We call them a special purpose vehicle company, which will be created specifically to own this asset which you're going to buy. So for each of these assets which you're going to buy, or a class of assets which you're going to buy, there will be an SPV, a special purpose vehicle company that will be formed. So what you do, you have Section 42 of the Companies Act of 2013 in India. It says you can make private placements. So you can make a small private limited company, SPV, where you'll have only 5 or 6 or 10 shareholders, and these 10 shareholders would own the asset. Say for example, 10 million, you're buying an asset in Mumbai, or in Bangalore, or in Chennai, or in Delhi. You can own this 10 million asset. If there are 10 people, equally they can divide as 1 million, and that will be the share that they will own it on the SPV, and that will boil down to the asset which they're owning it. So they'll own the shares, and tomorrow, if they want to disown the asset, as she told, you can just sell it to your partner or the co-owners in that particular thing, or it can be even traded to somebody else as well. So now what we do is we take the 10 million capital asset or a real estate asset and divide them into 10 shares in this example, classic example, and that can be traded. So this is the greatest human evolution in terms of fractionalizing your real estate, which was not possible in the olden days of decades before, where we were just purchasing the entire 10 million by one person only, which will be costlier and not a practical thing. So in this way, the SPV will be operating on the SPV will be owning the asset, and you as shareholders will own the asset collectively. This is called as collective consumption. This is called what? A collective consumption idea where you collectively own the real estate. There will also be an escrow account owned by the trustees where all the accounts will be coming in through the bank accounts, and there will be a complete compliance in terms of regulations of banking, in terms of anti-money laundering, whatsoever you call it as. So it's a fantastic human evolution. In 1700s and 1600s, the East India Company and the corporate world was built in the English land. They brought in a concept called an artificial person called corporate wheel, correct or not? So now we have LLCs, companies. So companies like you and me can sign the contract with the common seal. Companies can get married. How? Through mergers. Companies can diverse like you and me because they do demergers. Like humans, they've created an artificial entity. That's a great idea. Similarly, today, the real estate market has got evolved, wherein you can own the real estate not singularly but plurally through the democratization, which gives an idea of diversifying the asset, also owning the real estate asset in terms of divided value of shares. So
Amazing.
these are all the concepts that got evolved in it, and this is how the modus operandi of this happens. And you can own these assets in different classes in different cities. So you can have 10 different, instead of putting 10 million in one particular asset, you can put 1 million in each of these SPV companies. One you can own in Riyadh, one you can own it in Mumbai, one you can own it in Germany, whatnot. So this is a fantastic invention of human mind to fractionalize your assets.
Great.
Okay, that's a great discussion we had on this particular idea of how it operates. Now I would take this to another subtopic of this discussion is that what are the benefits? We talk about a great idea of this fractional investment. What do you think are the benefits to the investor as compared to a traditional investment?
Yeah, I said, so first of all, you have the benefit that you only need a small investment from an investor's point of view, and you can spread your investment, your portfolio across different countries, as you mentioned, different projects, so commercial, retail, whatever you want to invest. New projects like off-plan as well, and secondary market. And obviously then you have the advantage that everything is less costly. Before you had to go to notary, blah, blah, blah. There's a very long process that you had to run through to get finally what you want. And also you have the time advantage, and you have the advantage that you can have 3 income streams and 3 ways to make profit. So one is you participate in the increase of the real estate, first of all, then the increase of the token price. The more people invest in the same project, the higher the token goes, and the token we trade at the open market. And you have always the opportunity to swap the token against the real estate share, so you get for sure your money back. So the total loss risk is not there. You cannot have a total loss at all. You can only benefit from those increase in value over time. Obviously, also, if you want to hand over the property to your children, it's easier in terms of transfer and less complicated. And it's mobile. You can store the tokens in your ledger, in your wallet. You can travel the world. It's safe. Nobody can steal it. So you have a lot of benefits from an investor side. And this is amazing. So everybody can now really invest in real estate.
Fantastic. And I think I don't have any more list remaining to explain. You have covered almost exhaustively all the list of advantages. But nevertheless, I just thought of adding some few points to that. See, as I was talking for last, and we were talking for last 20-25 minutes, is that the greatest advantage of fractional investment in commercial real estate investments, or any other real estate investment per se for that matter, is democratization. I just keep on pondering on this term democratization, because it has made common men like you and me to own luxury assets, which wasn't possible to individually invest from your side anywhere in your lifetime. Sometimes all your life savings would not be enough to own a flat in Burj Khalifa. Correct? So this is the wow idea, a great idea where we can jointly own it. That's the first thing. Second thing is that by introducing a lot of technology to that, blockchain was something Ms. Nicola was starting from today's session referring to. They've introduced shared ledgers. They're talking about blockchain systems being introduced in Dubai Land Department to own your contractual agreements. So technology has seamlessly gone into the real estate markets, so also into commercial real estates, so also in fractional commercial real estates, where all these commercial real estate management companies offering you fractional investment services, they have a lot of technology infused into this particular, into this market, where they talk about a lot of dashboards to you, talking about on your laptop, on your mobiles, what are the various class of investments across the globe you can participate as a fractional investor, as similar to the thought of a stock market. But without the risk of the stock markets, you need to understand fractional investments are not mark to market. What I mean by that is, it's not like our traditional investment stock markets. When the markets goes up and down, you are having the market risk. But here, the risk is very much an exclusive, limited only to the real estate market. You are just owning the real estate through a shared format of what you call the shares. But those shares are not getting traded in the market, and because of that, you're losing the value. In fact, there is only gaining in the value. As you know, real estates are limited assets. There is always an upgrade in the real estate markets in terms of capital appreciation, and also a fixed rate of returns you get in terms of rental income. So these fractional investment market, intermediate market providers or market experts or real estate agents, they provide you a lot of services wherein you can peacefully invest your share in that particular thing, get your time focused on something else where you get a rental income on a regular basis. They give a lot of advices. How can you shift your shares? You buy the share today on investing in Munich. Tomorrow you think there is going to be an appreciation in New York. You can just shift the share from Munich to New York markets, to New York to Mumbai markets, to Mumbai to China markets, to Australia to Dubai. So it's a seamlessly technology-driven market because it is held like a share. But unlike the share markets, you do not run the risk of your market value goes up because it is not mark to market. So blockchains, artificial intelligence, dashboards, real-time data in terms of the fractional shares that is going up and down, that all is available in your lap, in your palm, so that you can seamlessly trade on this particular thing, and you can spread your risk across various investments, and you can diversify the risk. So this is what I think the greatest advantage you can have by fractionalizing the commercial real estate. Now going to the next part, having said rosy picture about the so-called fractional investment, Ms. Nicola, what do you think the challenges are there, or what is the investors should take note of getting before getting to these types of novel ideas of markets?
Yeah, so this is very imperative that you get the proper education, understanding of the topic. And obviously, as with all assets, it's very important to really check where I put my money in. So to do a proper in-depth analysis of the real estate that I want to invest, also check all the assets, proof of ownership, and this is really secure, market prediction for this asset, and also the law and regulational terms that I mentioned before. Is this really from the process-wise? Is it from the asset-wise? And also from the market potential, the right investment personally for me? So what do I want to get out of it? So obviously we are also looking at higher returns on invest than with the standard real estate, with the physical ones. This is also important to mention. So at the moment you look with a standard real estate asset between, if you look at retail, 7 to 10% in the UAE. If you do a holiday rental, it can be up to 20%. But if you have a good investment in a fractional real estate asset, it can be up to 100% in a couple of weeks. Yeah. So this is the beauty. In terms of trading, we go in very quickly and go out and have a lot of return on investment. As you said, you can swap easily. And this is a very dynamic market. And I see it similar to options and futures, where we do a lot of money in like 2 or 3 minutes even. Yeah. So if you look at the standard tokens, not even Dutch coin, but MoRE and all the others, you can do a lot of money in seconds. So again, it's not only long-term investment that you had before in the classic world with real estate. You hold it for 10 years in Europe to get it tax-free when you sell it. But here you can make a lot of money and have fun in a couple of hours. And this also attracts a different buyer type and a different type of owner that wants to make money very quickly. So, and we need to understand this when I invest in assets. What is the scenario? What is the setup? Who is playing into this asset as well? Is there somebody who's pushing the asset very much, like big volumes? Similar at the stock market, are institutional clients pushing in money, and where's the smart money is going? So we're looking at the different world in real estate trading. And this is, yeah, it's also challenging, especially if you're new on this platform and don't know what to do. That's why you should seek advice from people like we are teaching, educating, do co-investments with people, or share the tokens, get the audits on the process, certificates from Kudelski, for instance, that also audited Crypto.com and Microsoft. We did it for the diamonds, so everything is 100% proven, and you get everything as an investor as well, and you can follow the process to make it a safe and very valuable investment.
Fantastic. I think you went in details and deliberated a lot on what are the challenges and how to mitigate those challenges also. You did not say only the problem, you also gave the solution. Just a few points to add to that. Like any other investments in any part of the world, you will always have that there is a risk in any investments, correct or not? So because of that, you have to be always be careful in selecting the assets which you are investing in terms of real estate. But the fractional investment model has its own risk, but you're talking about the final underlying asset itself also has a risk that cannot be minimized by a fractional investment alone. So you need to select the asset class itself in the proper way by analyzing, by taking experts' advice in which area we need to invest in, which type of assets which we need to take in. Now, second, if you come to the fractional investment, I don't see any challenge into it. In fact, it is only helping you because the fractional investment itself is designed in a way to diversify your risk. But one risk I see is that, as she said, it's easy money, right? So people are always attracted towards making faster money. So that is where the risk comes in. Wherein in a traditional investment, you have to wait for 4 years, 5 years, you're locked in so that you cannot do a gambling there. Just to make a point that you cannot just do short selling easily there. But here, because it's in the share format, you can do it to buy today and sell it tomorrow. And you may think that you made some profit, but you could have waited for some more time and you could have made more profits. So, it's something similar to a share market or a securities market. You may tend to have some risk attached to that, but you need to know how to balance it and take it forward. But fractional investment, if you say, it's only a great advantage in itself in diversifying the whole portfolio of your real estate investments. Now, coming to the next very important point is that, what do you think your companies are doing in respect of this particular evolving concept of fractional market? What do you do in your companies for these particular things?
So one is that we have our academy where we coach and mentor people. So they can take different classes in real estate investment, digital asset investment. We also explain trading of coins, tokens, NFTs, and obviously all the classic assets like investment in gold, in diamonds, also in stock options, futures, and Forex. So we have a very broad offering. And also for investors, we do one-to-ones, in-depth analysis of their financial objectives, situation, and where they want to go, and how we then can support them, either with a company setup, with corporate structure, with the investment. So we work closely with all the real estate developers and the agencies, and we offer the right investment opportunity for them. And then we also digitalize their assets. So for the owners, it's a great platform. We develop the token. We work with specialized blockchain experts, smart contracts application marketplaces, and then we also trade the assets for them. So it's like done for you service. But they can also do it on their own if they like. So that's why we educate them and we support them on the whole journey. And for the investors, we have a nice portfolio on investment opportunities, be it digitalized diamonds. It's also nice to diversify the portfolio with gold and with real estate. So for the more conservative investors and for the more risk-averse or risk-taking investors, we trade across different asset classes like Forex, commodities, options, and futures. And that is how we balance their portfolio. So it's a very broad and different approach to what there is on the market typically. So we said, no, we come from the macro environment. We trade different countries, different asset classes, and we hedge the risk with options and with the balance of those more traditional tokenized asset classes. And this is going very well. And there is also where I see the future, because then you have a better risk balance while you still have a very high return on investment. So we boost the performance, and that is why we can kind of really have a safe prediction of up to 11 to 15% per month. And this is quite a lot if you think what you usually get out of your investment. So this is amazing, and I think this is the way to go in the future to really educate, communicate about these advantages, and also support the people to mitigate the risk and to boost their performance.
Fantastic. I think your company is doing a lot of work on popularizing the idea of fractional investment specifically in the domain of commercial real estate. And you're doing also training and coaching on that to spread the knowledge, to educate the people, because right knowledge and right education is very important to take right decisions. And right decisions will lead to right profit making and in the long run, right? I think you guys are doing a great job. And coming to our company, we're also having the real estate segment. All these times we were following the traditional model of selling a single asset to a single owner, right? Or many assets to a single owner. So now we are also infusing the idea of fractional investment into our selling model. So the SPAs, the selling and purchase agreements, wherein multiple owners can come and co-own the assets. And we are also working with the land departments. We are also working with the legal experts. How contractually that would be easy for the people to get attached to these type of investments. I think we will work with your company also in future to take more of advice from your expertise to see how we can help the common investors in the market to get into a fractional investment and make good returns for them also in the future. Now we are coming to end of the session, and just the last but not the least question is that, how do you see, Ms. Nicola, the future of the fractional investment in commercial real estate specific in this region and in global at large?
Yeah, especially in this region. I mean, the real estate market is booming like never before, and the future is very bright. Giving that more and more investors discover this market, giving that more and more projects are launched, giving that the economy is booming here as well, and it's very easy for investors. You mentioned the golden visa, and even if you have a smaller amount of money, you can get the investor visa for 2 years, and this is amazing. So I think, especially here in this region, it is very good. And the fractionalization, given that Dubai is the #1 city in the world, blockchain-based, advanced in infrastructure, 30% of the inhabitants have a digital wallet. So they are more educated and more advanced to pay with cryptocurrencies. And this is where the money is at the moment. So this is where it's also very important that you can pay with cryptocurrencies for your real estate assets and for the tokens. So those people are the early adopters because they know already how to invest and how to put up a wallet, how to do a ledger. So these are little, I say, hurdles and challenges for the others that still need to learn how to do it. And there we step in and teach them and show them and open a wallet for them and, give them all the way and support that they need. But I think in the rest of Europe and is picking up, definitely. So, and there are projects, as I mentioned, especially in Germany and Switzerland. I was 15 years in Switzerland, and there we have Crypto Valley and all the projects and the new exchanges coming up and marketplaces for tokenization. Definitely, they will also have a lot of benefits, especially if you look at the real estate markets over there in Europe. Currently, they are in a recession, so the market prices are falling, the mortgages are higher and higher, so more people will change and say, okay, it's better to invest without a mortgage. I cannot afford the high interest rates anymore. I do tokenization. So, and many people cannot sell their properties. We always think, it's so easy, but in other countries, I'm telling you, people need to wait 2-3 years to find the right buyer. And this is a lot of time where they actually can make more money with this money that is still bound in real estate and other asset classes. So I think the future is definitely in a tokenization.
Fantastic, fantastic. I think you said it so right, starting from this region to also to the Western regions. And I just want to touch up as a final point to what you said and add up to that is that the markets on the commercial real estate and the fractional investment segment of that is really, really booming across the globe. And in this part of the region, and you can see a lot of investments happening in both industrial side and also on the residential side. If you talk about even in the GCC region, Saudi markets are booming like anything with the new leadership in there, where they're talking about the leader of that particular country has very clearly said that you will see the next Europe in the Middle East. You will see the next Europe in the Middle East. So they're talking about the next revolutionization that is happening in the Middle East with the leadership happening in this part of the region in GCC, where they are very clear in their vision in terms of taking up a lot of investments, especially in terms of infrastructure. Infrastructure leads to a lot of investment to commercial real estate investment as well. So there is a big boom happening in this region. Also, there could be a short-term recession that's happening in the Western market, but that's still a good chance for investments. And in the American market, still the recession is sitting in, but I think that is going to happen, pick up in few years very soon to that. Now that the eastern part of the world is doing great in terms of Asia, in terms of Pacific regions. In India, there's a great boom. It's happening. It's one of the nations that's growing for next few years in terms of growth rate. So I think globally, there is a mixed news, but still for commercial real estate, it's always a great news. Whether it is recession, you can go and buy and invest. If there is an inflation, still you can buy, because inflation again increases your price within few years to have a capital appreciation. In any way you look at it, the real estate investment is always a great investment for all of us in terms of a real asset. It's not something a fictitious asset. It's a real asset in which we are investing in. And fractional investment is a new format of democratization of investments for all the common people like you and me. And I think this technology, this innovation is going to set in a new future for all of us to participate in all the format of commercial real estate investment. It's not just residential investments. We as common men can also be a business owners of commercial real estate in format of fractional investment format. So with this final note, I would thank Ms. Nicola and the MoRE conference team and all the participants and the listeners and the attendees for your patient listening. And thanks a lot once again for all of you. And now we can open up for at least or a maximum 2 questions, because considering the time factor, 2 questions please. Help them with the mic. There is one speaker wants to. Yes, sir.
First of all, fantastic, discussion. There are very lot of insightful thoughts and the information. My question is, in terms of the fractional investment, how do you differentiate between the real estate investment trust? This is also something similar to the one which also gives the ability to own fractional, not in terms of the REITs. Also, it enables the trading, and
Got it, sir.
only one good thing is that you have some in cases the minimum distribution of the income also is an advantage in REIT. The second quick question is that in terms of the tokenization, what is the regulatory framework and who controls this? I don't know, maybe in different countries it may be different. Just want to have an understanding on that.
Sure. I'll add some point and then I'll give it to Ms. Nicole also. The first question is, what is the difference between REIT, we call it as real estate investment trust, and fractional investment, right? See, there are many differences. I would just, considering time, put some many differences between these two. The first thing is like a trust investment, where the investor do not have the choice to select the asset pool in specific to what you likes. There is already a portfolio that is selected, that is offered by the REIT trust to you. So you are limited as investor to select from the portfolios. Second, if you look at REIT in India specifically, you cannot sell the asset not less than completing 3 years. But if you talk about real estate owning in terms of fractional investment, today you buy and tomorrow you can sell it. So these are the 2 main differences I would call it as. Second thing is, our third thing, as I told you, the real democratization is not happening into the trust investment, because you are not allowed to have a freedom to select the asset classes, asset cities, or asset classification according to your own style. There is a limitation. But in fractional investment, you are given a full freedom of your diversification, and that is where the democratization is also happening. That's why the whole session went on that particular nomenclature called democratization. The second part of the question in terms of regulations, right? To be very frank, there is no specific regulation that would be regulating this particular market because it's like any other real estate markets. But there are regulations for the companies which are doing these operations. For example, special purpose vehicle for private placement. Section 42 of the Companies Act in 2013 of India, Indian Companies Act regulates this, something called the private placement, not only for the special purpose vehicle for real estate investment, but for any specific SPVs. So there are specific regulations for controlling the SPVs, but there is no specific granular level regulation that would be requirement for the fractional investment. But I think more investments happening in that market that will really call for more regulation that will come in. Now there is no SEBI regulation specifically for that. It's completely coming under the Companies Act of India in Indian context. In UAE, I would call land department would come into picture, and any other licensing authorities like DED, what regulations they put, that will come into picture. But otherwise, it's a new idea of investment. So I think if there is new challenges and any fraudulent practice that may come in future, that would invite the new regulation to come and regulate it. This is what my call on that. Ms. Nicola.
Yeah, very well answered. So this is the current situation. So it's like cryptocurrencies some years before, where everything was not quite clear, and now it gets more and more regulated. So it depends on case by case. So we are always in the process with lawyers to verify what we can do and not can do, depending on where the asset is based, in which country, and what kind of environment we have.
Thanks a lot, and considering the time, we will close up the session. Thanks once again for all of you
Thank you very much.
really participating in this today's session. Thanks once again.
Thank you for that. Our next session, we will have a keynote session on the topic of public-private health financing innovations, exploring collaborative models for sustainable healthcare transformation. To present this topic, we have our special guest, Nasar Al-Kalawi, CFO of Riyadh Third Health Cluster. Please help me welcome him to the stage. Okay. This is your pen or no? All right, start? Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us today. This morning I will take you through hopefully short and sweet slides and subjects discussing matters around the financial transformation that is happening on the healthcare sector, and particularly in Saudi Arabia. Now, the first question that we might ask ourselves before we start this, since we're talking about transformation, and particularly the financial, and how does that impact the healthcare sector all over the world, is probably wondering around the concept of transformation. Now, there were recent studies around the transformational journeys around the world, and how positive impact that has happened through those journeys on the enterprises and business centers. Now, probably there are different areas that the people and the key decision makers and the board of directors focuses on those journeys. But can we ask ourselves, why would transformations fail at any kind of sector, financial or non-financial? Any guess? What might make that journey failing? That's a good one. Excellent. Excellent. This is another good point. Now, the recent studies that was made by someone back in Europe and the States around a big event that hosted a huge number of chief executive officers, and they have interviewed them to look at their thoughts and opinions around whether they have made that journey in their enterprises, and it says yes, we did. And how do they feel about the outcomes and objectives that has been met? And surprisingly, 75% around those journeys probably meet partially or completely do not meet the objectives that was intended to be done for them. One key reasons, beside what you have gentlemen and ladies just added, that leaders focus too much on changing the whole regime around the process and technology, but they don't put much efforts around the people. So if you change the policies and procedures around and the processes around any kind of activity in your enterprises, but you don't focus much on the change management and who should receive. I mean, the people working in the companies are the recipients of this change. So you want to transfer them from one state to another, and people in general are reluctant to change because it could put them in a discomfort zone. So one good lesson that need to be, and I have seen it in several times in one of those journeys, that we should focus on people. People are making that change happening on the execution. That we have to focus. So instead of making those people recipients of this change, they have to be partner on us into changing us from one state to another to evolve the thing. Now, this is what I have been looking at, that most companies has done that, but most of them has probably did not meet the whole objectives that they was intended for. Now, this takes us to, I'll have those presentation top-down approach where I can get you from the national vision of the country, and then we will zoom down into more of a national and then to the facility level of this kind of transformation that has happened. Now this is coming out of the country's national future ambitious 2030 vision that has launched several programs around the whole activity, and His Majesty Custodian of the Holy Mosque, King Salman, has mentioned that his first objective for our country is to be pioneering and excelling and successful in the global model in front, and he will work with us to achieve it. Now, as you can see on this, there are several programs, and if you look at the healthcare, it has three key objectives, targets in the long term, and they focus more into improving the healthcare services and to promote the healthy lifestyle, and also things around the traffic, because accidents really causes a high rate of fatality into the and that into this healthcare system, and that's causing a lot of issues and cost prospective efficiency spending. And beside that, there are other key factors to move on into this vision. So that vision, if you can see to the far right, is properly aligned with the country level vision into the sector, into the Ministry of Health, and down to the cluster level. So the transformation journey for this event is focusing into three fundamental areas. The first one is to separate the regulator, which is the Ministry of Health, then the provider. So the regulator, the ministry, will focus into more regulatory steering committee roles. Then we will separate the providers to focus onto that delivery. And then there is a funding arm that can compensate for the services delivered to the patients, but instead of fees for services more into outcomes-based, value-based healthcare. So we're running around 300,000 staff, including doctors, nurses, employees, everybody at the country level, with a spending of 75 billion to 85 billion, around that, and running a huge number of hospitals and thousands of primary health care centers. The key patient outcomes for each of those design principles is to move into more patient-centric, patient-focused, integrated care unit or accountable care organizations, patient well-being through focusing on the prevention, not only to start the service when the patient comes, but I think we have to go before that and educate people in the mall, in the schools, everywhere on their wellness as a prevention. And also to put more in control on their health and information treatment. So let's zoom in into more of this program. This program focuses into several key programs to move into the new model of care, but also to corporatize the entity. In order to reach that level, we need to work on a more of a corporatized manner. We need to think of how to run the show like companies and like corporates, and then strengthen the accountability, the oversight, so that we can have that results change. So the key pillar is, to do that, we need to have that infrastructure ready. Things like establishing the e-health, all the PACs and networks and health information system needs to be set up properly, preparing the workforce to partner with the private sector, and also to have that sector governance that can impact those things. So focusing more into corporatization is where we are going to separate the facilities and the hospitals from the ministry, and leave the ministry focusing more into the regulatory roles. But still those hospitals and providers will be owned by the government, but they have their own boards, they have their own management team that can move and achieve their goals and visions. Also, and this is to introduce more onto the healthcare services, and there are a business model that was set for that, where we can create a health holding company that can host the assets and manage that transformation, as we will see in details. So before we transform, that was the situation. We had Ministry of Health, that is the payer, the run of the show, the regulator of the whole thing. Transitionally, we have moved into forming healthcare clusters, and then organized in such a manner to really achieve their objectives. In the end state, these healthcare clusters that is composed of several hospitals and health centers that is distributed geographically across the country, and will have to run and focus more into providing the services into the journey there, where we can convert them into accountable care organization, or in some countries they call it integrated care organizations. So again, by 2030, the system will have to be based on outcomes. No, it's not about how much services I'm delivering into healthcare and how much, for instance, knee replacement or hip replacement surgery that I do, but how many of those people that have done these surgeries were able to walk properly and happy about the results. So it's more of the satisfaction of the service, outcomes of the service, rather than the service, volume of the service that is being given. Now, this includes a lot of details around how is that funding model that is being happening with Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, the contractual agreements between the health holding companies and the affiliates that is represented by the clusters. Again, so the operating model and the business model is based on several discussions and the decisions that need to be considered to structure that system. The funding mechanism that is around the efficiency point of delivering these services. The population health management is one essential key factor into determining the form of this business model. The purchasing mechanism for the services between the funder and the provider of the services, and a lot more of discussions. Now let's look at from like 20,000 feet, how would that look like on the country? The company of the health holding company are there up and running. It is a legal entity, and it has around 21 health clusters that is geographically distributed, west, central, south, north, and eastern. And each one has its own number of facilities, hospitals, that is 50, 200, 300, 500 beds, and their own staff. It has its own board of directors and C-suites level and chief executive officer. So it's more of look like a private hospital, but it's not fully private. It's not privatization. It's more of a corporatization. So geographically, each area has a business unit, and that's kind of a virtual company that has a regional and geographical characteristic. So Eastern Province, as you can see, to the right, has 3 different clusters. All of these 3 different clusters are reporting to a business unit for reporting and management purposes. But each cluster has its own board of director. It has its own autonomy, financially and managerially. So this is a component of each healthcare clusters that has number of network hospital and medical facilities that is represented in that level. Now, again, another review of that we have those 5 regions represented by 21 health clusters, which mostly now, a lot of them has been already activated and are up and running and in reality. And they are distributed and named according to a geographical region by those conventions. So who are our key players in this? Basically, the regulator, the Ministry of Health, the payer, Center of National Health Insurance, and that will be purchasing the service and also to fund those facilities to go forward. And then we have the health holding company that is managing the whole transformational journey for the whole customers. But we do have some enablers that need to be in the show, and that's basically to go and digitalize the health, prepare the workforce for the new roles, and also to participate and partner with the private sectors for moving forward. Let's focus more now into financials, financially speaking transformation, and I'll show you a quickly example of one of those clusters that I belong to, which is the third health clusters. So it's a journey in general, as you probably know, is moving from one state to another to describe strategically initiatives aiming to improve that state and enhance the governance and changing the tasks to either fulfill and achieve those objectives that is intended by the boards and by the key decision makers, either by probably shortening the budgeting time or focusing more into enhancing the software and application to better streamline these processes, or even, and I think more importantly, is to increase the efficiency on the spending and maximize the value out of the spending that is happening from the delivering the service. So going into lower level, now we have R3 third health clusters in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh region. It is one of the 3 other clusters, and it is composed of a specialized hospital and another 13 hospitals, of totally aggregating to around 1,300 beds, and around 155 primary health centers. Now, we are covering a catchment area population of around 1.4 million, and the farthest hospital from the headquarters is around 600 kilometers. So we are distributed in a very mass, remote, geographically area. And average coverage of the primary health catchment area is around 9,000. So those are the number and names of the hospitals that we have under the jurisdiction of this healthcare clusters. And other health clusters are covering the other areas geographically around the kingdom on the central region. Let's look at our journey financially. Now, it's a path and a road show that we need to do. Starting from day one, we had that terminology day one where we have launched these clusters legally by the Ministry of Health, and where the board has been formed, the chief executive officer has been selected, and the suites, and we start functioning and thinking more of corporatized manner. So the day one is to move those roles smoothly from the current system, regional health cluster directorates, to the new operating and business model of the cluster, and that has happened back in 2021. Now, the next stage that has happened 2022, last year, is that we are having that patient level basic component infrastructures done. We need to have a better costing structure to monitor the cost incurred on the patient level. That has had to have its own setup and regimes and systems. We need to cater for revenue cycle management to deliver the service to non-eligible, and then probably that is another additional income arm. And other things to go corporatize in a manner, like clear out what are the assets that is owned by us. There is a clear, decent asset registers. There are better accruals accounting financially that is based on EPSIS, the International Public Standards for non-for-profit organizations. And then probably now is to have how to figure out and set up the split of the budget from the big bulk budgets to those clusters. This year we need to do furthermore to reach our targets and have more autonomy and independence on the components budget. We need to cater for our performance indicators, going for more further advanced subjects, less activity-based costing, completing the asset registers to strengthen the position of the corporate. And then in another couple years, where we have more autonomy and readiness to move forward and manage the show with a better accountability and oversight by having those components agreed. How do this financial operating model look like from on the healthcare clusters? Now, as we said, we are corporatized, so we have to be looked at by a management at a higher level corporately, and board of directors. Chief executive officer has to oversee the activities operationally down the field. On the financial perspective, a finance vice president or chief financial officer needs to go and establish number of tasks to manage the operation, and on the same time we has to look for establishing the transformational components to transform and make sure that we are running the show. So looking around the financial day-to-day bookkeeping activities and the treasury and archiving and payments and billing, etc., and the journal entries, moving into the budget and how to plan for that budget and establish the better corporatized planning tools to also cater for the revenues coming to the health cluster. Moving into making sure that our spending is on an efficiency manner, operationally or on the capital side. Also to make sure that we are transforming at the same time. So it's more of a hybrid model where we manage the operation and at the same time we manage for transformation. So I focus more into spending efficiency. One of the key factors to transform and corporatize the entities is that there were a huge drastic increase in the healthcare spending expenditures all over the world, in particular in the country. And that sharp increase needs to be managed because the services and outcomes out of that increase really do not satisfy or have the right outcomes or the right value out of that justifies that high increase. So we need to watch our services. We need to maximize the outcomes and value of what we have spent by looking and doing a surgical interventions at the transactional level and make sure efficiencies and streamline and elimination of the waste as mechanism are there. These are the examples of some of the initiatives that are looked at as cost avoidance or savings that can be utilized somewhere else, and collectively it will impact positively the overall spending of the whole spending. Now we have number of spending, number of initiatives that is catering for around 140 million, as you can see here, that can have separate savings and cost avoidance to move into delivering the service. So introducing that concept is very essential, and it really has a positive impact on the way going forward. This takes me to probably the end of this slides, and I'm happy to have you any kind of questions around the subject. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Just I would like to know what is the final impact to the end user, to the public, in terms of this transformation, financially and also in terms of service.
Great. Now the key objective is that the patient and citizens receives the right service. The ultimate, very generic objective is that they have easy access to the healthcare services. The services will be granted for the citizens for free as they are eligible. They are not going to be insured and pay money or insurance policies to do this as of other regimes around the world. Also, they are focusing onto quality of the services rather than people doing a surgery for a need and then walking out Without that total satisfaction, we are moving into the value-based, the outcomes-based. If you made knees replacement surgery, like I would be at a point of time saying I have successfully on the operation room done 100 of knee replacement surgery. But we're looking over the outcomes. People needs to be compensated on the satisfaction of the service. How many of those 100 people were able, after they discharge from the hospitals, to be walking properly and do their day-to-day life as they expect. So it's more about the quality, around the access, the quick access to the service, the eligibility, and also to maximize the billions that we've spent on this sector, need to get the most optimum level of value that out of it, and also to control that drastic increase on this expenditures that has drastically increased for the last 20 years in the country. I hope this answers some of the... Any further questions, guys? Thank you very much for listening. I hope that went smooth and short and sweet. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to take about 5 minutes to do a networking session. Please try not to leave the room. Try to stay here, and then we will have our next expert panelist coming up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Our next presentation is a very special one. It's going to cover a lot of ground and a lot of different topics, everything from revealing the power of strategic diversifications, smart location selection, providing a well-informed market analysis, and safeguarding your portfolio against economic downturns. Here to discuss the topic of building a recession-proof real estate portfolio, we have Stephen Keys, CEO and founder of Expedient Tax Incorporated, and Essence Keys, co-founder and VP Operations of Expedient Tax Incorporated. Please welcome them with a big hand.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning to everybody out there. All right, so I guess we're just gonna go ahead and get right into it. Essence, yeah. How you feeling today?
I'm doing good. You're looking handsome in that suit, though.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. You look beautiful yourself.
Don't tell anyone. I'm sorry. We're on stage. Okay. We are going to be discussing how to build a recession-proof real estate portfolio. So, as we all know, when you're thinking about real estate, some people get a little nervous, especially when you've never done it before. So that was definitely the case with us. I'll let him start on what we will be covering so you guys can kind of listen and follow, and you can take notes if anything sticks out to you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, the first time that I ever wanted to invest in real estate, it was kind of scary, Essence, and anything you do for the first time is always something that, you get nervous about.
So what are the top 7 that we're going to discuss?
Well,
Do you
I mean,
remember?
the top 7 that we're going to talk about is,
Yes.
I would say, maximizing the cash flow. You're going to be talking about reducing your debt, increase of your liquids, diversifying your assets, consider risk and yield, and buy and hold real estate, and invest in primary markets,
Okay, so is there anyone out here who has a property, an investment property? Anyone? Okay. I love it. I love that, an investor. It's a good feeling,
It is a good feeling, yes.
So in terms of investing, the reason why we chose to do it is because we were like, okay, we own this income tax service, and that's great. We're helping all of these people, but we need a way to make passive income. And that's, to me, making money in my sleep. So I was like, okay, what is something that we can invest in? A way to give us cash flow without having to work hard. And Stephen had the brilliant idea of having us hire a coach, because most people, when they try to go about it on their own, sometimes you just don't know, so you just like asking a friend or doing your own research. But it's always smart to get a coach, someone who's been doing this, that can make suggestions for you. So what we did was we did hire a coach, which happens to be, how did that process work with the coach?
Okay, so basically that goes into like doing analysis in markets, because you don't know all of the markets right off. So you want to hire someone that, you want to hire a team that can do the background, can do the legwork, that knows that local market, and that can get some things moving quicker than what you can do versus you doing it by yourself.
That's a great point. And I feel like in real estate, it's about instinct versus knowledge. So for example, my instinct was like, we're from Chicago, so that's where I want to start. I want my first property to be exactly where I live. And then the knowledgeable part is, don't go based off of your emotion. So my emotion was like, well, what if somebody does something? I have to set it up. The property, it'll be right there. I can visit it, check on my property whenever. You know, that's what I was thinking until my coach was like, no, there's a better way you can go about this. So, of course, we all want our dream home and things like that, but we were a little non-traditional. We decided to invest in a property. So she said that it could possibly bring us cash flow and equity, and I learned really fast from her that making this decision was going to be very important for our future as well as for our children. So when talking about the first thing we did hire, of course, the coach, and she said the first thing you want to do is pick a property that is in a recession-resistant city. So even though we live in Chicago, we decided to get our property in Memphis, Tennessee. So the first thing, a lot of people were looking at us crazy like, what? Have you visited the property? Do you even know where it is? Yes, it's in Memphis. What do you mean? Memphis. You live in Chicago. And I'm like, I know. But my coach said to get it in Memphis. So she showed us the numbers. And I learned that it's a difference between cash flow and equity. So what is cash flow? Cash flow is the amount of income that a property produces after all the operations and expenses have been paid. And equity is the market value of the home minus what you still owe on it.
In
So,
essence,
go ahead.
So what would you say about equity and cash flow? So with you breaking that difference down, what would you say that out there to, you know, our listeners? What should they focus on first?
I would say in a recession, you definitely want to focus on the cash flow, maximizing your cash flow, because you need money, right? And when you're getting a property, it's important to look at the market. You want to look at the surrounding properties as well to see what they are actually going for in value, and that will help decide if this property is really worth getting. Another thing is she was able to send us a list of properties. So we didn't just see properties in Memphis, Tennessee. We seen properties in Alabama and other states. And most people would not choose this as a first option because, again, your instinct kicks in and you feel like, oh, no, I can't visit the property. I don't know what's going on at the property. So this was a great investment for us. And we didn't have a lot of stress with this. It was a smooth transition. And I just want to tell you some ways that you can maximize with the cash flow. So if you have a property and you want to maximize the cash flow on that property, you can actually increase the rental fees for that property. You can add coin machines, which we did not do. You can allow pets and just charge a fee. You know, if you can have pets, but it'll be a fee. We have been familiar with that. How many people have pets, by the way? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. I
So
do.
that would
I
come
have a
in-
pet, too.
So I can
I have a
charge
fish.
you a fee,
I have a fish.
a good fee.
Okay.
So you can also refinance on your loan, and you can get a lower interest rate. So that's another way to kind of increase your cash flow, and this can help improve and give you sufficient equity as well in this.
Oh,
So
yeah,
that's the
that
cash
is
flow.
some good key points. And also, let me elaborate just a little bit. I think it's also important for the for our viewers to understand that 1% rule too as well. So
What's that?
when you're getting your property, the 1% rule is what most investors use to determine how much of the rent, or give them an idea of how much of the rent they should charge the renter. Of course, you want to go by the value of other homes, but there are other fees that the investor may accumulate as far as management fees, and depending on the type of the local area you're in, that management company may charge you an 8% fee. It may be a 10% fee. So you want to value, what is that? Your mortgage, you want to times that by 1%, and you want to get close to that 1% as possible so that you can see like some type of cash flow.
That's good. That's good. Where did you learn that at? You're so intelligent.
Oh my God.
I married someone that's very intelligent.
Why, thank you.
So the next point is you want to consider the risk and yield with your property. So you have to be savvy in investing. And like I said, the key is a coach. Wink, wink. So I don't have to do a lot of work. My coach can tell me, Essence, this is really a good investment. Let me show you why. And he or she will guide me on what to do. So you want to keep your debt low in the resistant. It's tempting to invest in a high-risk property, but you definitely don't want to do that during a recession. It reduces your debt load, and it's a good way to preserve your portfolio. Anything you want to say on that?
Yeah, definitely. Preserving your portfolio is everything, and how you set it up, your entities, and depending on the type of properties that you might want to accumulate. Like for your first property, you might want it to be a wholesaling property because you may not have that 20% to put down, okay? And so you want to diversify those properties. So number one, you want to go into like doing a wholesaling property. Number two is to save you money, you can do a fix and flip.
What property did we get that we started with?
Oh, I believe we started with a long-term investment property because it was more so, it wasn't, for us, I feel like it wasn't so much of the cash flow. That property, I believe, was an equity builder. So sometimes having that long term and building equity is more important than the cash flow. But it just depends on what's your plan, and how you set up your portfolio starting out will determine, how far you want to go with your recession-proof.
I like that answer. And also, when you are investing in a property, the value of the home is important. So depending on where you get the home will determine how much equity you can build quicker. So that pretty much explains that. Another tip is during a recession-proof, how to make your real estate portfolio recession-proof, you want to buy and hold. So when you're just investing in a property, it's tempting and it's so exciting. Like you see all this equity built up and you're like, okay, I'm ready to sell it because I see the numbers going up. But another thing that they suggest is to hold that property. You want to buy and hold the property because you can actually refinance on that property and you can do it over and over again. And if you buy and hold the property over time, then it will build, like I said, the equity, and it will be very lucrative for you, and it will just keep you stable during a recession. So when you hold the property, you can continue to rent to your tenant either month to month or 1 year. For us, we actually had a 2-year lease term for our tenant. So that actually helps too because they're under a 2-year lease. So they're going to be there for that period of time. And if you were like a commercial investor, it would be best to do a long-term lease for your tenant as well. That would help in a recession. Anything you want to add for that?
Oh yeah, definitely. So and also depending on the appreciation of that property, that area, like that's very important too. We can maximize on that because when you purchase property, there are like some downsides to that property. So what we want to do is we want to accumulate as much equity as possible.
So how do you feel having a tenant that pays the rent every month?
Well, it feels good.
Does it help you sleep better?
It does. Yes, because you definitely. And if you can maximize on getting a property with a tenant that's already in there, that'll save you time and money too. Because once you purchase a property and you don't have that tenant, you're responsible for a lot of the maintenance.
Uh-oh. Yes, that's what happened to us. It took about maybe 2 to 3 months to get a tenant, so we were responsible for the utilities and things like that. But the stress left once the tenant got in there, and we were able to hire a property manager, and they were responsible for actually filling our property, which helped as well. It gives you confidence as an investor, like, okay, I have a property manager, so we don't have to deal with the tenant. The property manager does everything, and we just see the investment come to us in our bank account every month. So that's great. Another point we're going to talk about is how to diversify your portfolio, which will help you make that recession-proof happen in a real estate. So you want to trust that there is no foolproof real estate investment, but there are some asset classes that are more prone to withstand the economic variations. Some great options would be multi-family homes. You can do student off-campus housing. A lot of people don't know about that. Senior housing, or even short-term leasing. One of the things that we chose to do is the turnkey model, where the property is already fixed and renovated for you, and you just, take the property as after the renovation, and you're good to go, and they just fill that property with that tenant.
Yes.
Anything you want to expound on?
Oh yeah, definitely. You just mentioned about short-term rentals too. So a lot of Airbnb is popular, especially when it comes to like college students and in areas of where people are going to travel. That's a good way to capitalize on cash flow too as well.
That's awesome. That's excellent. Now, there are some things that people will try to sell you sometimes. I know, I'm going to be real about this. Some places I go to, they'll be like, okay, do you want to check out this 1 hour presentation? We're going to show you this, and then at the end, they're going to ask you a question, but you have to stay for the whole thing. That's called a vacation home. You don't want to invest in that. It's definitely not recession-proof. Hotels are not recession-proof. Neither is the retail. So because the reason why these things are not recession-proof is because during a recession, a lot of people have to stay home. So it takes a big dip, and it just would not help you at all to invest in those things.
So you mean you're going to help me save money by this? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Stay away from those tours or wherever they say, come over here. No, I'm okay over here. Now, another way to diversify your portfolio is equity investment, real estate investment rules, and treasury inflation protection security. So that is another way. It's so many different ways. And I just want to make sure you guys understand that you don't have to do it alone. It's okay to have a great team that knows a little more than you that can share their knowledge, and that would eliminate so many mistakes and losing money, because we do not like to lose money. So anything else?
Yeah, so definitely. Also a part of the process too is depending on which route you want to go with your properties, how you want to set it up as far as with your LLC. If you want to have an LLC for your properties, especially like if you're married, you and your spouse, I believe the maximum number is 20. So your spouse can get 10 properties and you can get 10 properties. And then you want to be at the number of 20 properties. And if you go on the mortgage route, sometimes it's okay not for both spouses to be on the mortgage, to be on the...
Oh no. What? No, I'm just kidding. Why is that?
You know why? Because that limits the amount of properties that you can get. So you might want to do it to where one spouse gets a property, and then you wait 6 months, and then the other spouse gets a property, and then you just take turns getting a property if you choose to go the mortgage route.
I love that. So I think we covered all of the ways to build your portfolio. So now, if you have any questions about what we just covered, feel free to raise your hand. And if you don't have questions, I like that. That means I explained a lot.
Yeah. So, anybody have any questions? Oh, yeah, we have
Excuse
someone.
me. Yeah, I have one question for you. It's just go back to what you all discussed about cash flow and equities. When you're talking about that, for the first 5 years, if we invested in property to lend, how much we should looking for the return on investment, like for the first 5 years of investment?
Oh, that's a good question. So, depending on how the property appreciates, for every year, the analysis will give you a calculation based on the area and around the other homes that are valued at, and then you will have an increase depending on what your mortgage interest is for that year. So you can scale it. It's supposed to appreciate, go up, I believe, 3% every year. So that would be where it would be at for you.
Thank you. So we should looking for 3% at least.
At least a minimum.
At least, right? Minimum one.
Yes.
That's good. Because in Thailand, and with my experience, it will be about 5 to 6%. So, but maybe in during the COVID-19, it's less.
Yes,
So
that is great. Yes,
your
you
session
don't
will
want to
be-
go under
yeah.
3%, definitely. So if you're at 5, you're at a good increase.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Hi. So the question I have, when you were talking about with you and your partner alternating buying properties, is it a good idea or maybe not a good idea at perhaps because I guess initially you don't want to do it because it limits how much money you can borrow if you're going the mortgage route, right? So is it a good idea to maybe later add that person on, or can you add that person onto the ownership of the property?
Yeah. So basically, you don't want to add your spouse or the other person onto that mortgage, but you can add that person onto the title. Okay, does that?
Because you're married, so whatever you have is mine anyway. So, yeah. So we learned that from our coach. Like, you both don't have to be on there. You are married.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
So
Okay.
it would limit us
Right.
to how many properties we could get. So just like
Right.
he's like, how many properties does he have? Like 100,000 or?
No, probably about 50 properties. Yeah, about
Well,
50.
he knows a lot. So
Wow.
we're trying
Yeah.
to get to his level. We have one property and I guess 49 to go.
Excellent, excellent. And then the other question I have is kind of a little bit off topic, but because you're in kind of a unique situation, being a married couple and running a business together, what are some of the challenges? What are some of the ways that enhances your business?
He learns very fast. The ladies first. But I think that the power is in exchanging your hat. So for me, I'm a mom, right? I'm a wife, and then me being the co-founder and VP. And the first thing is having respect for each other and knowing that when you're at work, that's the work hat. So even though he's my husband, he still kind of runs the business. He's like the face. So I have to yield and let him be the face. I can't be like, well, I'm your wife. I can't put on the wife hat in the business. Now, when we leave work, then we can transfer hats, and then he becomes my husband and I become the wife. So you just have to kind of give each other opportunity to grow and in their own right, be individuals, but you can still cheer each other on. So we're definitely a power couple, I would say, and we are ready to dominate and be an inspiration to others.
And to add to that, don't take it personal, and don't take your work at home. Once you're done with work, you're done. You got to have fun too as well.
In criticism, one other thing, because your mate may say something to you, and this is in a professional way, and you're like, why did my wife say this, or why did my husband say this? But you have to kind of take heed to their professional expertise. So if he tells me something that I really don't want to hear, I'll listen, because he's not talking as my husband, he's being the professional. So, okay, I'll listen to the professional, but not my husband.
And vice
Well, maybe
versa.
I will.
Right, and vice versa. I have to, the same energy that she gives me, I have to reciprocate it.
That makes sense. And then also another point where you're in a special situation is that your kids are part of the company as well, and they're very young. So like when they get grounded, are they like not allowed to go to work, or like how does that work? Or are you training them to go into like finances and real estate?
They're very special kids, I would say. The oldest, he's 6, so he just graduated from kindergarten, and he's doing presentations on Africa, Asia, and things like that. So he sees what we're doing, and it's inspiring him that not just to be an entrepreneur, but he can do anything. So he wants to be like an artist, he wants to be a gymnast. He's like, okay, this is my office. So I'm like, okay, you have to clean at your office. So when he's there, he's like, Mom, where's the broom and where's the mop? But I'm like, please don't do this in front of the clients because I don't want them to think anything. He loves it. He's like, okay, where's the broom? Where's the mop? And you know, the 3-year-old, he's right behind him. Okay, I want the broom. I want the mop. And just to see mom and dad being able to operate functionally, you know, and get the job done, it inspires them as well.
And also, some of the things that we teach them about leadership is that you can own your craft. And in anything that you want to do in your profession, you know, you can become, you can actually own it. So, you know, you have to learn those leadership skills, and teaching them has been amazing. I mean, to see kids like take ownership of what they love to do. Like, you know, like my son told me, like, he like, Dad, he loves tumbling. So he considered himself a gymnast. And he said, you know what, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna build me a team of gymnasts. It ain't gonna be just me. So that right there just, you know, it just made me light up and say, oh yeah, you have that entrepreneurial spirit.
And I'm already teaching him about money, you know, and they know about money at a young age. They want McDonald's, that's money. They want $1, you know, even the 3-year-old. So I just feel like it's important to not limit your kids. And you can also be honest with them, because no, everything won't be perfect. Like sometimes we'll have disagreements, but then that's when you kind of have to show them how to handle conflict. And they see how we resolve conflict, and that allows them to be successful as well.
Nice, nice. And then the final question I have is, so in trying to make things like recession-proof, especially in real estate where there's so many factors that can go into it, and there's so many predictors, like nowadays there's all AI and all different kinds of things, predictors, like what do you use as your guide to kind of see? Because like right now, especially in the US, where there's all these question marks about the possible future of the economy, there's something that's going on politically. They just froze interest rates for the first time, I think, in like 2 years. You know, that kind of stuff. Like, what do you use as like predictors of possible recession coming in?
Yeah, so definitely. So what we do is we always go back to our team, and we kind of do an analysis checkup on the properties around in the area to see. We do like a 5-year plan, you know, a short-term goal as to what these properties will look like, and then that will give us some type of what we can idea of where we will be at in those next 5 years.
Yeah, we definitely couldn't do this alone. It takes a team in everything you do, and it's okay with whatever you're trying to do. If you're not, you know, sure about it, you can always have an expert that is willing to kind of share the knowledge, and that'll save you a lot of time and money in the end.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Excellent questions. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you guys so much for having us. And yeah, thank you.
So we have about 20 minutes. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. If you want to, again, take this opportunity to either network with some of your colleagues in here, if you want to check out some of the exhibitors that are here. One of the things I do need to let you know about is at the end of today, after the final award ceremony, Mrs. Key and I will be performing here, and we're going to, well, we'll give you a hint. Dubai is going to be lit by what we do. So we hope that you will come by, bring your friends, tell everybody, and we'll be doing a little song and dance for y'all for the last day of the conference, and that'll be at the end of the day. All right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue on now with our next panel. As the financial services industry undergoes rapid transformation, the merging of traditional banks and innovative fintech companies, and how the entire world transacts, what implications do these partnerships have for consumers and the broader financial landscape? Please welcome our panelists who will take this discussion forward on bank fintech partnerships and the future of money. Let's give them a big hand. Thanks.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for those who already joined and will be joining our important discussion on banks and fintech. Well, it's a collaboration that some have or has described it as the odd couple, each perceiving the other group as their own competitor. The question is that, does it still be the case in 2023? And if not, this is one of the topics that we're going to discuss deeply in our panel here. Of course, we're going to leave a few minutes for the audience in case you have questions, relevant questions to our discussion. But before we dive into our topics related to fintech and banks collaboration, let me introduce our shrewd panelists here. First of all, speaking is Hanan Ali. I'm the Managing Director of Sequence Consult, based in Bahrain. We're specialized in trade finance, Islamic finance, and their own fintech-related solution, mainly in the back office and treasury solutions. The fintech world has been introduced to me when I evolved into the executive program in Harvard University. I've also orchestrated a number of fintech projects on a global level and also in blockchain. Next to me is Sujin Sanko. He's the co-founder and the COO of 99 Infosystem, which is mainly functions or operates in Japan, US, and India. He's a seasoned professional with background in IT, finance, and law. He's experienced in merger and acquisition, program management, digital transformation, and green transformation. Next is Arno Wenger. He's also the COO, the General Counsel at Sakura Linkage International. He's also the board advisor and specialist of compliance and governance in fintech and payment, as well as traditional finance. Further as well is Brother Bander As-Suwailim. He's an independent board member and chairman of the audit committee in several public and private companies. He's in his last full-time role was the CEO of YNL Finance Company in Saudi Arabia, and which is also an associate company of Orex Group in Japan. So, of course, we're going to dive more into the background of our panelists as we move forward in our discussion on this unique collaboration. We will start our discussion first on, of course, the 2020 lockdowns presented a very good opportunity for fintech companies. It was the year that fintech companies has blossomed, and the demand was at its peak for fintech solutions. However, moving forward from 2020, what we've witnessed is that the unrest situation at the global level. We've seen the collapse of well-known banks in the US. We have that sticky inflation, increase of interest rate, placing a huge pressure on venture capital funding, and also getting into the way of expansion plans for these fintech companies, and got the banks a little bit doubtful whether they're going to designate much more investment in fintech solutions. So how is the map of such a unique collaboration looks like in 2023? let's start first, and I'll be addressing this question to Sujan, if you don't mind, to have your take in this map.
Thank you. Quite honestly speaking, VCs and PE funds, they're kind of dried up. They're not overly investing in fintech post-COVID. Obviously, neobanks and net banks have kind of grown in popularity among the standard consumers. In terms of commercial banking, there is still interest in fintech solutions. It's very regional. There's a huge development in emerging markets, so to speak. Definitely Africa. M-Pesa, for example, it's a platform that it's not really pay-as-you-go. It's like you pay when you can pay. It's a very unique platform. It's not like credit where you just split it or you pay when you can pay with interest. It's for people who don't have a standard income or a steady income. So you basically base it off of your standard livelihood. I need X amount per month to live. I need X amount per day. So you use this, and it's a phone app. You just pay, and then you pay back to the service when you can. It's definitely something that I've never seen anywhere else in the world. Everywhere else, it's usually based on some kind of credit system, whether it's with collateral, whether it's credit built up over your salary being in the bank account, whatnot. But this is completely decentralized. It's not really government regulated. I think it's a very interesting fintech project, and I actually hope it propagates to other countries, because there are quite a few people who don't have a steady income, who live day to day or who live on the street. This would probably subsidize it, because the service works where people who can pay back, and then the service itself takes money from a regulated source. So the M-Pesa service actually has funding from a few African banks and the regulatory board in Africa. But the service itself is completely deregulated. So, and it's not like crypto or the other services that are a bit, what should I say? I wouldn't call it sketchy, but consumers tend not to like it too much. Obviously, in Western worlds, the developed world, they're willing to take the risk. So lots of people might have a crypto wallet. I'm pretty sure you probably have. You look like I also have. You can send me on Twitter. But so, like I said, neobanks and those kind of banks, net banks, are picking up in popularity. I also use it. It's easier for foreign remittance, anything overseas or cross-border. It's much easier than having a physical bank with the paperwork or something. It takes like a week to reach or receive. So I think it is still growing, but it has slowed down. Yeah.
So I could understand that majority of the investment is actually in this domain is actually moving towards payment across all the areas of investment in that domain. So Arno, would you agree that the investment is mainly in the payment solution rather than going through the deposits and fund or wealth management solutions?
I think this is different on the way, because fintech is very broad. We are focused on the payment solution, but to run a fintech and payment solution, you need also plenty of other services what tech can bring you. And to see how the banks are nowadays compared to 2020, for example, where everyone was, oh, I have an idea, let's invest on it and we will see what is coming. Nowadays, with the situation and the Fed is increasing the rate, and we can see this in Europe, banks are more scared to invest or to support VCs or anything. So we don't see so much investment. So now we need to see really who have the capacities to bring what we need. So we have one phase with the end user. They want facilities, they want to access to everything. You have maybe 3 bank accounts, you want to see all on the ones, so this is what open banking can bring to you. And on the other hand, you have also banks who have a lot of issues with more and more control and regulatory issues coming. Compliance is a very important point, anti-money laundering and fraud, which even if it differs country per country, we have a one stream. And this limits also the investment and the evolution of the banking from payments.
I would take more on this and just further on this topic, because yes, you're right, because the vibe as we speak that we're witnessing a little bit of slowdown in the investment in fintech. If we were to compare, because these statistics are still not available for 2023, the investment in fintech in 2022 had been less by 30% compared to 2021. So we can see that there's a slowdown, but I believe that it's still, that's such a unique collaboration, still keeping on becoming a trend in 2023. There was also a survey that been done for almost 760 banks around the world. 56% of them said that we're still willing to invest more in the fintech. However, there will be a bit of a disparity in the type and the priority given to these fintech. Now, if I were to see of course, each of these two concerned groups has definitely an objective of having this collaboration. We have the fintech looking for some funding, of course, and whereas the banks are looking for innovation. I'll be addressing this question to Badr. Do you think that this is the best bet if such a collaboration happened between these two groups?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank the audience who are still here. Thank you in believing in our session, and we hope to give you something worth your time. I believe the partnership between banks and fintech companies are continuing to grow, and both parties are looking for benefiting from each other. Banks, for example, they are looking for number of benefits. To start with is the improving their customer service within banks. Fintech companies, they are more customer-oriented, more customer-centric. So banks can take advantage of that in improving their customer service experience. Of course, increasing revenue. This is a very typical benefit for banks. They can tap into new markets, increase their customer base, and provide unique and different products provided by fintech companies. Of course, one of the main benefits for the banks is also to reduce cost. Fintech companies are naturally, they have low cost structure, and they can add a lot of value to banks and reduce the cost of operation. So, for example, a bank can, partner with a fintech company to outsource the back office operation with a much more efficient way. On the other hand, fintech companies also, they stand to benefit a lot from partnering with banks, starting from the access to customer database. This is a huge advantage for them. It gives them a boost to their business, gives them an opportunity to grow, and of course, access to financial resources. So that's always important for fintech companies and their startup. And of course, it gives them legitimacy and authenticity, let's say. So if they are raising capital or doing any kind of promotion, it's always good to be associated with a bank. Back to your question, yes, I believe this is a fruitful relation. Of course, it's always faced with challenges, regulations. Both of them are subject to a number of regulations, so they have to maneuver around these regulations and trying to find their ways. One of the challenges is also trust. Banks have to be able to trust fintech companies in their customer database, and that's not an easy thing for banks to let go, especially when the fintech company is a startup. They haven't proven anything, and it's a bit challenging for the bank. Of course, the possibility of a recession also is another challenge, especially if we are raising capital for a fintech company. So all in all, I see the partnership is in the positive trend, and I see a very good combination where each party add a lot of benefit to the other.
I think
Please
maybe
go
I can
ahead.
add some things about that. I see also a very important point between the bank, especially traditional bank, and the new fintech. Traditional bank have the structure and the knowledge. So they grown up with all the regulation and everything, so they have a back office, even if sometimes they outsource it to another countries for cost reason, but it's still within the group. And they have the structures with compliance, and they have already the tools to screen, to do whatever, so example for fraud. Fintech have a technology specially dedicated to end users and bring something what the bank doesn't have. So they need to work together because the fintech most of the time or the payment institution doesn't have the money to invest on all the tools necessary to perform the regulatory control. So they have to rely on the bank, so it's really harmonized and they have to see. Second point, why banks don't do by themselves most of the time is because they have an old system. And to upgrade an old system with a new technology, it's very difficult and costly. That's where new tech companies can bring also a new solution with API and connections where you can plug whatever you want.
So I guess if we could also touch on the trust part, what we've seen in the Middle East, even if with the emergence of the neobanks, still that there's a little bit of carefulness from the side of the bank, and that actually attributed to the regulation led by the central banks. Here we have number of legacy players, banks, who have established their own digital arms. Let me give you an example. We have in Bahrain, GIB have their own digital bank called Meme. We have ABC's bank ILA and so forth. All of them being established as the digital arm of these legacy players for the sake of being under the supervision of the current player in the market. But however, why wouldn't we see much more of the engine of the innovation more beyond when we've been back in 2020? Do you see, Surjan, that it's not going to be a competition, but rather we need to come together from a cost-benefit, from the cost-benefit analysis?
As a fintech company owner, it's a touchy subject, to be very frank. Lots of, like you mentioned, lots of banks, traditional banks are cautious, but it's a requirement going forward because the demand, basically the customers are shifting towards these newer services. So the banks don't want to lose, so they're investing either internally or they're just buying out fintech companies. And buying out doesn't necessarily mean they're going to use those services. It could just mean they want to put their foot down and stop them out. So we actually just had this conversation over there. But some banks are more progressive, let's call it, and they're willing to adopt fintech technologies, incorporate it in their system. So they're buying smaller fintech startups to actually help their customers and increase profitability. But some of the even older, bigger banks would rather come together as like a conglomerate and buy out the startups that might potentially steal their user base and kind of wipe them out. So they would just overprice those services so that nobody can use those services anymore. So then it's not competition. Hopefully, if regulation kind of relaxes and we can access the database, the user database, and then there's no privacy issues, there are a lot of laws on both the legal side for data management, and then there's, like I said, privacy side. So if we can, fintech companies would boom on their own, but there's a lot of funding required, like really a lot of funding required. And then it's very hard to acquire new customers because generally speaking, most of the customers who actually have a lot of cash in their account are not too young. They're usually of a middle age plus, and they're quite satisfied with their standard banking services, with their standard checkbooks. They don't really look for this fancy OTP, I need my phone for everything, let me touch and go with NFC. They're kind of fine with what it is, and human habit, tendency. We don't want to change the way we're doing things, even if it's maybe more convenient, because then you have to transfer your money, change everything, sign up again, maybe get paperwork. So it's a very, very, what should I say, difficult area for fintech, I would say.
So I will address the next one, this next question to Arno. as we developed these solutions, there was a clear cut between the type of these applications, whether it's customer-centric applications, back office applications. There's not, each of these applications were very clear and for what purpose they've been developed. Majority of the projects that have been, which the banks and the fintech come together, putting up their own forces to get them. Now, what we see and the vibe goes on saying that, hey, let's have these back office becoming also a customer-centric to become, or to, in order to deliver more personalized services. Could you shed light on that with regards to the payment solutions?
This is coming, so first where it comes from is because initially we had fintechs who have one product and we want to that. But you have this product, but you have plenty of competitors to do that. So you need to increase the services that you want. And you will say, okay, at the beginning I was just providing, just acquiring services. I take your money from the consumer and I send it to the merchant, for example. But it's no longer enough because we have plenty to do that. What can we propose? So we will start to say, oh, let's do microcredit, let's do whatever, card services. And it starts to become more and more complicated because one service is limited and you can have small regulation. No, you need to have a biggest regulation. And when you start to enter in a credit, for example, you need to refer to a bank. In Europe, it's very clear, if you want to provide a credit, you need to have a bank behind, or a license, banking license, which most of the fintech cannot afford because it's very expensive. So you need a partnership with a bank. And it's even more that because in Europe, when you have a credit in one country, doesn't mean you can do a credit in another country of EU. So you need to have another partnerships. Then what has been increases is a microcredit. We say it's brilliant, we do that. Or we have the new system that buy now, pay later. But what we can see all over this fintech is crashing at certain times because it's very costly to get back the money. To give an example, when I give you a credit of 3,000 euros, you don't pay me back. What I will do is sue you. Suing you will cost me 5,000 or 6,000 euros. So most of the banks just give up. And what they do for fintech to do that, okay, you want these services, you need to back up by your own capital by 80% minimum. So you take the responsibility. And this is how we can see the development when we say about back office and regulatory is coming more and more complicated for fintech. But fintechs need innovations. And to go back to the previous question with neobank, you ask how they grown up. Neobank was creating a good idea like this, maybe 5 years ago or 7 years, where the legislation was quite low and it was super easy to invest. So they're very focused on customers, but they totally forgot the regulation of data protection, which increased a lot. Nowadays, and to catch up the customer, they just put very low price. You know, when you go to your traditional bank and say, I want to open a bank account, I want this, and it costs you $1,000, or you have 2% interest rate, blah, blah, blah. And the new neobanks coming and say, oh, we do everything for free for you. To who you will choose. But at the end, the neobank doesn't have money to generate money. They just catch clients. At certain times, you need also to think about the money, how to generate this, especially when you have the regulation is coming. And like I said, we discussed, compliance, anti-fraud is super costly. And if you make any mistakes, the regulator will just cut your license and you can do any more business.
Yes, when these two groups comes into collaboration, the clarity of the strategy of why they're coming together in such a, for example, a certain project to deliver. Badr, what do you see the challenge here? Is it the clarity of the type of product that they need to deliver? What might stand in the way of attaining the project, the objective set by these two groups? If you may address this.
I think it would be interesting to look at this from the same perspective as M&A. If there is a synergy that will come out of the partnership, that will always be beneficial and it will work positively for both parties. So both banks and fintech companies, they have to sit down and look at their strengths, their weaknesses, and their strategy going forward. What do they need? And then they try to shop around for the partner who fulfills the gap or fills the gap. And same thing applies for the banks. Banks, of course, are in a much stronger position to shop around. They can look at all the fintech companies and they can pick and choose because they have the strength and the power. So, and for a bank in particular, what do they want from this partnership? What is their strategy? Of course, not doing anything is not an option now, because this is the trend. Market is moving toward this, fintech era. And if you don't do anything, you will be left out. You will be in a bad position. So I think that's the key, or the key word in this is synergy, added value to both parties. And I can add something unique to Saudi Arabia in this aspect, where there is a trend of partnering between banks and finance companies to finance consumers or utilize the unutilized limits given by the regulator to finance consumers. So banks have a limit by the regulator, finance companies have another limit. So if a bank and a finance company partner, or if a bank establish a finance company, they will be able to finance the whole limit. So if the finance company happens to be a fintech company, then there is an immediate impact on the revenue and profitability of the bank, and of course the finance company. Because instead of financing X amount, they can finance probably an additional 50% of that limit, maybe, or 40%, by utilizing the limit available to the finance companies. One of the biggest example in Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest bank basically in Saudi Arabia, who established a fully owned finance company, and they are of course utilizing the customer database, and therefore if you go as a consumer to the bank, you will be able to get the full limit from one stop shop, while previously you had to go to the bank to utilize one limit, and then you go to the finance company to use another limit. So a combination of fintech relation as well as utilization of limits, that could be tremendous benefit to both parties. Of course, the fintech company, if it's a finance company, they have already a limit from the regulator, and they will benefit greatly from the customer database of the bank, and the bank will be passing customers to them in a great number. So that is a trend that is happening now, and I think that's a very lucrative trend. And this is, back to your question.
Well, thank you, Badr. This is really stresses on the fact that the fintech and banks collaboration is actually sitting on 3 pillars: innovation, right? Funding, and the talent. This is where sometimes a little bit of disparity from one country or a region, where we see the engine of producing fintech solution is at its peak, depending on whether these 3 pillars are already existing in that region or country. Now, it's quite interesting that when banks and fintech come to a collaboration, they have another dynamic that they need to consider, which is the type of the solution for which they are trying to develop. If the solution is B2C, B2B, the purpose of that collaboration would shift somehow between investment or merely a acquisition. Arno, if you may give us more depth in that.
So in terms of, we have 2 strengths. We have the fintech who target B2B and a fintech who target B2C. Most of the time of B2B, what they are looking is investment from banks. So it's a partnership with investment, and we will grow together to access to the bank point and to this how they're going. B2C is a bit different because the panel of potential clients is huge, and we don't have it as a fintech, clients have. So the main strategy for fintech on B2C is have an example and exit to be bought by a bank. This is what they are targeting. But nowadays we can see some things developing also, and we are reverse of the situation is the banking as services that we call BaaS. And in this way is the fintech use a service of the bank for developing and increasing the market. which is another way of not necessarily selling your business. You use the bank as real partners and service provider, and no longer the opposite, where the fintech used to be the service provider to the bank.
So, which really get us to another question. Maybe Sujin may address this. Again, it's not only just the type of the application that is in question, but the type of the investment or the area, especially the remittances. How do you see remittances application, the application that has to do with remittances transfers, whether is it the bulk, is it all or majority of the fintech companies are having more and more leads from banks in that domain? Or are we going to see more of the track or the flow come into the other kind of solutions that has to do, let's say, for wealth and fund management?
Well, I'm an Indian citizen, obviously. So I think last year, out of 800 billion total remittance, I think about 100 billion was in India. That's like what, 12, 13%, 12.5, if my math isn't wrong. So it obviously has never happened before. It's the highest through India.
I guess it's 1% out of the total, right? Or 1/8, I guess.
Yeah, it's 1/8.
1/8.
So that's huge. It's not really, it's never been a financial hub for that purpose, but they have something called UPI. It's actually being adopted out of India also. Quite a few of the, I think even in MENA region, there are a few countries that are adopting it or going to adopt it. So that would kind of get rid of the creditors, let's say MasterCard, Visa card, Xcard, there's so many of those companies. And it also kind of takes the banks indirectly out of the loop. You could basically send money from a phone number to another phone number or any kind of identification that proves it's you, and you can just transfer money digitally. Obviously, that makes it very easy for payment. It also kind of, there's no regulation in place for that at all because it's not from bank to bank. There's no SWIFT, there's no IBAN. It's just, I'm sending to you, you're sending to X. So it's kind of hard to have a trail. So I think there's a risk factor in terms of money laundering, definitely, because you don't know where it's coming from, you don't know where it's going. At some point, maybe you might put it in a bank and withdraw it, and if you need it in cash. But if it's going to stay fully digital, if it's a full digital wallet, I don't know how countries are going to monitor it for tax purposes and other purposes to run the country. I mean, you live in a country, so they need to tax you. Otherwise, the country can't run. And if you can't trace the people who live there, their own cash, I honestly don't know how they're going to tax, because I know the IRS is a very, very strict organization in the States. They try to tax my Japanese income, my Indian income, global income. It's fine, it's fine. If it's in a bank, they can trace it. Too bad. Japan has my number. They started something where they're trying to trace all your bank accounts, insurance, everything with one number. People are pushing back. They don't want to pay tax. That's a different issue, I guess. But this kind of loss of control, it's great for people, but I don't know whether it's actually going to be helpful in the long run. I think it's great, but like I said, if the country can't tax you, I don't know how the country is going to operate going forward. So anyone want to kind of add on that, maybe?
Just jump on the peer-to-peer model like you present. Yes, it's true, we cannot trust it, except perhaps if we start to use a blockchain technology or use something else, and you enter in the public chain. That's true, certain countries doesn't have any regulation about that, so you cannot control, and the government, usually they are not so stable or they have another revenue, so they don't really need tax for that. The problem is, you do that when you want to come back and reinvest this money in other regions like US, Europe, Japan, even Dubai is performing more and more control, or Singapore, you are blocked. And nobody will accept you because you are not able to justify the income. And that's we can see. Same for the blockchain, because someone asked me, we had a very good discussion about blockchain and payment. When you are in the chain, we can traceability of everything, it's the public. And someone told me, yeah, but when we do to peer-to-peers and with our portfolio, to my wallet, to your wallet, nobody will know it. But when you go back to the normal chain, we will see that, yeah, the gap at certain times. And we can guess that something have a problem, and this will be part of the compliance to investigate. But we have certain limits. And like you said, for the governments, usually if they don't care about something, it's because they have another way to generate money. You don't necessarily tax on everything.
In the case of Saudi Arabia, of course, there is a very strict environment imposed by the regulator, which is good for everybody. Fintech companies and others, they have to go through a very thorough process before they are live. And the regulator is providing them with sandbox and everything until they are sure of their strength and capability before they are given the license. But I'm not a technical person, but I would think since there is a mobile number in the transaction, somehow using the technology of the mobile operator, maybe there is another way of tracking these things. But this is not my area of expertise. But I would think something like this would not be let loose because the consequences could be tremendous.
And most of the time when you use mobile to peer-to-peer, any way to perform that, you don't see it, but you have payment institution behind. So you have a traceability of the money at a certain stage, except it's really local and you do. Yes, but everyone, the advantage of digitalization is we have more and more visibility on what is happening.
So building also wider a little bit, let's take a little bit zooming out from Saudi Arabia. I mean, even the Middle East, if you look at the Middle East level, we have currently 9 fintech hubs. The oldest is the IFCs in UAE, which currently has surpassed 1,000 registered companies. I mean, fintech companies in the UAE. The latest was in Egypt, which was established last year. Because of the recognized gap in the banking services, however, we see, as you mentioned, all that the regulation still the hot topic in the domain of and also holding into much of that collaboration and the potential that may get out of that unique partnership. Now, if we also can touch on a very unique trend, we may say, or we may also visualize here nowadays and can see it nowadays, that is fintech companies as an infrastructure providers, which is something that is, we haven't, I mean, maybe it's already there, but not a lot of people have perceived it, which is, let me just give you a more explanation of how fintech can be an infrastructure provider. What they do is that, and this is where banks perceive fintech as their competitors, because they will immediately provide their solution to the customer bypassing the banks. Do you see that fintech companies may be more interested to provide their customers a direct solution rather than going through the bank? Surjan, if you have something to say about that.
I have a feeling he might actually be more attuned to this,
yeah.
But like I said, it's not a regulated zone if it's fintech, usually. So there's a concept in Japan where you pay salary in a brown envelope. So literally, you get your salary, you walk out. It's done mostly in like restaurants or like, drinking places. I should be careful what I say. But so nobody actually knows how much is being paid. The transaction is kind of under the table. And so I think certain fintech, because they can quickly solve a problem that's at hand, it kind of feels like that to me. I shouldn't say this as a fintech company owner, but sometimes the regulation is a hindrance, because what we want to do is provide a service that's needed. So if there's a void, the customer wants it, we will provide it. If there's no regulation, there's no hurdle. But it also means that there's risk on both sides, the consumer and us as a provider. To avoid that, like he said, we should probably partner up with a bank, but then there's a lot of paperwork, a lot of red tape, and then we can't immediately deal with what the customer wants anymore. So it's a really hard balance to find. We're leaning towards the customer, the end user, at the moment, because we're not in a highly regulated country. Like, we're not doing this in US, for example, or in Europe, I think will be crucified, will be legally crucified in those countries. But obviously, we are rolling out in certain developing nations. India has Reserve Bank of India, which is quite strict, so we're not messing with that country either. But there are quite a few developing nations where it's perfect time to actually start, because it's young, banking is young. Like I said, credit is also a young system. They don't have like a FICO score or anything like that. So we are predominantly targeting those, and I think a lot of the fintech companies that don't want to deal with banks are shifting their targets to these emerging markets, because mature markets, it's just, the hurdle to enter is just so high, and it's honestly a pain. As an owner, I must say, it's not worth going through the trouble, the cost, the time, and you might not even succeed at the end of the day. So, is there anything to add?
No, it's very clear. If you passing the banks is possible if you want to have if you have an e-money license, for example, and you have your e-wallet, and you can create your ecosystem, but you need to bring everyone to this ecosystem. If they are out anyway, you will have to pass by a bank. You have your, just example, you have your bank account and you have your money on it. You want to move on our ecosystem, you need anyway to top up your wallet with us. After that, if I'm on the same ecosystem, we move from my e-wallet to your e-wallet, and doesn't matter. But if I want to move back this outside, or someone who is outside, I will need to pass by a new bank anyway. In unregulated, and that's why a fintech, it's very important to know where they want to develop. If your target is just to be in a country where the legislation is very friendly, let's say like this, like Vietnam or this, and you just target this one and do nothing, just do how you want. You can do it. And that's why you can see plenty of crypto companies and using blockchain in these countries, because you can do whatever you want. You don't have regulation. If tomorrow you are targeting another countries where you have a regulation and cross-border regulation, you will be blocked. And if you have not prepared properly your system for that, your business is over. Because competitors who already took that in consideration will win the market.
So basically, it's very interesting that the fintech companies are looking for means and ways that they may have their own business model as quick as possible delivered to their customer. But which begs a question, I may address it to Badr, if we take it from the lenses of the banks now, do you see that there's kind of an attempt to pull the carpet from beneath the fintech companies and have their own solutions developed in-house? I mean, is there a philosophy of why they might be doing this? Are they seeing that would be best for them because things might be way more regulated under the eyes, under the supervision, and even might also threat the fintech companies in terms of pulling their own talent to be also hired within the banking industry? Do you see that many of these banks may move towards that, or they may just simply shift the headache of developing these fintech and just entrusted in the hands of these fintech companies?
I think, yes, there is a trend, and it really depends on each bank's management and the way they approach things. The more they are, controlling and, threatened by the competition, the more, they make decisions on that aspect. I think the main success factor for banks in this area is to acknowledge the weakness of the bank. If they think that they can do everything better than anyone, then that's going to be a problem. And unfortunately, there are still such mentalities, not much, hopefully. But if you acknowledge that fintech companies are coming up with a lot of value to banks, then that would be the starting point to have a successful decision. Having the fintech company separately may have its regulatory complications. So partnering with a fintech company may be a good idea, but being a separate fintech company may also add some burden. So if a bank can acquire, as you hinted, a bank can acquire a fintech company and make it as part of the bank and work as a separate entity, and then utilize the advantages that are provided by the bank in terms of infrastructure, customer database, regulatory, access and approvals and leverage, then that could work. But as long as they also give space to the new team to innovate and develop. If the purpose of the acquisition is only to control, and if you influence the bank's way of thinking on the fintech team, then it's going to be a completely different result.
Well, we have a lot of topics to discuss, really, but we're left only with 5 minutes. It's quite of a unique, this is why it's being called like the odd couple. I'll give the floor now to the audience, just in case you may have questions, and we'll be pleased to do so. Please, if you may also, do you have the mic already?
And when you just to repeat it for everybody else, basically, if you're a fintech company, you have to make money, which means that you have to have a bank account. You have to have a relationship bank account with a lot of microtransactions that comes to you, that basically goes into that account. So that, and also when people have an e-wallet and they transfer money back and forth and so forth, that money has to go somewhere. Is it just a digital currency? Is it, how is that managed in terms of control on that wallet, and how does it deal with the banks? I just to clarify it, because I'm not into that space really a lot, so I just need to understand a little bit more.
So I think she mentioned a while ago, so not only payment systems, there are other fintechs, financial technologies, just like a whole gamut, the whole range of it. For example, our company is working on it's more for M&A. You could call it like an accounting with AI kind of thing. So it's used for financial due diligence. So we still receive our payments, I don't mind saying it, in JP Morgan and Chase. So we receive it in a normal American regulated bank. How we spend it is also probably with a credit card from that bank. So it's pretty straightforward. But if you're working on a remittance service, honestly, I know there are quite a few in emerging markets, but in regulated spaces, they have to be, like you said, they have to be tied up with a legit bank that has recognition from the country or the Fed or something. Otherwise, usually they get shut down. Some agency comes after them. So I think to answer your question, management of regular funds would still be going through regular. It might be a neobank, of course, but it's some regulated bank. We are not going to keep it like in cash in a house or do something like, like a drug deal or something. We still have to keep it on paper because we are a registered company. We need to pay tax. There's so many things we need to, like you said, microtransactions. We need to pay other people pay us. So just because we're a fintech service, maybe we might be creating something that is still not regulated. How we manage our money still has to be regulated. That's, I think, the only way to do it legally.
Well, also, if you may, it might resonate to as simple as when you have some of the financial service providers, let's say PayPal. If you were to register your own account, they always ask you for a credit card, right? So I mean, at the outer shell, it seems like, yeah, it's open and all that, but at the backbone, it's already regulated. It has to be. But to what would be the extent that such a solution can be built up more to become more open, well, that would be as much as how the dynamics of such a collaboration are going to go, as well as the support from the central banks.
I'm a U.S. company, and I contracted a company out of India to do some work for me, and I had to pay them. So their solution was a website, without mentioning the names, where I'm linked to my account, and I don't know where this website comes from in terms of where's the origin, country, headquarters, and so on. And they have an account with them, registered to their bank. I pay in dollars, they get it in rupees, so into their accounts. It presents a lot of challenges on currency exchange, on the transactions, how's it, all of that, and these kind of sites are popping up quite a bit, and it becomes quite dangerous because now you're linking your account, your credit card onto a website that instead of doing a normal wire transfer from my bank account to there, like a global transfer, now I'm going through this go-between, and you really worry about security on this. If you can collaborate on that a little bit.
Quick answer. I'm sure all of us have seen the VeriSign page, right? Most of us maybe have heard of PayPal. Honestly, it's not much different from that. It's just that it's probably a lesser known service. Like you said, there are so many fintech companies. They might have just chosen the cheapest option, so it's probably some unknown thing. I understand the worry. You might have used your credit card or your bank details directly. I had the same issue with PayPal. Like, my father never uses PayPal. He doesn't trust it. I think eBay owns them, or they own eBay, vice versa. So they're big, but still, it's not a bank, so you don't trust the service. There's WeTransfer. There's so many services out there, but I don't know whether the risks are that high. I mean, I'm sure your clients got the payment, right? Yeah, so
they got the payment. It just, do I keep my information on there? If I delete it, will it stay in the archive there? If somebody hacks in, and all of this, it just pops into the mind. And with now people sending, phishing emails and links, and it's just becoming more and more and more worrying and complex. Life used to be simple in my days, but now it's worrying.
Just to explain the process for you and customers, to customers and remittance, also in commerce, when you buy some things, you just see something, I send the money, I paid, you receive. And we think that is okay. In reality, you have plenty of actors between. So usually you have always at least, so it can be bank to bank. So very simple things. You have your bank account, you send to my bank account. And this directly, my bank account will receive the order from you. I collect the money, I put it, hand over. Nowadays, with cross-border, what is happening, we have more and more fintech interest and payment institution. And for that, we have two things. We have one corporate account for the fintech itself, which is our own money we generate and we put our income, tax, and whatever. And one segregate account where we put all the money of the customers. So you and all the people who pay for them on the website or through the wire transfer, we will receive these, we put on this batch. We have some reconciliation from accounting perspective, but this money is saved and controlled. And we send this to the bank partners at the end where it's going. So, of course, for users, it seems super easy. For payment institution, it's much more complex than we have this. But we have a control, and everyone in the loop has to perform this due diligence to know where the money comes from, where the money goes. And if we have a scam, it happens a lot. We had recently a case where clients said, hey, someone scammed my website and put just to pay on this place. And the payment institution didn't notice it. We noticed it that there's something's wrong because what we have registered initially is not the same IBAN at the end. So we were able to stop it. We throw the money, we can give back the money to you, and we will also inform the FIU and authorities to ensure that it will not come. And we can also inform AWS or all our system who was helping for the website. So yes, you can be sure that we have people who control and ensure that their money will not be scammed. I don't say that it never happens. Unfortunately, we can't see this, but we do our best to protect that.
I guess we have, maybe there's a last question. I just see that there's a hand. Last question. Sorry, you want to add? Okay, quickly.
Okay, I'm sure that it's a very short time, but very interesting topics. And now it's very trendy because always people, looking for a new way to transfer money, between people to companies and also between business to business and business to government. But there is two. I will limit my questions to two only. Okay. The first question is about we all know that it's very easier to adapt B2C type of fintech, okay, solutions, like what we have seen right now, okay, in different countries. Why it's very difficult, to adapt B2B solutions? Because I think, it's more important in terms of transferring a lot of business. Huge amount of solutions can be adapted in that way. The second question is, we have heard, a lots of things about, as you have seen or said already, that a lots of banks now acquiring and merging with small fintechs. So by end of maybe 5 or 10 years, if I'm very, giving some time to large banks, okay, to acquire all of these solutions, what is the future of this fintech? Okay, is it going to be vanished and being acquired with the big giant banks in the world, and then we cannot have anymore? So why we have to adapt it in the first place? Okay, thank you.
Okay, your first question about the reason for B2C to be more developed than B2B. I think one important aspect of that is the associated regulations. With the consumer, it is fairly easier to verify the person, his credit, his score, his history, and you can verify that with the government database and everything. When it comes to business, it gets a bit complicated. First, you have to look at his financial statements. You have to assess the credit, and you have to verify a number of things. Regulations require the lender to do certain steps, including physical signatory and physical attendance. One of the regulations require the bank representative to obtain the customer signature physically. So it cannot be signed and sent or uploaded. It has to be physical in front of each other. So I think this is one main aspect of one of the main reasons. The other reason, of course, is the size. Consumer business size is huge, and the cost of doing the transaction is much less than the B2B. So it makes a lot of business sense to the lender.
To answer on your second part of the second question, where we're heading with this. So basically, as you may see, that the future lies into two aspects of this collaboration to flourish. Number one is the banks themselves and the fintech have their own problems that they have to deal internally. So in order to be stepping forward in the future of such a collaboration, each has to transform their inner processes and their business model to adapt in a way that they become more agile and more receptive to the changes. So that's the first thing that they are working. A lot of them are currently working. The other point is that in the curve of where we started with the fintech and where we're now and where we're heading, we started with the pioneers in the innovation. Some of the banks have put forward and said, yes, we're going to start to have our own environment, a white rooms. This is something that they have developed, where this is a room where they have to innovate and think of what they need to deliver when it comes for digital transformation. The pressure is already on from board members that they have to go with a much full digital transformation. The other thing is that we have the majority adopters, or those who been a little bit lagging in where the market is heading, but they are now in the stage of becoming the major adapters. So a lot of these are heading into that ecosystem and they have no other choice. Now, less and less of these banks and fintech are the laggers. So the laggers are those who understood that they have either to collaborate to fasten their pace of getting into the market, taking more of the market share, and so if you may ask me, as we just mentioned at the early start of the discussion, it started as competitors, now they are collaborators. So this is where we're heading with this.
I think I can add something. We had a third trend is coming also more and more, is a consortium of banks going to buy or to collaborate with one fintech and this to take over. Because for bank, it's very costly to develop what fintech is doing. It's easier for them to acquire or to this. We see, and about consortium, we had a very good example nowadays in Netherlands where we have a local merchant payment which is called Ideal, used to be private, has been bought by a consortium of banks in Europe which have HSBC, BNP, and I don't remember all this, supported by the European Commission. And now this company's Ideal is no longer just private, it's like institution. The only one problem we can see that this bank can kill the market because they will import their pricing for outside and their nice pricing for themselves to get back. But this is a new trend which is coming as well. And we can see that a lot also on a blockchain technology where banks try to be together because it's quite new, they don't want to be late, or they can work on
I guess we have the last question, please.
Actually, I'm sorry, we're actually way over time. I'm sorry. But this does show us that, one, we have so many experts in the room, and why I think you've just created actually several new networking opportunities for everybody. So I'd like to, again, have a big hand for our panelists here. Thank you for all that information. And we are going to start our award ceremony for this morning. So we're going to cue the Star Wars music. All right. First, I'd like to introduce our presenter, Dr. Andrew Wardley, the medical director, CEO of Outreach Research. A big hand for Dr. Wardley. Okay, our first awardee is the managing director and sequence consult and a highly experienced professional with over 15 years of international trade and business operations. Her outstanding contributions have earned her recognition as a future leader by the Bankers Association of Finance and Trade, USA in 2021. Money 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Hanan Ali. It's on.
Well, thank you. It's back again on the stage. First of all, I would like to thank every soul and voice behind this achievement. This achievement is a collective work, actually. It's not an individual one. One should not fail to realize that such an achievement comes with a responsibility, right? As much as we are happy, but there's a mission behind it, and that is to build up on such an achievement, not to stop on this stage, but also to serve and maintain the trust that we have earned behind it. Thank you so much. Thank you to the team, and thank you to the conference here. Thank you so much.
Our next award goes to a board member of the National Finance House Company. He is a prominent figure in Saudi Arabia's financial and insurance sectors. He holds a key position at NFH Fintech and Gulf Insurance Group. Mr. Jassim Al Khalifa.
First of all, thank you. I would second what Hanan says. It's a lot of work, but I will include my family, which unfortunately they are not with me here. But thank you all. Thank you for the.
The next award goes to the founder and managing director of Virtuous LLC, with a distinguished career in the U.S. Air Force and over 25 years of global experience. The next award goes to Camille Mardini.
It's always fun to win an award. Usually success doesn't come on its own. It comes with a lot of support. It comes from family support because we're away all the time. And it comes also from the team. I had the fortunate to working with great teams. So this is attributed to the family and to the teams that I've worked with that allowed me to achieve this success. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next awardee is a seasoned CEO at IK Investment Group GmbH, excelling in wealth management and commercial real estate services, Michael Hassel. We will gladly accept this on his behalf. Our next awardee is the founder of NextGen Investment Group, a serial entrepreneur, professional trader, and investor with over 29 years of financial success in stocks and sales, Nicola Hollander.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Thank you. It's a big honor, and I feel very grateful and humbled. So thanks for taking this award on behalf of the whole team. And we will continue to bring the best out of people, support them on the journey to generate and protect their wealth. Thank you very much.
We're also going to give you the award for best shoes. Our next award goes to an international chess master, two-time Commonwealth medalist. He has played a pivotal role in fostering the growth of chess communities and users in India. This award goes, the Realty 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Rakesh Kulkarni.
Hi, good afternoon. Really honored to be here and so happy and grateful. Thanks to my team, my family, everyone, my sister's also there. Thank you so much. And it feels great to be honored with this prestigious award and looking forward to this exciting conference for the last leg as well. Thank you.
Our next awardee leads Legendary 2023 Company Limited with strategic innovation and winning marketing approaches. With a PhD in management and experience in family business, she co-founded startups and advises on digital transformation. This next award goes to Dr. Sutsani Susiva.
Well, actually, good afternoon, everyone. And today is the third day in the row that we are seeing each other on the conference. And thank you for the recognitions, and also back to Thailand to find my family and my team, and also my partner who actually accompanied me here today. Actually, well, thank you to all of us, and it's actually make it a wonderful experience here for the 3 days that I'm learning a lot of financials and real estate here as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next awardee is the Chief Financial Officer at Mohammed Saeed Tamar Logistics Services Company, a seasoned professional with over 22 years experience in the logistics industry. This award goes to Saeed Karam Razi.
Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you, MoRE 2.0 conference, to arrange such a wonderful event. And definitely this award is related to the leadership, and leadership is not without the team. I owe this award for my wonderful team at Tamar Logistics, Saudi Arabia, and my executive colleagues, which are helping me out all the time. Definitely, I will not forget my family, whose support is always there. In order for me to enable me to reach it like this position at this moment. Thank you so much.
And the investment advisor representative at Transamerica Financial Advisors. This next awardee is a globally recognized speaker, author, and financial expert with over 20 years of experience in private client services. This award goes to Shakira Singh. We will accept this award on her behalf. She's not here? Okay. The next award goes to a business consultant and president at Space Club, an accomplished business professional, best-selling author, and renowned motivational speaker from Saudi Arabia. This award goes to Mohammed Barrate. We will accept on his behalf. And our final award is for, no, that was our, one more. That's the final word. That was our final word. So we'd like to, that's the final one? I'm sorry, our final award goes to the CEO and founder of CSAN Company, Ahmed Salaman.
Thank you very much. I think this award is after a lot of hard work, me and my team, to achieve a lot of achievements in the world of fintechs, and now we are moving to another industries. And I give these achievements to my friends and my families and my colleagues that helped me to achieve this. And also, as Stephen Covey said, the excellence is not a destination, it's just a journey, continuous journey. I hope this one is another step in my journey. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. And now a few words from Dr. Wardley.
So, thank you for inviting me to present these fabulous awards for these fabulous people. You all deserve these awards enormously, and I'm sure you will be moving on and upwards and achieving greater things and working together in partnership to help us build the bridges across the world so that we can all be one united people. Thank you.
Hi, congratulations again to everyone. We are now going to take time to go and have lunch. Don't forget, at the end of today, there will be a special performance, song and dance that will be happening. So tell your friends and everyone, and we will see you in about 1 hour. Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. We are going to move forward with our next panel discussion or actually it's a fireside chat. For this fireside chat, we're going to have 3 speakers. They will be discussing the impact of the fluctuating economy on the real estate industry. So if you'll please give a big round of applause and welcome to the stage, Sakili Simu Mantabo, Colonel Anurag Trivaldi, and Sagar Tewani.
Hi, my name is Sagar Tejwani. I work as an Assistant Vice President in Global Corporate Finance Compliance in First Abu Dhabi Bank. I have been a mortgage credit analyst for around 2 years in my life, knowing the UAE real estate market. And that's why I'm here, to give you a bit of insights on how economic trends make a huge difference to the lending cycles and mortgage real estate financing.
Nice to meet you. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's doing an amazing time. I'm Samu. The moderator completely butchered my name, but it's okay. It's okay, no problem. Western education. I'm Samu, and I'm a real estate broker, sales, and international channel partner with Shoba. I've been in this industry for close to 5 years, half a decade, I like to call it. And I'm absolutely honored once again to be in front of you guys and talking about real estate and the fluctuation of the market in the industry. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Anurag Trivedi, a retired Indian Army officer. After 2015, taking my premature retirement, started my business in the field of infrastructure development, basically in commercial side, and that's what I'm.
Nice to meet you. So guys, we can start with the impact of real estate, because I feel like we're all in the same particular industry. I've heard that you're in the real estate in Dubai, right?
Yeah. We are basically into development of commercial properties.
Okay. And how has that been like for you with considering the market uncertainty in the past years?
See, with hard work done by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there is a lot of investment from foreign which is coming. There are 3 new cities which are being developed in around Delhi NCR. Yamuna Expressway Development Authority during February 2023 has attracted $3.2 trillion investment from various countries, as well as G20 summit, which has happened a few weeks back. So it has attracted around 4.2 billion investment. Few new airports are coming, so those areas are also developing. We by 2030 we'll be having 100 smart cities in our country. The work is already in process. So a lot of infrastructure growth is there in India. And infrastructure means real estate for a customer, he is getting a growth from 11 to 16% depending upon the location and what kind of property is taken.
Okay, so from an economic cycle perspective, when we talk about 2 years ago, when we had COVID, and I believe the entire markets had slowed down, right? And over this period and the coming period, we see that the Indian market is going to do pretty well. So we all do agree, right, that the economic cycle is huge, have a huge impact on the real estate market. Is that correct?
Yeah, you are very right. There were some dips in the property rates. However, the market in India was balanced because property is taken as a worth. So generally people were not selling their properties. However, as a builder, I can say, because we have to run our show, we were giving very good offers like 1090, 2575. For a villa which is costing 2.5, we are giving them on 25 only. So just by paying 10%, now that villa is 5.0. So they've gained very huge margin, maybe 300 to 400%. Though time was bad, everyone was basically shattered. But some good investors have taken good decision, and they've been benefited very well. The Corona, this recession could be compared as 2008 recession. That was entirely where, because of the loan, because the banks going insolvent, there was a huge recession. But Corona was there, but we have not seen it as a very big recession for India.
Okay. And when you talk about the property market, especially, let's focus on the Asian market and especially more towards the Indian market. So basically, do you think that the pricing of the real estate in India is being hoarded, or is getting overheated with the inflow of foreign funds, or do you think it's still at the par area, or where do you feel what is the overheating bar for a property? You are a builder yourself, right? You know when it's overvalued.
Well, I will tell the story which my father told around 4 or 5 years back. While during his visit to Delhi, एक property उन्होंने देखी थी which was just say maybe $1,000. Now it is 200, 300 times more. So buying a property, decision should be quick. It's not overheated. So basically, builders and brokers, they drive the market. Say there is a ready-to-move-in property, XYZ amount is there per square feet. So the under construction property which is going to come up will be at least 30% will be launched as with 30 to 40% lesser price. So this 40% advantage is being looked. This basically looks after the interest of the investor. So basically, the people need to just do the due diligence about the property. However, market is growing at a very good speed, and because there are 3 smart cities which are coming, and a lot of foreign funding is coming, lot of development, lot of industries. Yesterday, I was just sitting with the Health 2.0 conference. So there was one of the person who is manufacturing some equipment. So मैं बोला कि why not you supply to India? So then he told me that there is some medical park coming there where this equipment has already been proposed to be manufactured. So growth is there. All kind of investor, industrialists, businessmen, they can come, and government is basically giving lot of rebates in terms of like tax rebate in the income tax for first 5 years, then on GSTs also, service tax which we pay, and various other things like lease are given for 99 years at the zero payment. So a lot of government's initiatives for which is attracting the means for foreign funding. And when these companies will develop the small societies, so small localities, the residential complexes, commercial complexes, they will come up.
Pardon me for my ignorance, but just wanted to understand, when we talk about the foreign investment coming in, say in any country, if it's even UAE or if it's even India, basically the foreign investment could be of 2 types, right? There are institutional investors who are actually more from a commercial perspective who are investing, and there are those who invest usually from a housing perspective. They want to have a house. So basically in UAE, usually people prefer having a leisure house, right? Especially from people throughout the Europe and even India per se, who are the rich HNI. So such things are understandable where money is flowing in, government is
So
giving them
this
attractive
foreign
rates.
investment which I was
But
talking about, it was basically corporate funding for business purpose, not the commercial purpose. This like the NRIs from this place are buying properties over there. That is entirely different thing. And lot of NRIs from UK, Dubai, USA, Canada, they are investing heavily.
And what do you think the interest rate? Because currently the interest rates are pretty high, right? And even still the real estate market in India is growing at pretty fast, really good pace. So in those lines, especially when interest rates are high, the individual income on an average, what I understand, is between 1 to 2 lakh rupees, right? And they take long-term loans usually for the first or the second house. So in those lines, where do you feel is it heading? And what if, because India is out of the recessionary plan for, like, recessionary list, what was said by, I think, one of the leading institutions, I think it was Fitch or somebody, sorry, don't quote me there, but I had reviewed, and it was saying that, different countries have different recessionary, possibilities over the coming 1 or 2 years. And India was among the lowest at that period of time. But let's per se, right, like there's an interest rate tightening on one side, and the demand is still not, closing out. So, and in case if something forbidden happens in terms of the economic cycles or anything, then where do you see things going? Do you see a lot of NPLs? Because, the market currently is getting really bullish, I feel.
Market currently is bullish. Rates are not very high. It's 8.4 is the minimum rate available for the residential properties and 13% for the commercial properties. So these are very well affordable, and Indian economy is moving at
These are flat or reducing balance?
Yeah?
These are flat rates or reducing balance?
Reducing balances. Basically, India is growing as a very good economy, and you must be listening. So that, like, US been impacted, but there is no impact on India. Indian industries are growing because we are young. So, and we go by the planning. So the things are moving in a very good way.
I appreciate that. Just another thought. In every market, there's 3 cycles of which it goes up, it goes down, and there's a period where it's in a sideways movement. Currently, which phase is Indian industry or in the Indian market?
Till 2030, we are only seeing the upside. Maybe it's a small fluctuation, maybe because of some corona sort of thing which comes up. But till 2030, we are seeing only the upside.
Actually, apart from the economic cycles and how things are functioning, there are some other fundamentals also which really make a huge difference to the property rates, like countries like Dubai. Like, I won't say Dubai exactly, because Dubai has enough barren land where they can keep building more buildings. But cities like, say, Mumbai, or when you're talking about Singapore per se, right? They have, or Hong Kong per se, they have limited land, right? And apparently, no matter, regardless of the economic condition, right? Regardless of the economic cycles, the rates keep going up because the housing needs are there, and there is no space to fulfill them. So, there are even adverse events in those lines, like apart from the trend, this also keeps happening in a few cities because there's a lack of space, which drives up the prices like crazily. Like Mumbai, I think it's covered from sea from 3 sides, I guess, right? And similarly, Singapore is also pretty much really small as an area. Hong Kong is a really small country, state as well. So in those lines, yeah, those also really have. Let me give you a bit of insight on the UAE market, right? So, pardon me with the current dynamics, but because I was working in the mortgage credit previously, where I used to sanction investment and residential loans, and what we have seen is that, Abu Dhabi, I'll talk about Abu Dhabi and Dubai because most of the purchases happen in this area. So, there is a huge inflow of funds, foreign funds, for buying luxurious property in Dubai. And, over the time, this has not stopped, regardless coming, especially after the Russia-Ukraine, still it continues, a lot of money continues to flow from Russia. Government has become a little vigilant, but what is AML related, anti-money laundering related, what is not. It's trying its level best to ensure that it can comply with all the KYC and all the requirements. But still you see the growth of, Dubai luxurious products being there. And it is I have seen it out of the economic cycles, apart from 2008, where the market fell really bad, and there you could get the same house really cheap. But apart from that, even in Corona, the housing price were only slashed like 20%, 25%. So still there was that intrinsic value of the property, of the luxurious property, even after the bad recession, like even after a bad incident hitting in. So another factor which adds to the which deviates from the economic cycle is the value proposition. The value proposition will remain, so the property will be intact. This is a similar case to residential housing in India, because you have one house, you're staying in that house, it has intrinsic value for you, it has a value proposition for you. You don't want to sell it unless and until you're in a dead dying situation. So things like that from a luxurious perspective happens in Dubai as well. The people don't want to send the Dubai housing until unless it's really important, and especially it becomes a status symbol for many as well. They like to come here. Plus now there's cloud seeding happening, which keeps the summers a little bit cooler. So it's becoming like a all-time come by Dubai season, UAE, kind of
Absolutely.
tourism. So because of that, people want to hold houses here. So that's how the economy here has been like. It is very interesting how UAE government is able to sustain the property value.
I know, right?
Especially when they have got such a lot of barren land, right? Sometimes it does feel like a bubble, but it doesn't. But many a times it doesn't, because the amount of value add which UAE government gives, in that way, or the value proposition which Dubai gives, sometimes it makes up for it many a time. So it's not only about economic cycles. Even in economic cycles, somewhere or the other, the money needs to go. And if you are on top of your league, you will surely have those funds coming to you, and that economy will blossom even in hard economic times. So that's there.
Thank you for that. Just one question: what do you foresee the real estate industry in real estate market here in Dubai in the next 10 years? Considering where we're coming from, and right now there's many people coming to Dubai, and then in the next 10 years, what do you think of that?
See, basically, it's really astonishing how a government, takes takes the land back from the sea, prepares a palm, sells the houses there, and people are willing to buy, and they know global warming is happening, and one day the water might just come up, right? So we know that Maldives might not be there after 25, 30 years. So we might know that this might also not be there until and unless, the government puts in rocks and everything to ensure it's on the top. But still people are buying it, right? So till the people are buying something, there's a need for it, people think it adds value to them, they will keep going on. And if we talk about Dubai in particular, I'm a pretty pessimistic person, but with the view of Dubai, I am a little optimistic, because every time they are where we feel, oh, they're going to drop the ball, and they do something new. So, hats off to, their advisors, hats off to the kings here. The way they are managing is amazing. One thing which I like to add is that where is it going to go in the next 10 years? I see it, the Dubai city expanding more and more. The best part about UAE is it has limited population and it has ample of land. Like, they don't have to worry about land, because they can just, just treat the sand and make a building on it, right? So it has a huge land, man. So until and unless, and they're not going to fall short of it, because of the reason that almost 90-95% of the population who lives here are expats, right? And they usually go back to their home country after retirement. So they usually, even if they have a house, it's usually for an investment purpose, right? and then they go back. Usually, this is what they do. So in that way, the amount of people in the economy will always be low. They always keep developing new things, so there'll be new things always coming in. So tourism, people who are rich will always like to come in. So these are all things which add to their advantage, and they take good analytical benefits out of it, and they develop stuff which will help. Like I have heard a new project. I'm not sure. It is something I read and I saw on the social media, but I think it's there. They are going to create like a circle next to Burj Khalifa. Like it'll be like inculcating Burj Khalifa, and it's like a three buildings, which are going to come with the circle towards Burj. Like in between will be Burj Khalifa, and there'll be a circle of buildings, like 3 buildings with connection. So I don't know whether they're developing that or not. It's known as a ring or something. So if they do that, perfect. If they don't, but such projects which are not thought of anywhere else come here. And obviously when people get something unique, something luxurious, they always want to go for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I liked what you said, but just to challenge you on that, I do not recommend taking information you've received from social media to incorporate your research. But no, that's just like a sideline. Many people, when Burj Khalifa was first thought of, or first being in the development phase, many people did not believe that Dubai could actually pull it off and create the tallest building in the world. So many investors were given an opportunity to invest in Burj Khalifa while it was still in a construction and development phase, of which the prices were incredibly low, insanely low, just to put your investment there and then wait, But now, Burj Khalifa is here, and it's worth so much money, and people are bidding themselves up, and they're just like, I should have went in like 10 years ago, So yeah, Dubai is just innovative, very dynamic, and it's just coming up with many new and things that I've never not seen, and you just see them here in Dubai. I just wanted to add on that. One question though, considering the population in India, what is the unique selling points of Indian market, real estate market? Obviously, it cannot be compared to the Dubai real estate, but like, what is the unique selling point and the reason why international investors come to India and purchase property there?
The reason, because the industrial growth as well as the growing market. So these are the basically USP. So big companies are coming, then the small companies also coming as subsidiaries. So the requirement for residential and commercial always on. But my advice was like the impact of fluctuating economy. Like people generally tend to block their complete money, and they are the biggest sufferer while during some sort of recession. Though one should always have some liquidity for say Corona type thing comes or some other situation comes, so that he or she can utilize that money to cope up. Otherwise, during the recession, or otherwise also, selling always takes time. No property can be sold in a day. It will always take 1 month, 2 months, 3 months time it will take. And during the recession, you don't know, so one must always have a liquidity for himself or herself, so that the family matters can be coped up.
And just to add to that, even you took a good point out, and the thing is, even builders should have liquidity. Because of the reason that when there are tight times in an economy and they do not have any other source of funding, and there's no much buying happening, to continue the project, it's really important that builders have enough liquidity or enough assets to pledge in the bank if they can get some liquidity from there. So that's an important area as well. A lot of builders I've seen, especially in the Middle East, I have noticed this back in 2008, even in India, a lot of projects, right? They get halted for infinity period because because they do not have enough funds to continue those projects. And so like we always say, when any firm makes an investment anywhere, they have a backup or a, unallocated capital kept aside. So for each project there needs to be an allocated capital kept aside so that, in case if there's some adverse event, builders can allocate that, and that plays a really important part because construction, especially the commercial and residential constructions, I think add huge value to the GDP growth every year.
Yeah, you're very right. Liquidity for a builder also, it's a very important aspect. However, this liquidity comes from their own contribution, the customers' money, the cycle which comes, then the banks are available, as well as their funders are there. So these are the sources. However, the RERA Real Estate Regulatory Authority, it ensures that the adequate liquidity is available with the builder. Otherwise, they will not going to sanction the project so that they can move ahead. So RERA is playing in India and Dubai as well, because Dubai RERA came first in 2007 and in India 2017. So these both RERAs are doing wonderful job to ensure the customer safety as well as the builder safety.
That's what government needs to intervene in those lines, and I hope they are doing the job very well.
You had previously told me that you work in an investment bank, right?
I do work in an investment bank right now. I'm an investment banker.
Yes. So the type of client that come to you and tell you that they want to invest in real estate, what specifically do they come and look for?
Okay, see, when I say investment banking, it's a little different from the real estate, being a realtor or making a real estate investment. That's more towards being a mortgage advisor or no problem with that because I was a credit analyst in those front. I have really good friends who are mortgage advisors and realtors, companies, a few of them I know. So, so your question was that?
Yeah, you just told me, but I was just asking in the sense that what do clients come to you and say, in terms of real estate?
See, basically, there are a few clients, I'll just tell you how clients differ. So you need to understand how clients differ, right? The clients who are who come from a very mediocre background, are job-based people, making all right money. So they go okay, you know what? They're working here. They're like, I want to have a house, so that I can save up on the rent because they know that they are an expat at the end of the day. They will be moving back to India someday. And for the time being, if they stay in that house for 10, 15 years, they are, saving up on the rental amount which they give every month. So they do come to us regarding that. A lot of people on those front. There are people who take investment opportunities, who take off-plan. Now, what is off-plan? Off-plan are those real estate investments which are currently in the construction stage, and they are below the market value usually. So people take that, and as soon as the property is built, they sell it off, so they make a good amount of money on that. That's another type of population which comes to the bank. Then there are other people who, want to have their second, third house and want to make a rental income chain. So, they have made the first house, they are pledging that to take a second one. They are taking investment-based lending. So, there's something like DSCR, debt service coverage ratio. So it is something like it needs to be 150%, which basically is that the expected rental amount needs to be 1.5 times. Of the monthly installment. So on that basis, the loan is given for investments. So this is how the different population comes in. See, no matter how rich the person is, he would always prefer to take house on a loan because at the end of the day, he doesn't need to give a lump sum. The interest rates in UAE are pretty low. And that adds to advantage. So maybe, I'll tell you something about arbitrage here. Indian currency depreciates around 2%, around a rupee or rupee 0.5 every year, right? Interest rates in India are around 8%, 8.5%, 8% around.
Yes.
And you get a mortgage loan here for around 4.5. Don't quote me, but it depends upon the category of the person and what type of housing he's taking. But if you look at the lowest, it goes up to 2.7 as well. So, if I'm talking about fixed 2.7, it will be around 4.4, 4.25. around for the, I think, the reducing whatever in those lines, right? But either ways, you will make an arbitrage just by, making an alternate loan here and then, and putting that and buying a house in India per se, right? On which, so instead of paying a housing as, like if you take a loan from Bank of Baroda versus us, there's a huge gap you will save. So things like that, you can use to your advantage where arbitrage is there, that still you will make a good extra. So that's one thing. But yeah, each customer is different. Each customer's needs are different. So we cater that.
You had said that people should go for a mortgage, a loan, right? No matter if they have the cash and the capabilities to purchase, But what are the pre-requirements to actually receive a loan from your investment bank?
Like it's not an investment bank; it's a normal bank. Investment bank do different type of stuff, right? And what I'm quoting here is not based on the current bank I work for, but actually throughout the industry and different banks I've worked for. So that I want to be very clear. But see, usually the requirement is what exactly they want to see your income is sufficient. It's like any country. Income is sufficient. They know your tenure of work, that you're looking fine, you'll be able to pay back. The property you're taking has a good rental value, has a stable value. Based on that, they decide what LTV, loan to value, need to be given to you. As simple as that. But like one important aspect which I've seen happening in the UAE market pretty often, that people who want to take a property, they take a personal loan along with a mortgage loan. And why does that happen is because there's a contribution requirement usually when you're taking a real estate, right? So you need to pay based on the property, right? But usually if you're taking off plan, 50% needs to be paid off by you and 50% by the bank. They will only loan 50% to you. If you're talking about an investment, it goes up to I think 70. And I think residential goes up to 80. I think the rules have changed because from the time I have moved on, there were some changes happening there, but in something in those lines, right? So that additional 20-30% coming out of your pocket is usually a personal loan, right? And that really creates a stress for the person because he needs to clear a personal loan within a 4 years period, plus he needs to do his mortgage loan servicing. If it's on investment, if it doesn't get on rental because of the bad economic, economic crisis or something throughout the world or something, he would be in a bad situation. So, that's what we always say, it's always good to put your hand into something, but not so deep that it cannot come out, So you need to have that thing pretty straight that when you're investing in a long-term project like a mortgage, you keep economic trends in mind. You make sure that your investment, right, over a period, that the market seems in a good scope for the coming year or two. Economic forecast could be used. A number of like Bloomberg and others give economic forecast over the coming 1 or 2 years.
Of course.
Some of them could be beneficial. So, but do your own research before buying anything. It's very simple to buy, but these are long-term projects. Like someone really senior told me once, when I'm still young, I'm 30, but we're planning a family. And at that period of time, he told me, what? Child is a 20-year project, right? I said, even your investments are. When you invest in a stock, you're looking at a 20-year future. When you're investing in a housing, you're looking at 20-year housing, right? So it's as important as that. And it's really important to understand the financial decisions. Most of the people, ignore these aspects. They like to override. Someone is buying apartment there, oh, let me buy. Someone is buying, this stock, let me buy, But the main thing to look into is the risk factor, which comes on a micro and a macro level. And never do something which everybody is doing. That applies to property market as well. If everybody is like, oh, this is a really good property, until unless you have not done a due diligence, do not get your hand in. And especially when you're investing in other markets. Like people are investing from India in UAE or UAE people are investing in India, they don't have full visibility, right? And in those lines, you don't know, like being here, I don't know what the economic forecast of India over the last coming 5 years look like. There's an election in 2024, I don't know who's going to come. Right? So in those lines, you need to keep economic factors in mind. You need to keep, geographical factors in mind, what is happening, financial factors, all these things. After that, you buy. It's as simple as that. So yeah, that's how it needs to roll.
No, that's amazing. I appreciate that. So, sir, the real estate in India, what is the main the base amount or fee for a villa or an apartment, considering the interest rate also to get the loan?
Please repeat the question once again.
I mean, like the requirements, if I must say, or the amount of money it costs to get a villa and an apartment. What is like the minimum amount?
Minimum amount for someone to purchase a house, or
yes, yes.
So that depends upon the customer to customer.
Okay.
At a very cheap prices, also the things are available, and luxury, there is no end to it.
Yes, and for the panelist, he's going to give a free house, he said.
But like our banks over in India, they are giving loans up to 90%. So persons basically can look forward
90%.
bigger than their what they can afford. So that is the thing. And like the recession part, I just want to say there are two type of markets in India. One is basically saturated market, where the inventory, no more inventory can be added, and then emerging market where the inventory can be added, means there's some new project can come up. Generally, it has been seen where when the recession comes, it affects more to the saturated market rather than the emerging market. Emerging market means like new area is being developed, like Palm Jumeirah he mentioned, so around 5, 7, 10 years back when it was developing. So that kind of areas. So they face lesser problems. However, the saturated areas, they face more issues. And whenever you consider the demography aspect and you invest, the recession is not going to. Just keep the liquidity with you. Demography is a very, very important aspect while considering any property purchase you are going to buy.
You know, I'm a little pessimistic, you know, when I have a look towards the financial markets and towards real estate investment and others, you know. I personally have a habit that I'll never buy stuff when the economy is going up. I'll wait for the economy to fall. And I pray for the economy to fall sometimes.
Of course.
For a short period. But let it fall.
But that's
because when
dangerous.
it falls down, it's the best time to buy.
That's dangerous though, because you can wait like for years and years
No,
to.
like, okay, I'll tell you something really funny, right? We all know every 10 years the economy falls. Somewhere or the other, internationally, something or the other will get busted, right? Right? We know it, right? The last one got busted 2 years ago. We don't know. It was a health hazard converting into a financial hazard. We do not know how bad it will go, but still the economy's recovered very well. They are trying to keep, like, there was an inflation rise. They tried to curb it with an interest rate rise, all that stuff, right? Good, perfect. So, you know that economies are very volatile. What you're going to pay is based on the economic condition, because the more the buyers, the higher the price is going to drive. So you know what? If you even have money sometimes, just keep it for investment in something which is safe. Wait for the economy to fall, and then you buy it because you know it's below the intrinsic value. And something which is below the intrinsic value will obviously go up. If it's a 1 crore house in Mumbai per se, if you're getting at like if there is it's a recession, things go bad, the buyers are fall a little bit, you get it for 85, 15 lakh discounted, right? You know it's going to become a crore as soon as the economy picks up after 1 or 2 years, and then you sell it off. You made 15% return in 1.5 year if it goes up, and even more. I'm just giving a normal, So keep in mind that it's not always good to invest in all the time. Keep the money aside when you feel that everybody is doing something. If you go against the economic, if you go against the there's a very good say, if you go against the market trend, you will get crushed. But if you go against the economic trend, you will make money.
Yeah, I agree with you, but we builders, whenever we want to sell something of our, say, some commercial project is coming, so we make it very luring sort of a thing, like we will reduce the prices by 40%, 50%, up to 50% also in a pre-launch, and then 40% in launch. So this particular, I'll just give you an example, say with a builder, you can make arrangements, say $1 million property is there, you just make it, and the size is 1,000 square feet. So you make a arrangement that you will buy prior to this thing, and you will be giving me $25 lesser. So you gain 25,000 rupees, and the payment plan is say 10 like this. It's growing as per the this thing. So you, instead of 1 million, you are investing $100,000 only, and within some fraction of time, you are gaining $25,000. Maybe within to 15 minutes. So this kind of 25% of return in just 15 to 20 days. So these kind of lucrating things one should always consider, because builder before starting the project, builder wants to sell complete inventory, or he will not start the project till the time 70% in the inventory is sold, because the liquidity will keep coming as and when the demand goes. So he will compromise on the rates also. And for the pre-launch, you just make arrangement with me that I will buy this much of property, and you give me at this price. So I told that only $25 on 1 million property, 1,000 square feet. You made an arrangement and you gained $25,000. And you just paid 100,000 basically dollars as an initial investment. But when the launch is there, so this $25,000 he has to increase the price over a $1 million property. So when the buyers are there, so this inventory will be available at a cheaper price. So you can exit as per your this thing. So go with the market. I will say just go with the market. Generally, after the RERA, builders also want to make the profit. However, basically for their investor, they think very positively. Because if the investors will not come, then how will this project be sold?
The strategy he's talking about, I'm pretty much aware about it. Strategy he's talking about is you book the house with the initial amount, right? And then you have tranches, loan tranches you have to pay. Now, basically, I know that this property is going to take 3 years to develop, and every 6 months I need to pay. I went till 1.5 year per se, right? I paid 1.5 year up, and the rate of the builder has gone up. At a little bit lower margin, I can sell it off. At that period of time, yes. I'll make a margin.
Yes, very rightly brought
return. At the same time, if I wait till the delivery and the house is ready, the intrinsic value of the house, the feel of the house is there. You can sell it when almost all units are sold out by that time. Then you can start selling your house as well. So this is another way of making money. Yes, that's correct.
This is basically compulsion of a builder. He has to launch the unit at a lesser price than the ready-to-move-in property. Otherwise, the investor will come and say, "Why will I buy from you?"
See, normally, right, the major risk of investing into property is that the property wouldn't complete because of some or the other reason, or the approvals of the government might not be in place, or there might be an economic downturn, the builder might go bankrupt, right? So in those lines, these are the type of fundamental risks which come out from these factors, and those needs to be accounted for. A builder needs to have credibility. If from a real estate perspective, you should always look when you invest in stocks, you always look at the cream first, and then the middle guys, and then the lower guys. There's more risk with the lower guys. Then as the brand develops, we do look at the balance sheet. We look at what they have. Big guys also go bust, but usually we do consider them a little bit more safer. So in those lines, you need to have a look at it. Where exactly the project is, majorly one difference is that the location of the project also makes a huge difference. Like I told you, Mumbai, limited land.
The basically demography, complete demography, yes.
Demography plays a huge important factor, which might not impact even the economic factors might not impact it sometimes. Like you said, the emerging areas, if you are bust, you need money, or if you get and you come to a point where you want to sell your house, where will you go? You will go to a suburb, right? You'll be like, I'm not making money, right? Let me buy a suburb for 50 lakh rupees and sell my 1 crore house today. 50 lakhs I have, I can maybe invest and do something with it and make my living. From a normal
This is
mentality,
basically cycle, yes,
right?
good.
So emerging areas always keep growing in those lines. So this is how the trends are exactly. So different strategies, but same result, money.
We can take few questions from the audience also. If anyone have some question, please.
Okay. Quickly, I just wanted to ask you something. Many people that have never been to Dubai or they've never came to the UAE are saying that Dubai is a bubble, it will burst anytime soon. What's your thought on that? Do you recommend your clients to purchase a piece of land or property in Dubai?
See, honestly, I'll give my personal opinion. Doesn't relate to my organization or any other organization I've worked for. It's currently my view. Is that, and I am currently sitting in the UAE, so I don't want to say anything. But yeah, you know what? Like, see, Dubai market, unlike any other market, has the same fundamentals, right? And your motive needs to be very clear what you want to do with that money. You want to invest it. You're gonna, are you buying a house because you don't want to pay rent when you're in UAE? If you're somewhere from abroad, you're looking for an, fantasy house. The luxury which Dubai gives you. You want to have that. What exactly you want to do about it, right? You want to put houses here and get rental return, and which you'll be using. So some people have excess money, right? And apparently they invest here and they put their houses on rent. So depends upon what you want to do. From an investment perspective, I recommend Dubai market. There's nothing wrong with Dubai market. They have exceptionally done well. If you look at just 50 years ago, they were just barren land. It was just sand, and today they are one of the leading economies in the world. So they know what they are doing, and you can have the trust on the economy here. Apart from that, still open. Indian economy is great to invest in. There's some economies where housing is a real crisis. Those economies are good to invest in because your house will always be on rental. So look into those aspects. Just like you do research for buying your stock, you need to do research before you buy your real estate.
Of course. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, please. There's a mic behind you.
There you go. Okay. Thank you, sir. Hi there. I'm curious, we had this recession in Germany in 2001 or something, a serious one, and as usual, a lot of the money goes then into real estate, since real estate is, in German we say Betongold, like concrete gold. Louder? Sure, louder. Then I sit down. Genau, Betongold, and then in 2011 there was the next recession, and for my company by then we consult real estate developers. It was for us the best times because the usual stuff that has been built not with much consciousness because everyone bought everything, it's just was on the rise all the time. And when the market stops to develop so fast, or even is in an increase, then those people who can afford it sit down and think about how to improve the real estate. And of course, you can't improve the way you construct, but you can improve the way of the product concept in terms of special target groups, like special real estate for elderly people, or education, or life science, or a mix of, in city quarters, of affordable housing and luxury housing. So the question is, since I hope this is no offense, my impression is that I only know Europe, that the European market is always a couple of years ahead, so that's the British market is the forefront. Then comes Northern Europe and Berlin and Germany and stuff. And I'm curious if, since you now spoke a lot about the recession, and you said just buy real estate when the prices go down and then they go up, is there intention, or do you feel there's an intention to somehow rethink the whole real estate thing? That real estate is not only a built hardware, if you want it like that, the three-dimensional space that is a building, but real estate is much more the software that runs the space. You feel me?
I get what you mean, even though, yeah. But it all depends on the current market cycle. the area is in, and the demand of the area, and the benefits that the area can bring to people that are flocking to that specific place. Yeah, you wanted to?
Actually, I would like to address your question, but honestly, I couldn't hear it so well. I'm so sorry. What I understood, let me just reiterate, if tell me what needs to be added, was that, you know, I understand you talk about different markets and where they move, and then you were like, for the German market, you know, it's been stagnant after a point. That's what you've been talking about, right?
Yeah, maybe a bit more specific that to think you have, okay, let's put it differently. Real estate is a product where you can invest, right?
Yes.
And it's a product where the prices rise constantly if you regard it over tens of years.
That's
and of course there are cuts,
Yes.
and then it continues. That's
correct.
why it's called beton gold,
Yes.
golden concrete. Nothing can ever burn if you have long enough breath. But what, and then there's a point when the air gets thin or the market falls, and you have to think about how can we raise the value, like making value-added real estate, for example, service apartments, or, you know, like to make the product more than just a built three-dimensional space. That's what I mean with the hard.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a change in the model of the real estate. Is that what you're talking about? Like to raise the value, such that before we used to only have real estate apartments, now we have those real estate apartments which provide garden, jacuzzi, other things, and you know, they have these people coming in, making the room for you, all those service apartment type of facilities. So you're saying that there's a trend change which is happening in the real estate to keep the real estate prices up. That's
Is
what
it
you're talking
happening,
about.
yeah?
And that's completely correct, because see, real estate is what exactly? It's a product, it's a commodity like any other. Why do we require commodity? And why do we buy you know, a Honda and then a Mercedes and then a Porsche and then we go to a Ferrari? Why is that? It's because of the
And
reason.
then you buy a classic car.
Yeah?
And then you start buying classic cars.
Yeah, that's correct. Classic car. So we do that because we see a utility, right? And what is the market doing now is, let me give you a little more, but you pay a little more higher. Right? So that's what they're doing now. And you see this trend throughout. Like, I remember when you go back in 90s in India, none of the buildings have swimming pools, right? None of the building has play areas, whatnot. But if you go to Delhi today, where this guy comes from, and I was there about 2 weeks ago, and trust me, the infrastructure they have developed, there are societies, you know, where there are playing rooms, there are parking, you know, designated parkings, a swimming pool, whatnot, just like the luxury you get in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, same thing here, there, you know. So the only thing is that provide a little marginal value and ask for a little higher. And that's the economic trend of, like, that's always been there. See, what happens is that prior areas where things were developed, right, those become the center locations, because over time, there are more people, more commercial things happening there, and it becomes the center of the city, usually, right? It gets matured, the place. And then the new areas which are developing, people need to travel back to, you know, the main city many a times. So they are like, why do I buy a house a little far? You know, because the rates in the city are higher, and it will not give you the same amount of facilities, right? So that's how they try to pull you a little far away from the city. They give you a little bit better budget, and they'll be like, oh, you know what, I've included this. There's a new commercial property now. There's a new residential property now. This is what they keep doing. It's like a very normal thing, right? How cars developed. It's the same thing, right? So just like that, it's a product. And yeah, the thing is that residential, like the core intrinsic value of gold is very similar to core intrinsic value of the residential, especially for the first house, because people need to live somewhere, right? So as soon as economy gets richer, after a point, there might be more fluctuations in the housing industry, because if people are buying the second or third houses and there is no housing demand, then it will fall. But until and unless one person, one house goes ahead, like one family, one house, it will keep going up. I think that answers your question.
Yeah, I was mainly curious if this is already taking place in your areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think the time is up. So the guy who claps really hard, Anurag is going to give him a house because he's a builder, right? So we'll make it that way.
We would love that. We would love that.
Yeah, I should be giving the loan. I wish I was so rich.
Lovely, lovely. Well, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Anurag. Thank you so
nice to
much,
meet you. And
Thanks to both of you.
Jackie.
Yeah.
It was really a good session and it was very knowledgeable for maybe others also.
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. And a pleasure being alongside you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you, gentlemen. Our next speaker is going to be presenting about the subject of making the right moves in the payments space race. Please welcome to the stage Arnold Wegner, COO and General Counsel at Sakura Linkage International. A big hand for him, please.
Hey, talking? Oh, yes, perfect, it's working. So, nice to see you, everyone. It should be initially a tic-tac with some people, but unfortunately they had an impingement. So I will remove a bit differently because payment is a very broad topic. We can talk about many things. I can also give you tips how to set up this, especially from tech to move on, but I don't have the view how to become super rich with that, because usually it was this. So what will be interesting for me is to have an exchange with you if you have questions about the topic where I can drive you, give you explanation, and see how we can do tech for moving on the proper space of payment. Is it fine for you? I will guess yes. So, oh, no seat. So, what we can say in this is how a tech or startup will integrate the payment race. Is usually you have a product, an idea that you want to develop, and you just say, okay, let's do it, and we will launch it, and we'll see what is happening. The problem is you have plenty of competitors doing that, and you might lose the opinion. So what is very important is to understand what you want to develop, but what the customers want, especially in the country where you are. Then what do you want to do next? Do you want to stay on your country, or do you want to stay on the cross borders, region, world? And you need to think about different constraints, which can be regulatory constraints, with all the compliance, anti-money laundering, fraud. You have all the constraints also with the partnerships that you can have and what our competitor is doing. That's why this morning we talk about the partnership between banks and fintech, which is a first stage where you can move on and to provide something to help on this payment. What about compliance? That's a big topic, and it's really a reference. So usually when you want to develop something, you think about the customers, how I will generate a lot of money, and I forgot all the part with compliance governance. This is a cost. That's why most of the executive and sales don't want to talk about. The problem is, if you do the wrong way, the wrong choice from this point, regulators and legislators will block you on development of your business. We can see that's very simple. You want to develop, let's say, crypto companies. You go to a company in a country where it's very open, then you decided to move to another company in other countries where they have more regulation. You are not ready, so you are developing something which is not adapted to this. So you need to step down, review, and readapt this. Well, if a competitor has already took this in consideration, he will be able immediately to target these countries. Especially from regulatory point of view, say you have developed it also in 2, 3 emerging countries with less regulation or friendly regulation, and suddenly you want to come to Europe, you might face big issues as well. So it's very important to prepare. And if you have already prepared, doesn't mean that you have the highest standard, but the minimum standard. The regulator, when you will come, or if a new legislation is coming in the country without regulations, they will be keen to discuss with you and let you continue the business, and you can catch up in the same time. This is why compliance and regulatory is very important to take in consideration for the development. Second point which is very important is the customers. All around the world, we want to do something simple, faster, but we don't have the same habits, the same custom.
Big example is certain Japanese companies went to Europe and considered that all Europeans are the same. Let's try to sell our product as a way of doing business in France, in Spain, in Germany, in East Europe, in UK, on the same way. Unfortunately, we are not the same, and the customers does not have the same habits. And at the end, it was just a crash. So it's very important also, like I said, to understand who are your customers, to who you want to sell, what are their habits, and you will update your product to this. No, I talk a lot, but I would like to hear also what is your opinion, and do you have any particular question? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Nice to meet you. Like, there's many companies that are coming up now in terms of the payment space and peer-to-peer. However, there's many also that are doing fraudulent activities in terms of taking a commission from customers' payments that are not stipulated in the terms and conditions. How could we prevent that if you want to come up into the space of payments such as PayPal, PayMe, and all the other companies?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and this is very difficult because the numbers of competitors is so high that we can see the price decreasing. Even in China, we noted that certain payment companies even started to put negative points. So as a competitor, you just destroy the market. So you just expect to have the scale to win. The problem is you have a certain limitation, and each customer doesn't want to go everywhere. When you take habits, you will just continue with this, is happy. That's a big problem. And in the payment world, usually we are talking about one payment institution, but you have several and everyone wants his commission. Can increase also. That's a very big problem. So what we have now is more and more partnerships and see how we to struggle all together. So for example, each country has its own local method payment. Okay. Then you have the acquirer, you want to, let's say, you are in Dubai, you want to develop your e-commerce here, and you want to sell in India, which is quite a difficult market anyway to penetrate. You need to have a local license to do that. But you can have a partnership to do that for you. Okay. And this is how you are going. And you will share with the scale that of India this pricing. And you will use what we said this morning for the banking to decrease the cost, partnership with the bank, because they can support you for all compliance topic, because they have the structure to that.
Okay, great. Appreciate it.
But I understand that for the customers, it's sometimes it must be transparent for them. They don't see all these
of course, behind the scene, you know.
And they're not interested. They just want, when you buy something on the internet, you want to receive the product, and the merchant just receive his money.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Any other questions? I know it's a complex topic and not so interesting if we want to do like this. So right move in a payment, like I said, it's really important to keep what you want to develop, to whom, where, and you need to have these visions in the beginning and how you can generate money. And to come back to this question, what we see also is with a neobank, we can see plenty coming, and to be very aggressive, they have their products, they abandon certain things and go aggressively with price down to the market. Like this, they can reach scale quickly, catch up customers. The problem, we noticed this with Revolut and also with Netbank in Brazil, they come back at certain times. What is happening for fraud? What is happening for compliance? And now they are fixing, and they have a risk of losing license, which can block the business and let other opportunity to others. Yes.
Thank you. When somebody's building an app, whether it's a marketplace or some other apps, your advice, because there's always that struggle, do we build our own wallet in-house, or do we go and connect to certain services outside for verifications, and then obviously there's a transactional cost when you connect with someone else. What's your feedback on that? And you know, what would be your advice for somebody that's building in-house or building his own marketplace, whether it's, you know, app or whatever it is, and what would be your advice in terms of in-house or outsource and connect?
Depends if you have the capacities. It's always like this. When you have identified what you want to do you have the capacities to do it by yourself? In-house, at the advantage, you can control the cost internally. Outsourcing, it's a cost that you can cut any time if you have a problem. This is the big advantage of outsourcing. The constraint is you are dependent and you are sharing your knowledge with someone, even inventory. So it's a possibility to create also opportunities to...
Let's say if you outsource, from your experience, and now I'm talking from ignorance because somebody else is doing this on our behalf, but I'm just asking the question to learn. Assuming that I connect with a third party, a gateway, for example, that does payment gateways and processes and so on, who would own the data? And you know, of course I have to connect with them, the transactions has to happen, there are certain minimum amount of information that needs to go back and forth onto this. Is it something that you own, or is it something that they're just providing facilities and agnostic to what their system is, or do they maintain those references? Or from your experience, I have no idea.
You are talking about the data, transfer data, which data will move from the person to this. So it depends how many layers do you have in the transactions and what we have. For example, for wire transfer, you have your bank account, our customers, who will have to fill a certain names of information, your name, your address, your nationality, more or less is all this, and the transaction numbers. Then, if you have an intermediary between, he just cares about to ensure that he can collect this data anytime if he have a suspicious. Otherwise, he just have the numbers. And then he will pass this to the beneficiary bank, who will have the information about the person who needs to receive the money. And same, he can ask any times who was the payer.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Two questions, rather. Number one, what are we doing about overseas remittances and cross-border payments? That's a space I feel fintech platforms are really lacking. And that could be for a number of reasons. Regulation is one of them. And my second question is, what about digital assets and the exchange of them cross-border? Because let's take the example of UAE, right? A lot of people are tokenizing it. A lot of people are using crypto to do transactions, but it's not everywhere in the world. So number one, overseas remittances and the platforms that's helping basically find an alternative to SWIFT, if I may. That's a space that is heavily lacking and seriously lacking. And number two, how are we handling digital payments, especially with cryptocurrency and tokens?
So it's two different things because we are talking about two different technologies. The first one is more the traditional one with most of the time the fiat one. And for remittance, technically and normally the payment institution need to perform the proper due diligence, who is sending to who is receiving. And you will secure that like this. Normally, the platform should not be hacked and is coming on a safeguarding account. So this is an account which is protected and you have only the money of the consumer. And you have a book, an accounting, who will reconcile that to send it back to the merchant, for example, behind.
I think my question was, what's the alternative to SWIFT? I understand how SWIFT works, but what's the alternative in fintech which is replacing SWIFT?
So what we create usually is an e-wallet system to be out of this SWIFT system, but it means you need to be on same ecosystem. So usually you will have certain payment institution. What they created is to have the different e-money license in different regions, bring everyone in this ecosystem, and you can exchange immediately within.
That's super complicated. I mean, to bring everybody in that ecosystem, theoretically is fine, but when you start executing it, it's a nightmare.
It's complicated, but when you are in, it's super easy. The problem is the follow-up and to ensure that is. This is the advantage of the blockchain where technically when we move to the second one, because we have the traceability within the chain. And you don't need to have this all setup. So it's going faster and you can and for even a compliance, we feel more comfortable because we can see really what is happening. So we know if the money was clean or not at the beginning, especially with system like ScoreChain or system to control.
Do you think Ripple will be an active player in this space for the SWIFT, at least for the remittance?
Can you repeat your question? I didn't
Would
hear.
you see Ripple network as a replacement or competitor to the SWIFT transfer and the speed? I know it's a loaded question. It's the $1 million question.
I will not talk about competitors of this. It's going like this. Ripple is one way to do it. But the problem with all this new technology is not adapted everywhere, and we have a reference from everyone. We can see currently the SEC who is chasing hardly Binance, and they try to find the SS, so which limits everything with blockchain technologies. So we need to end. Some countries are really adapted to blockchain technology and they're very happy, but you have a certain limit as well. For example, if we took the El Salvador, who have adopted the Bitcoin and everyone exchange with a wallet, it's very brilliant. But when you want to import something, you need to have your partners who accept this Bitcoin. And most of the time they want to be paid in US dollar. That's why we move back to the previous system. So yes, they have a future, but it takes time to go in, and we need to see how it's. But this is for me really basics of economy and not investment, really. If I do something with you, what do you want me to pay you? If you want me to pay you with Apple or banana, this will be the reference, and I need to change my fiat or my crypto to this.
His second question.
Sorry?
His second question. He had two questions, one on the remittance and the other one, I think.
Can you repeat the second question?
The second question, I'll wait for him to come back. But I know he asked the second question. Anyway, it's interesting to see how the fintech fares when it comes to B2B and global transfers and how the blockchains and the adaptability of that. It's a fast-moving world, and it's very confusing, at least for traditional people like me that have grown in the old ways. I'm just trying to learn, and by the time you think you understood, something else comes up. And now AI is getting into the picture as well. So.
And AI, from compliance point of view, we're really happy to see that. But yes, we see the difference. Centuries are behind. We were just exchanging. You wanted something, so you had to create money to do that. Then we exchanged with not because it was easier. That's how the banks not came. And finally, now we move for cross-border payment, which is faster, but we thought that banks are too slow. That's why payment institutions come here, to accelerate this process, to ensure that banks don't keep the money for ages and take 7 days or 8 days to transfer. And Wise was very good to develop this way of transferring. Now the blockchain is coming with also another alternative, which is faster, and you also allows peer-to-peer, which is a nightmare a bit for compliance people. But this is how it is. But we need to ensure how it's going and how it's accepted by the people. Like I said, we have transgeneration who some people just want to do everything with this mobile. And it's not only to have only one transfer. When you have your bank accounts, you have perhaps several bank accounts, different accounts on different merchants. It's a nightmare to have an application for everything, so you want to concentrate on this on one. That's why open banking is coming as well, to give you this global opportunity to see how it's going and to transfer one-to-one. But even if you see from customer that is very easy, we still have some constraints behind between banks, and especially when you're on cross-border. If we do everything within UA, it's very easy. If you start to send money to KSA or to Oman, or even go to Europe, Japan, or US, you will have all the constraints coming. And sometimes the bank system is the easiest way, but I still believe that the blockchain will be a very good way for facilitating the transfer. And another point which framed also a lot is the compliance part again, because we need to monitor all transactions, and each time we have a doubt on something, we need to freeze the transactions. We cannot inform the customer about it or the merchant, and we need to investigate what is happening. And that's also something can constrain the transfer. So we do our best.
Do you believe that Dubai will be the center of all of this? Because I know there's a huge move from Dubai authorities to facilitate crypto and fintech and that setup.
I see Dubai as a good point and a good start. We can see also KSA, who is evolving a lot. The problem is how far they will continue like this, because we notice that certain countries are developing it, moving, especially opening a crypto, and suddenly they change their mind and they block everything. So block this. So we don't know how it's going. And same, we are in Dubai, but Dubai is, in terms of population and size, is quite small. So you need to see what you can do with your partners, country partners, and are they open or not to that? We are back to the first question. We develop crypto, we can live with that, but can we do that with others? Or otherwise we need to live on a simple, limited circle. But Dubai has a lot of opportunities, and we can see from the government and everyone certain hype to move and to help. And the advantage that they can see what is happening in Europe, what is happening in US or in Asia, and try to catch the best to develop on a proper way. That's the strength of Dubai. Any other questions? Oh, your second question, yes. Please repeat.
I was talking about digital assets, especially with crypto and tokenization. The reason that I asked that I'm an avid investor in fintech and invested across the world, so know a bit of thing or two about what's going on. And we are really struggling because the acceptance of digital currency is quite limited when you look at the global market.
So we need to see the difference if you want to do on a crypto itself or if you want to do tokenization with other things and path. Tokenization is a good way for facilitating and going faster for investors, because you can do it when you see exactly when you have invested, and you have the right immediately linked to the smart contract we decide, so you can just. Compared to a normal equity raise, it's easier. It's faster and you have a better control.
No, my question was more about the acceptance of digital payments and digital assets on a global level. Right now, we're only seeing a few countries that are driving this. But what's your take on mass scale commercialization of these technologies that's going to kind of bring more and more people on blockchain? Where do you see this going? Are you seeing other governments, kind of green lighting this entire ecosystem? What's really happening? As we speak, it's super limited to a few countries.
Currently, it's super limited. You are totally right. And we saw hype on many countries, and suddenly, like I said, many countries move back and block these digital assets. And most of the time, I would like to say, is because they don't really understand and they want to protect investors. Because we have a mixed, why we are coming this and this, we have a mix of between investment and speculation and investment for doing business and property. And this comes from crypto itself. We saw that the Bitcoin is super volatile, and Ethereum or any coins you want to. You don't really know, so you do one thing, tomorrow is totally different, and you're not very comfortable. If I took back in Europe, it was the same several years ago when we started to have more structured products like options and futures. They noted that the common of people just lose money because they don't understand. What they wanted to do with the crypto is to block that immediately. That's why they start to move back with certain things. But doing that, they mixed what is digital assets and what is crypto. They just mix both. And this is currently the big problem. So what we need to do to push government to go on the right way is to tell them and explain that we are not here to screw people. We are here to develop and help the countries and investment to make it easier. And especially for tokenizations, we have a traceability. So for everything when we used to nominee and things to hide the money, it's clear. No, we have a vision because when it's changed, it's clear. But we have this mix, and that's why we have plenty of countries. Is that. After that, you have certain countries who many people that said they are against. No, they are not against. They just want their own control on it, which is another topic. Yeah. Any other question? Yes? So, sounds good. So, thank you very much for attending. Sorry it was a bit shorter than expected, but I appreciate that you had some communication and questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, our next two gentlemen that we're going to bring to the stage. Now it is time to immerse yourself in an enlightening exploration of the economic advantages and investment opportunities that arise from embracing environmentally conscious practices in the built environment. So we'll have these two gentlemen come back up. We have Amit Grover, Managing Partner at Grover & Company England Ltd, and Kamal A. Mardini, yes, Founder and Managing Director at Virtuous Marketing Management, and they will share their views on the financial feasibility of green buildings. Let's have a big hand for them. Do you want to share? Yeah.
And also the
Good afternoon, everybody, and those who are not around. So,
we promised to make this quite interesting.
yes,
So maybe we need to go to the other hallways and get the health guys and everybody wants to talk about green. My goodness. Now when it comes to green sustainability, they run away. We need to get them back in.
yeah, I think what's going to be interesting today is talking about green buildings and the economics attached with green buildings and sustainability as we speak. But I think what would really help for the audience is that we break it down into three parts. The first part is talking about what do we really mean when we talk about green buildings and sustainability. That's point number one. It's important to understand that. Number two, coming on to the economics of what those things probably result into in terms of feasibility and economics. And finally, some of the solutions that we are trying to kind of find to address some of the gaps that are coming in the mass scale implementation of green buildings and sustainability. But to start the session, I think an introduction is required. I think I'm going to start with myself and then pass it on to Kamal. Look, I've been a serial entrepreneur. I run multiple businesses from consulting to real estate, right down to venture capital funds. I've had a very, very long Fortune 500 career internationally. Worked in about 4 continents before I called Dubai home. So that's what I do. So I run a consulting practice that specializes in building intellectual property and monetizing that for companies. And that's when I connected with the sustainable development space, because I've, in my career, licensed many sustainable design technologies across the planet. I also run venture capital funds that have an impact and ESG objective. Run a fintech fund in Singapore, a climate tech fund in Europe, and a food security fund in the Middle East. So yeah, that's my background, and I'm going to pass over the mic to Kamal.
Yes. Well, I'm quite an interesting career as well. A little bit more on the tech side. I started my career as an engineer with the U.S. Air Force in research and development. So our mission was to make the impossible possible, creating very new things, innovative things, coming to solutions to impossible problems. Got introduced to the environmental and area because the Air Force, like any other agency, had a lot of problems, and we were the lab that was doing a lot of the toxicology research, so, and the nerve agents and stuff like that. So we had to dispose of it, dismantle it, and I was given the task to help do that. And then we went to environmental and industrial infrastructure, came back and started expanding the horizon into going into the environmental and the sustainability, green technologies, and so on, but more from the development side. How do we bring technology integrated with business practices, and how do we do better things? This is a very quick background. I'm also had an advisory firm, but like I said, on the first day, we do advisory on business and transactions, but focus more on project development and sustainable development and commercialization of sustainable technology. If you allow me, I just want to start this just by pointing the difference between what is a green building and what is a sustainable building. It's very important to understand there's a difference, okay, because people confuse these things. Now, they have some interlinks and cross with each other, but when you talk about green building, you're talking about a building that use materials that are friendly to the environment, okay? You try to minimize the footprint, as they say it, but does this building mean that it's efficient? Is it sustainable? Is it comfortable to live in? Will it make you happy to live in? That's a different story. So in sustainability is a little bit different, but it crosses with the environmental in a different way. I think it's very important to look at this, and I think between me and Ahmed, we try to shed some lights on some of our experiences and the technologies and what we're trying to do to continue to enhance all of that.
I think what would really help is, Kamal comes from a background where he understands the application of technologies in the green and sustainable building space, and what are the kind of efficiencies and inefficiencies, like he just said, that he's talking about. Whereas I'm a money man, so I come from the concept of money and return on investment. So we've got different takes, interesting takes on the concept of sustainable and green buildings. So I think jumping into it, Kamal, I think what would really help our friends to understand is when we talk about sustainable/green buildings as people understand, I think it's important to talk about areas of kind of water conservation, areas of energy efficiency, areas of green building materials, and a host of technologies that's available to consumers today to either apply it themselves or builders that are using to build. So shed some light on what we are really talking about here.
This is a really good and loaded question, because a sustainable building in the desert is different from a sustainable building in a rainforest, or a green building in the rainforest, and it's different from a sustainable building in a very cold environment, whether it's in a mountain or in the North Pole or whatever. So the concept of having a green building and a sustainable building is really a little bit different. It differs from place to place, and the technologies you apply is very specific to the issues of concerns. Here in the Gulf region, we're very concerned about water conservation, because water is a scarce resource and we have to spend a lot of money to desalinate and get fresh water. And also heat the climate is quite big. In other areas, they have abundance of water, and they need to find a way that they can capture that water in a way and use it, or maybe pass it so it doesn't flood their areas, and so on. So the first concept is different from place to a place in terms of what we look at in terms of building a green or sustainable building. Not every building that you do green is really economic or really beneficial. It's basically, you need to look at the original of the designs. I really focus on technologies, innovative technologies, because I come from the R&D background of how do we make buildings more efficient, to optimize the use of existing infrastructure, and how do I look at the cost of that in terms of life cycle costs, because sometimes these things come with a hefty initial capital cost. And then how do I offset that from different sources? There are many technologies that are available, but do they apply and are they important in the area that we live in? I give you a simple example. Let's say talk about renewable energy of solar power as an example. Everybody talks about solar power, but then you put it in a place like on the coast of the Atlantic city or the Mediterranean, you have a lot of poop that comes from birds. Or in the desert, you have a lot of dust. The cost of maintenance, people don't talk about that in terms of trying to do this. Is it feasible? In the desert, you have heat. With heat, you lose efficiency. So does that make sense? Do I put it on rooftop? So we have to battle with a lot of these questions, and then we have to approach it from a technical design of how do we achieve the objectives we want to achieve into this in simple designs and so forth. So what I would do in Dubai would be different than what I would do in terms of standard in Riyadh. It would be different than what I would do in Egypt or in Malaysia or in Singapore, or if I do in Iceland, for example. The concept is completely different in terms of what would be green and what would be sustainable at the same time.
No, that's a very, very relevant point. I think the other day when me and Kamal met and we were talking about what we got to speak, I think one of the main points that came up was, you got to look at sustainable and green development according to the region that it is getting built on. One size does not fit all. And I think it's got to be very specific to that local region. Something interesting, Kamal, that's always kind of run in my mind, that when you talk about sustainable materials, whether it's low volatile compounds, sustainable paints, recycled steel, recycled timber, and a lot of those different materials that are going into developments. Now, what I have kind of been always concerned about is when you look at an independent house, let's say a villa or an independent dwelling, yes, it's feasible, it's possible, the materials are available. The whole dynamic changes, when you're looking at the scale of development and the scale of material procurement. What's your take on all this availability of these materials?
I want to take a step back into the early days. People who lived in Dubai or in Riyadh, or people who lived in a rainforest, regardless where they live, when they built their dwellings or their cities, they build it in a way that make them very comfortable. They build it from materials that are local. They found out that if I build it with mud and straws and so forth, then the heat transfer from the outside to the inside, it became like a cave. They build it in a way that provide internal cooling and so on. We moved away from this with different technologies. Now we have concrete, we have steels, we have aluminum, and we have timber, we have paints, different paints, we have insulation material, and so on. There are, when I build a modern building today, in the past it used to be a dwelling for a family, and you have very nice air circulation, you have cooling effect. In fact, if you look at the history of air conditioning, they will tell you the Arab dwelling was one of the first air conditioning systems in Egypt and in the desert because of the way the cooling towers worked in terms of circulating the air in there. But if you look at today, let's look at steel. I want to do a platinum LEED or a green building. I use steel. Well, is this steel? What's the foot carbon print for the steel? How much energy did I use to do this? So is the steel sustainable? If I do glass is tempered glass, heat, there's energy. I'm using silica, of course, but is this steel or the glass, is it what the carbon footprint? Concrete, insulations, and materials, whether you use styrofoam, polystyrene, or whether you use ash or straws, from plant-based, for example, as an insulation material. So if you look at all of these technologies, do we really I'm building something with all these that are non-sustainable materials, and then I'm trying to buy certificates to offset the carbon footprint. So now I have a sustainable. In the desert, to get a platinum lead, I need to do, like a bicycle track or maybe a walk track. Is it feasible to do it in this temperature and heat? So it's a performance. Now, with modern building, again, we moved away from tradition. Today we're building, me and Emmett were talking about, look at all the glass buildings. We're looking at towers and buildings that's similar to what you would find in New York or maybe some other places. But is it fit the local area? What's the energy performance of this? Okay, the cost. There are new materials that are coming with nanotechnologies that are evolutions of carbon absorbent paints. There are nanotechnologies that are available. There are different insulation materials, different materials for concrete, supplemental, and so on. So it's a difficult question. All of this stuff comes at a cost. Is the cost justifiable? Or how do we do this in a way that makes things affordable and long-term sustainable and so forth? And maybe later on we'll talk about some things that we're looking at in doing this.
When we talk about whether it's affordable or whether it's kind of cost-effective, I think when we dwell into the economics of how feasible really is to go down this ladder, or go up this ladder rather, I think you got to divide customer segments into mature markets. So you're looking at economies like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, Scandinavian countries, Central European countries, and much like that. And then the emerging space, which is pretty much the GCC, Africa, India, and the subcontinent. When you talk about mature markets in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, the economics of sustainability really works out because government has a lot of incentive programs that could reimburse you literally 50% of the cost back in terms of the technologies that you're applying in housing and commercial and mixed-use development. The labor cost in these countries are very, very expensive. So offsetting that through technology, is a really good cost-saving measure. So when you're looking at these countries with a very evolved and a matured ecosystem and the government programs and policies that support you with incentives to go down the green route, yes, it's viable, it's feasible, it's got an obvious long-term effect on the costs of running these buildings. Now, when you look at the same concept in the emerging market space, so let's talk about the region Middle East, right? You've got Jordan, you've got Egypt, you've got Oman. Now, these countries are not particularly as wealthy as the likes of Saudi, the likes of UAE, the likes of Kuwait, the likes of Qatar. It becomes a big challenge for the government to step in and start building programs and plans to incentivize developers and individuals to start using the application of green technology and all these, various things that we talked about in water conservation, energy conservation, recycling, and many, many more technologies that make your environment more sustainable and green. Now, that's where the problem really happens on the first aspect of the initial cost and the long-term cost objectives. The second aspect, when you talk about economics, is really dwelling into the concept of real estate. Now, when our parents bought properties, or when our grandparents bought properties, there was obviously a long-term view on how the property would fare across generations and how the value would kind of increase. Today, in the modern day, with all the developers coming out with investment properties, multiple dwellings, I don't think most people are buying properties looking at a 10 to 20 to 30 year horizon. It's all about buying, selling, coming in low, selling high. It's a buyer's market or a seller's market. In that kind of a cyclical turn where properties are getting shuffled quicker, I don't think the long-term cost advantage of implementing green technologies and what it costs to run a certain apartment or even a whole building is of concern, because the ownership is changing so rapidly that nobody can really, take advantage of that situation. So, in your opinion, Kamal, what do you think about these areas?
Look, your point on one of in mature markets today, let's say in the U.S. You do a solar, you want to provide power to your home. Okay, you do a solar setup. Now you have a way where excess energy is sold back to the grid. They track the kilowatt hours that you pass to the grid of excess, and then at night you can, whatever you use, at the end of the day you will get a bill that offsets between what you have given to the grid and what you have taken out at night in the grid, which basically helps you save the cost of buying a battery, which is quite expensive on resources and so on. In the region here, that kind of methodology is not there. And when you talk and I had really long discussions in Saudi with the electricity company and other places. Why can't we? I put a solar set up, okay, and access energy I can pass to the grid like we would do, because it would make it feasible. It will help me save money. It's very good to the business. But most of these companies are semi-government or established by the state. They have monopoly on this. So it's very difficult for them to accept that you are, if you pass to the grid, that means you're selling. We're the electricity company. The same thing we had in Jordan when I went to talk to the Jordanian company as we were trying to implement some of those sustainable or green initiatives. The mindset is shifting, but it's shifting very slowly. It's making things difficult and hopefully better. But you need, for us to build better cities, more sustainable and more green cities, by implementing designs or whatever, you really need government incentives or incentives that allows the developers to say, yes, I would love to do this because it saves you money. Whether it's a support in terms of grants, whether it's kickback on taxes, whether allow him to do better, increased build-up area on the areas of land that he has. There need to be something, and so forth. It's lacking in this region.
That's interesting. When we really talk about how feasible is to build green, I think anywhere in the world, mature market or emerging market does not matter. You've got two distinct set of people buying these properties. One is a human being who is buying low income to medium income housing, and one is a human being buying premium housing. Now, in some cases, there's a very strong argument and case to be made that with the application of a lot of these green technologies within the dwelling or within an apartment, there is a possibility to increase the price and lure premium buyers to pay you a premium for that property because it comes fully loaded, like we call it, in cars. And it's got all the latest gizmos that would help you offset carbon, be more sustainable, and save in the long run. But that's what I'm seeing, even mature markets and markets like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, is it's limited to premium housing. People who can afford to buy those kind of places. When we talk about low income to medium income housing, that's where the problem starts, because the benefit, people can't pay a premium. Developers are trying to offset costs heavily. So loading these products onto a building or technologies onto a building, the initial cost is high. Their target customer is not willing to kind of, incur that cost. So from a mass market perspective where low to medium income housing is concerned, I still feel the economics is quite tainted and it's not favorable to implement a lot of these technologies purely because of the economic strata and the per capita income of the consumer buying into these buildings. And if you really, those who've done any sort of real estate development, no matter how small that might be, as small as even renovating your own house to flip it and sell it, you would understand everywhere that you save money, every per square feet that you save money is coming into your pocket. So anything that's motivated with conscious pricing or affordable pricing that will get customers to buying very quickly. Unfortunately, even in mature markets, the level of green development and sustainability is not getting followed. Where the premium end of the housing, there's a lot of stuff happening and customers are willing to pay a premium. What's your take on it?
Yeah, this is quite interesting and quite important because if you look at the real estate market, and you try to segment it between luxury, medium, mid-class, and you're talking about the affordable for low income. The majority fits in the low income, and so if you want to do an impact on footprint, or whether it's carbon footprint or energy performance, you really need to tackle these segments of this. Now, this is a good point a good area to jump into. What are we doing or trying to do into this? Because nothing comes without a solution. But will this solution solve this for everybody? I don't think so. But it moves us a step forward in doing this. In Dubai, for example, with all the towers, of course, they're doing it with glass. That's very bad. A lot of energy. But they are, instead of having air conditioning for each of the apartments or each of the spaces, they have a district cooling. So now they save a little bit on energy to provide district cooling. To the user, he has no choice. Now, instead of paying an electricity bill, he has to pay an electricity bill, an air cooling bill, or a heating bill. It's just added another bill to him. But from a bigger perspective, it uses less energy from the grid. So it allows the grid to be stretched even further. So there are some solutions in this. When we go to low-income housing and medium housing in terms of, because now they're going into vertical, high-density setups. There are simple things that proper architects or good architects are doing, is that with little cost. And like, for example, if I build an apartment complex, let's say a tower, and I make my face east and west, then the apartment on the west is going to get a lot of energy and a lot of heat load coming in because of the sun and the way the sun strikes. But if I make it face north and south, and I insulate the areas where it's getting a heat load, then the heat load on the building could be less. It's a way to reduce the heat load. It's a way to allows me for air conditioning to be more effective. In certain areas where it's northwest, northeast, or whatever, that physically the location doesn't allow you to do this, then you can probably implement some umbrellas around or some shading on the windows that allows you in a very nice aesthetic way reduce the heat load. There are new emerging technologies. I was involved in R&D with relations to all of this, but you can also look at active walls where some of the air that's coming in is circulated and to maintain temperature, inside temperature in a way that's proper. But again, this adds another cost, okay? When I think the real estate sector and the developers, regulators are trying to force this in a very soft manner, but if they force it, then it's an education to the let's say the low-income housing, okay? That's the low-income guys. If you buy a smart home, meaning a home that's sustainable, that uses less energy, in a period of 5 years, for example, then you can save a lot of money on your bills, because that's out-of-pocket expense every single month. Okay, of course you're paying less on a normal building, but for this one, you are able to live more comfortable, healthier, you reduce your medical bills. So it's a matter of education. Now, will these guys listen or not? In most cases, it's very difficult, okay? So this is my take. There are things that can be done, but Are we doing everything we can? We're trying. But if you want to really do an impact, it has to be, like you said, the middle and the low income. We have to find a way to do better housing for them and more affordable.
No, that's really true. And while we are talking about solutions, that how do we really drive the impact of green and sustainability, I think it's very important to understand that there's a high volume of government intervention that's needed. But then there's no point talking about it because, people like us really don't influence governments and build policy and implement those policies mass scale. These are long-term ramification in parliaments, with very little control of the private sector, especially on the small scale. If you're a consumer buying a property, let's say. I think the concept lies in, number one, I would say the solution, I'm going to quickly talk about few technologies that my fund has invested in, and we are in the research and development process of trying to disrupt markets. But on a macro scale, I think it all starts from the design. Now, in 2008, 2009, which is one of the first times that I came to Middle East, I was doing a project commercializing one of the largest architecture practices in the world. And they hired me as a consultant for a market entry, and we were looking at projects in the UAE, in Qatar, as well as in India. So some of the projects that we work on is Masdar, which is very well known in Abu Dhabi, the Qatar Financial Center, as well as the Delhi Metro Road Congress, which is building the metro network for New Delhi during the Commonwealth Games. And each of them came with a high degree of sustainability that was a mandate from the government of the day. And that's when, when you try hanging out with architects all the time, you're talking their lingo, you're understanding about design and how design is inspired. Now, if you look at, there's a logic why when you go to different parts of the world, there is different kind of architecture and why all the buildings don't look same. Now, the logic behind that, more than the aesthetics, is number one, local availability of raw material. That is obviously designed to keep in mind the environment, the climate, and the way people live in certain parts of the world. Number two, the entire physics of the design that makes it more sustainable for the climate and the ecosystem that you live in. For example, if you look at areas with very high seismic zones, earthquakes, you would see rapid use of timber and materials that are less hazardous when there's a calamity of that scale that happens. So when you travel across the world, you see these local forms of architecture, building materials, and the way of construction. Now that's kind of lost in the modern times. Now every city is trying to look like each other. It's all about who's got the best skyline and the best buildings and the tallest buildings. Now I think the answer lies in adapting local architecture to the region, to the environment, to the geography, and using a lot of materials available locally. Now even if you don't do that, let's take an example of a project anywhere in the world. Most of the material is imported in. And the moment you ship, Australia is big in mining, so they do a lot of iron ore. When you ship material halfway across the planet, look at the amount of carbon that you're putting in. So I think areas like that are really, really important to understand, how local that do you go, what kind of local materials you use, and also it's got an economic significance. The more local you go, the more, advantages to the local businessmen and the local ecosystem. You're trying to help them, and that's what's called ESG, right? You're not only solving the environment problem, but you're also solving the social problem. So that's in the design. In terms of just talking about few things that we are doing, and I'm sure Kamal will shed light from his aspect, we are trying to disrupt the entire supply chain of styrofoam. Now, styrofoam is used in insulation in various methods, and we are using sustainable compounds like chicken feather in poultry that is just thrown away, and building a technology that can solve the insulation problem, perform better, 100% biodegradable, and cheaper than using styrofoam. So these are some of the stuff that we are doing in our own regard, and then of course the use of hydrogen in consumer producing consumer electricity, whether it's in electric vehicles or whether it's in laptops or mobile phones. So a lot of research we've bootstrapped with universities that are kind of functioning on that area that can a localized hydrogen be used as fuel cells to power buildings. And I'm not talking about just houses, but even high density, low cost housing where you've got hundreds and hundreds of apartments. How stable would hydrogen cells be in the entire vicinity? So those are some of the areas that we're investing in and bootstrapping research in. What do you say, Kamal?
Funny enough, we invested in fuel cells before, and it's quite interesting because it's an evolving technology. But when you look at in cities today, and in my original talk in boosting sustainable technologies and financing options, we really look at starting from design. Of course, you have existing cities and you need to do retrofits and so forth, but regulatory intervention and government intervention is quite important. Local sourcing of materials. Right now in Saudi, and there's an initiative to kind of push for local content in buildings, using local materials, local traditional design methodologies as architecture, because you really don't want to look, you want to look modern, but you want to look in a way that's with technology, but you maintain the heritage and the culture, instead of going completely steel, glass, bring everything from outside, and so on, okay? Unless you have your own ore, steel ore, and your own thing, and you're using green hydrogen to power the kilns, and you're producing sustainable materials and so on. Everything has a positive, using, for example, like the chicken feathers as an example. Of course, we have a lot of poultry here. Instead of throwing away the feathers, we can take it and you license the technology if we don't have it, okay, and provide a more sustainable or a more, but as this progresses, we have to grow more chickens and kill more chickens. So it's a dilemma. So it may not be the full solution, but there are other things that they used in the region to provide proper installations and waterproofing and so forth to replace non-green type of technologies into place. So my take is, we have to start from, if I have the chance to build a mega project, which I'm already in the process of doing right now, we have to approach it from designs. We have to look at consulting companies who are pioneers and have the expertise in building sustainability from a performance perspective. It has to, if I build buildings, what's the space between the buildings? Do I need the shadow of one building overtake the other? I mean, I was trying to rent an apartment in Khubar, and I can step out the window and shake the hand of my neighbor from another building. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense, okay? I don't have light. I feel like I live in a cave. They put a window because the regulation says you put a window, but what good does it do if it's and so forth? But so there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. I think it has to start from the design, and we have to be conscious and work with the developers and provide the incentives to the developers with regulations, and then we have to be able to think long term and source the right materials, the right designs, and implement it, and explain to people how can this be affordable. It makes no sense to build a green building, but it's not affordable. I can't afford it. It makes no sense.
No, it's a very valid point. And to kind of, sum up the economics of the green building, I think it's clearly a divide between the type of customer buying it, the type of customer who can afford these platforms, are pretty much premium developments at the moment. and the people who cannot, which is your low to medium income housing. Unfortunately, we need a lot of government intervention to drive that sustainability, help these people get on the sustainable ladder, where using sustainability should not become a luxury, it should become mainstream as a way of life. And to kind of achieve that, I think one segment can't. There has to be a cohesive and collective force that's kind of, driving this whole change. And like Kamal said, government plays a very, very big role in incentivizing both at a customer level, at a business level, people who are building these establishments, and on the trade level of what kind of carbon credits are we looking at, what kind of environmental policies that we are looking at. So now, when you talk about government in the mature market, like we were saying, now a lot of these policies are coming into effect now as we speak on both businesses as well as consumers, that you got to be sustainable, you got to have these measures in place, otherwise you don't get tax incentives, you don't get a lot of those benefits that are linked to this. And because of this, people who've really embarked before on this whole green building methodology are obviously future-proofed, and they're now reaping the benefits of what they did few years back that others are forced to jump into, and that's costing them a lot of money.
I'd give an example to support what you're saying. And I'll give it from the local market, from Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, for a long time, the government was trying to tell developers and house builders and the municipalities is that we want you to insulate your home. Basically, the out walls, the walls facing the outside, needs to be insulated. The cost of the brick, between a brick that has polystyrene and without, okay, or the insulation, maybe it's about 50% more. So if one is 11 riyals or 12 riyals, the other one is about 15 or 16 riyals. Nobody went and did this. Nobody, no developer, no housing, nothing, okay? It was a nice gesture, but now, when they made it a regulation, okay, because it's really important, then everybody was forced to do it. There's a stiff penalty if you don't do it. Then everybody adhered to it. Now, the impact of that is the amount of energy that the home or the house required is reduced by 20%. The infrastructure now is able to reduce the load on them during hot summer times. They can channel that load into industry without having to build a huge set of other infrastructures and networks and so on. So there's a huge saving to the country. So regulation in certain areas really incentivized. And now the market itself adjusted itself. The developers adjusted their pricing. The people who are buying adjusted to the price that's being given to them, because that's the requirement. Tarshid did something very similar as well. They came back and they said, if you have an old air conditioner that uses so much kilowatt hours, we will pay 800 riyals. If you buy a new one, we will, let's say it costs you 1,000 riyals or 1,200 riyals. We'll pay 800 out of that, 70% of the cost of the new air conditioning, if you were willing to upgrade to a new air conditioner. More silent, more energy efficient. Guess the impact on the infrastructure. So in many cases in our region, it will require government intervention. We're doing our best. I know from talking to different government officials, they're doing their best. They're really putting out programs into this. But still, I think to us to have sustainable, energy efficient, water efficient, comfortable living, clean air, it will come to having to follow the footsteps of some of the developing countries of other incentives. And those incentives have to be able to break the barrier between the power supply company, regardless if it's a government owned or not, and individuals. In the US, you can have your solar, you can sell it, you can do this, and it's great. So we need to follow in some of those footsteps.
Please.
Hi, guys. Thank you for this insightful chat. My name is Nakul, and I come from Australia. And you've mentioned a few times about matured markets, and I've had the experience of working in India, Africa, Middle East, and now Australia. So I've had a good perspective on both sides of the spectrum. And I've written down a few questions, which my first question, which I think you have answered, are green, because, sorry, I'm a buyer's agent or a buyer's advocate. So I take investors from Australia, from India, from various places and put them in various places of the world. And their intention is to maximize the return on investment, what is the capital growth, what is the rental yield, and all that. I start talking to them about this. They're like, Nakul, you know what? Electricity is paid by my tenant. Water is paid by my tenant. And exactly what you said, Amit, they will sell the property after 10 years because they will get their money out. So I am showing them 3 options. One of them is green option, which is 20% expensive. One of them is the standard one. One of them is whatever. So he's not willing to pay that 20% premium on that green option, which is the problem is. And I would also advocate saying that, mate, why are you buying this expensive option? It's not going to give you any extra yield. You are going to exit. So that's one, area which confuses me, and I need your help. And are green buildings costly? I think the answer is yes. And I deal with both low-income people and HNIs as well. With low-income people, that conversation is futile. With people who want to buy their own homes to live, yes, they are willing to invest money into green, and because it will give them benefits. Also 100% agree, like matured markets, Australia, now there's a new building code coming in June and July. Developers are forced to do that because it's thrust down their throat through the government. India, not happening. Maybe 10 years back, now it's changed. Before 10 years, 15 years back, none of the developers, DLF and all these big boys, they wouldn't even go down that path, So what's your take on this side? And especially, how can I get these investors to get them into these green so that it maximizes their return on investment?
I think somewhere you've answered your own question. Now, investors don't really care because when people care is when it personally impacts them. That's the kind of thing with consumerism. So people who are purely buying it from an investment purpose, where the tenant pays the electricity and lives in it, and they're not they only look. So it's about looking at something personally and looking at something indifferently. Investments of this scale are generally taken quite indifferent as a commodity that you're going to buy and sell with whatever time period that you're going to hold it. Now, the thing with this is the question will be answered in 2 parts. The first part is the historic buyers that you are talking about, people my age. They really don't give a damn. And that's at least my own experience when I talk to a wide range of investors who buy property. Then comes the next generation, that are the youngsters today. And they do give a damn. And the people making money today through digital assets, cryptocurrency, decentralized finance, gaming, and all these new age industries that are beginning, even in renewable energy, people are getting into. They're fairly young people, and they definitely want to see everything quite sustainable. The concept of circular economy is coming in quite strong. On a lighter note, I'll give you an example. My niece visited me from the US, and I was taking her around in Dubai, just showing her. She literally chewed my brains for 1 hour debating on the fact that why on earth are you driving a petrol car and not an electric car? To an extent where I stopped driving my car and I was renting Ubers that are Teslas to take her around. I'm like, I don't want to kind of get into this debate. So yes, there is a systemic change happening, might not be in the current generation, people who are getting into property on a big scale. There are some people who are obviously conscious, but more that I'm kind of looking at consciousness, it's about people who want to stay in these houses themselves and understand the long-term benefits on both their pocket as well as the environment. But if you're purely buying something from an investment property that you're going to probably flip in 5 to 10 years, like you said, with your customers, they really don't give a damn if it is, renewable or not. So that's my take.
I want to add to this. I think you need to segment the market into 2 sectors, 2 different clients. One is one that's buying a home to live in. If I'm coming to Dubai, I want to buy a home to live in. Or am I buying it to rent it? and as an investor. Investors really look at, I pay the least to buy a property. I need to finance it in a way so I minimize my out money, and I need to make more money out of the income so to support it. Okay. I would look at, address the first one, is the one that's buying on for his own to live in. The sell pitch is a little bit different. Okay. This is a bit more expensive, but it's healthier because you get more fresh air into this building. It's more energy efficient. If you take a similar apartment in someplace else, it's going to cost, the electricity bill will be 1,000 dirham versus here you're talking about maybe 600 or 400 dirhams as an example. So over a period of time, a short period of time, you've already made that. The resale value of your home is much higher, and so forth. It's more comfortable to live in because you don't get as much heat. And so you create that sales pitch, the value proposition to the owner that wants to live. So my first question, is this for you or is this for investment? If it's for you, then I would channel them to green buildings or sustainable buildings. I like the word sustainability more than green because not everything green is sustainable. Then, if I am an investor, okay, then you have two kind of properties. One, is this in a premium development? So if you buy this, will you able to use that sales pitch that and get higher yield on your rental? So it's a matter of saying, okay, this is a premium building where you're buying a studio or an apartment. This premium building that you're buying from, it's sustainable and so on. So you're giving to everybody else that you care about sustainability and so on. But from a money wise, your return is higher as well in terms of rental, per night rental or per month rental and so forth. Okay, and you're providing your customer. So they will take that, they will create their marketing pitch based on come to me because, and especially if they're looking at attracting European and North American clients that would come in. This message is quite important, and people are willing to pay for it, coming from outside. If it's not a luxury or a high-end property, whether it's an apartment, a big tower in a prime location, or it's not, then it's going to be a very tough sell. Because I don't know what to tell you. The facts are facts. It's going to be really a tough sell. Because the guy says, look, man, they should have thought about that when they built the building. Okay, I'm just here to buy, and I'm financing it and I'm selling it. So, it's you as a salesman or as a real estate developer, a person, is how you approach the segment of the client that's coming in. For me, I care about sustainability. So I'm willing to pay the extra price because I'm living in it. Okay. But if I want to invest, I will look for something premium that I can get my money back and I can get better yields.
Summing that up from the money perspective is I've been investing in the impact space for now 3 years, and I've literally sunk in hundreds of millions of dollars of investor money in my own. And unfortunately, I'm not still seeing the return. So where there is a conscious rise of conscious consumerism happening quite rapidly, especially in the young generation, but we are still yet to look at the economic feasibility to pocket of deploying capital and making a return on it. That's at least my take from my own personal experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so let's give a gentleman a round of applause. What you have done is you have activated some further discussion. There are people that would like to ask further questions. So what we were going to do now is if we could have everyone sit at one of the center tables, and we're going to have an impromptu roundtable discussion where you can all discuss anything that you'd like to, ask each other questions, get with your colleagues. So we can have everybody who wants to come on over here, and we have plenty of chairs. Oh, that one, right? Okay. I don't blame you then. Yeah, and if you can, are you able to film this table? Are you able to film? We'll find out. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, so gentlemen, if you guys want to come on over as well. Yeah, and then this way you can discuss, anything that comes to mind. Yeah, everybody come on over. This is our literal round table. It's like King Arthur and yes, and all that. Yeah. Like I said, some folks had questions for you guys about what you were just discussing, and then just from what I've experienced, like the networking that everybody has done throughout. What we would like to do is, because we are filming it, when you are talking, if you can talk one at a time and use a microphone. So there you go, and no punching. Not yet. Right. So we have one question to start. Is that on?
Yeah, well,
okay. If you shout an ejection, did you say?
An introduction round?
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, well, let's have him ask his question because it continues on from what they were just doing, and then we'll go around the table and everybody introduce yourselves. That's a great idea.
So it's a follow-up question. It's very hypothetical, and I want your subjective, your very opinionated answer, because I don't think it's a viable. The question itself doesn't really make sense. So recently, there have been quite a few startup projects. There's one in India, there's one in Kenya, there's one in, I think, Venezuela. It's a project to reuse unrecyclable plastics like PVC, PPPS, to make bricks for housing. Insulation is great, it's a lighter material. Fire retardantness, now that's the issue. So current legislature says that it shouldn't, there's like the 30-minute burn test, it shouldn't have harmful fumes, so like the dioxins, that's a total no. But do you think that current housing and building regulations should lax a little bit to accommodate sustainability goals?
Yes, absolutely they do. There's no two ways about it. Again, like I said, the question has to be answered in two parts, mature economies versus emerging economies. So when you look at mature economies, they've done a very good job in answering those gaps to a large extent. Of course, there's still so many gaps to answer. But emerging economies, they're working on it and they're getting there. But yes, it's less than perfect, far away from it.
There should be some relax, but having said that, sometimes the resistance doesn't come from the regulators. It comes from other industries, competitive industries. If you try to, I've had the opportunity to work with different types of concrete, basically taking fly ash from kilns and you integrate them into concrete. It creates a fantastic concrete where it's insulation, chemical resistance, application with a great deal of application. But then you get the resistance from the concrete company to create the concrete. So and they're really powerful. And the way they fight you through regulation to certify your material. To get approval, you have to certify your materials, to test it and certify it. They become the obstacle. They have set standards to do that. So in many cases, the fight is not just regulatory. The fight is from the competitive industries that comes and try to fight you. Now, that changing a little bit because in some cases, the regulations on carbon emission is forcing these companies to find alternatives and to offset some of their carbon. And they're looking for partners that allows them to find technologies to integrate to do this. It's opening a new set of opportunities, but it's a long term away. We've looked at many of those technologies, bricks, and whether it's coming from different types of muds, ash, from canvas, all of those things. And it's the fight is always on the other side.
I have a follow-up question on that discussion. As a matter of fact, yesterday, one of the builders that I work with and source stock from, he said that we are proposing panel light model of building dwellings, which I didn't know. I had no idea. I've been in real estate for a long time, but sustainability still remains a foreign concept to many people, especially the local corner real estate agents who are actively selling on ground. So first, before I went to my investors, I had to learn about panelite, and which is a form of prefabricated dwelling that is manufactured in the factory and then you assemble it and all that. And he was convincing me for 30 minutes that this is going to be energy efficient. Now I'm thinking I have to go and educate my clients and go through all that stuff, which now I've done successfully. What's your take on panelite? Is that the future?
Okay. I think, to answer this question, I'd probably answer prefabricated. It is the future in a lot of extent to iron out errors, because when something is fabricating in a factory, the margin of error is quite small. So I think both in terms of time efficiency of the building coming together and a project feasibility, as well as margin of error and lowering that, prefabricated is the way. But I'll give you an example. Some years back, we had this company that specializes in prefabrication, actually from New South Wales. And we were sitting with this very large blue chip developer in Bangalore, in India, southern India. And the concept is, why don't you put up a factory and start doing prefabricated? Your projects go up in time, in a nick of time, and it saves you a lot of cost in the long run. And literally, when we were sitting on a round table like that, and we were doing economics, in India, it's cheaper to use labor than prefabricated technology. So again, it matters from economy to economy till India, Africa, South Asia, and parts of Southeast Asia come to that level where labor costs will outweigh automation. Till such time, I don't think prefabricated in smaller structures is the answer. Obviously, infrastructure, you can't build bridges and flyovers without prefabrication.
This is the money man talking, which makes sense, because at the end of the day, it's all about money. It's where it's being built. It's where it's being built. If it's built in an economy where labor is expensive, like you would see in Europe and US, then obviously it makes sense, because what they do, and I know a few companies that does this. What do you send them? The architects does the design based on a criteria of standardization. They take those drawings, they bring them in, so they standardize the production. It becomes like a factory where everything is done and integrated and so forth. So when the building comes together, then it just becomes fast, and the time you save on labor, the time you save on bringing your building to generate revenue offsets some of the stuff. But that doesn't apply, like, for example, in certain areas where labor is not very expensive. It's the same thing with trying to do a hydroponic vertical farm or automated farm, as an example. In the US, it makes sense, because if I want to pay $3 an hour or $7 an hour minimum wage, that's a lot of money, okay? If you come back to another country where where the average monthly salary is $100, then instead of, what this guy makes a day, I have to a month, it doesn't make sense, economically speaking, okay? Now, you will still have segment of society, niche segment that you can target with some of those products that a little bit more expensive, willing to pay for it, but it depends on where you are. My advice if you're doing it in Dubai, you really need to look at, it's tricky, because then you're talking money. You're talking time to finish. Is there a saving because you're standardizing? What is the labor, and so on, to make sure, because I'm not familiar with all the local labor pricing and so I can't answer this, but it becomes a financial exercise. It's always a financial exercise, okay? Because I can do installation whether I'm doing it manual or whether I'm doing prefabricated. It's all a financial exercise. What is cheaper? The very important thing is I need to design and build it. I encourage people to design and build in a sustainable manner by using non-intrusive methods, like we talked about, orientation, shading, energy, efficiency, reducing energy loads, water loads, recycling of water to, for example, for flushing toilets, taking it and treating it for plants, and so on. So encouraging to do these non-intrusive things that will be hidden in the cost of the building. Okay, those are the things. Right now, we just invested in a brand new technology in air conditioning, where it's a patented technology where it's the only outdoor cooling system that can cool in a hot and humid environment. So, for example, in Dubai here, if you're sitting at a terrace with 45 degrees, or in Bahrain, I can cool this space and take out heat, humidity. I can cool it to about 24 degrees in the heat of the summer, of course, shading from solar radiation and so on. So I can use that also to retrofit. I can save 60% on energy in retrofitting existing chillers and systems. Okay. Are they cheap? They're cheap on electricity, because I can get an equivalent of a 7-ton unit that uses 700 watts rather than a 1-ton unit split, which uses 1.3 kilowatts per hour. Okay, so energy efficiency, I can maybe individually powered by solar and so on, but will people willing to buy it? You know, will people willing to and right now we're in the process of testing that market. What proposition are they willing to pay the capital cost? Because it's not cheap. The payment is over 3 years to recover your money. Are they willing to wait that long, or do I have to come up with a different business model to do this? So it's always a challenge, but it's all, again, economics. It's all money. And having a money guy on your side, our partners and people we deal with, really puts those checks and balances. Is this going to be a value proposition that I can sell or not?
Well, how would these projects apply in the least developed countries? Because these are the people who might seem more interested for sustainable solutions, especially that lowering their own bills really sounds great for them. And this is from my own discussions of people residing in these countries, number one. And secondly, do you see that there's a shift in the consideration for green building in these economies?
There's a lot of talk, but I don't see anything beyond that. It's like the talk about the Paris Agreement and multiple SDGs. And it's talk. It's great. It's talk. It gets people together. It gets you a lot of claps. It gets you a lot of public media. But really adapting green buildings, like Kamal said, it comes down to economics, especially for low-cost economies in emerging markets, where economics are probably more important than mature markets that have the leeway and the cash reserves. So unfortunately, I am not seeing a lot of work in that area, and especially, from my perspective, if you look at a continent like Africa, it's got such a low organic compound materials available and such abundance of natural resources that can be used and made to play in achieving sustainability. But political instability is number one. Most countries don't have that. So the question of, people are fearing to live, right? Sustainable buildings doesn't even come in somebody's mind, that you don't know whether you're going to shop today or not. So there are these issues. Then it comes to other sorts of emerging markets like India, which is growing quite rapidly. But then it's the question of maximizing per square foot, right? One of my funds invests in food security. Now, when you talk about organic farming and things like that, but then when you look at the cost of land in India and China, because of the dense population, it just doesn't let you, it's not viable using that kind of piece of land for farming anymore, because everything has become industrial. So it comes down to economics, but it also comes down to, the government out there and how much they want to support this. Where there's no stability, the last thing that you talk about is sustainability. It's life, which is more important. But where there is stability, like India and China and a couple of other emerging markets like Vietnam, even Indonesia, like I said, there's a lot of talk. There are private stakeholders talking about new technologies and new ways, but I'm not seeing much on the ground.
I want to say something that may shock you, actually, from Africa. I live in Morocco. I have a home and I live there. And I live in a very small, I've got tired of big metropolitans. So I found a place that's really by the Atlantic, very small. We don't even have McDonald's, so I love it. It's just a small area. But as you go to that, you basically pass through a lot of farms, okay? And farmers typically build their housing from local materials. I mean, they can't afford anything else, so they're still under traditional. But I started seeing solar panels. A huge percentage of the farmers have solar panels, and to power their wells, the water for to circulate to their farm, to do lighting for their home and so on. They don't have all the amenities that we like in terms of air conditioning and so on. But you can see that even in some of the poor guys, and their incentive is not sustainability. Their incentive is, I save money. Yeah, I save money because now I don't have to pay the grid and a different setup. Their incentive is to make money. So if we find a way, and it takes a lot of marketing, it takes a lot of education. It's like what he said with his granddaughter, or that you install that into them, then and you show them that it makes money, it makes sense. Then people will adopt it because everybody wants to put money back into their pocket.
Mate, it's my niece. I'm not that old. It's not my granddaughter.
My grandson is in second year college.
Right. Look, this is an interesting point because what we are seeing also beyond cost saving, even the government in a lot of countries like India are trying to kind of make solar mainstream by giving incentives to farmers and other communities, because the cost of building a power plant and the cost of sending power across to remote places is getting a real big hurdle. The investment, number one, the environmental hazard, number two, and number three, in remotest parts, it's a real challenge. So the government of India is actually incentivizing communities and cooperatives and farmers and artisans and cottage industries to be adapting solar on an independent basis and really giving them incentives to do that in terms of, grants to start with, or tax write-offs. So it's happened on both levels. People are saving money, plus the government, it's a solution for governments to get basic electricity in the remotest parts where setting up a power plant might not be feasible.
Quick note to add on that. I live in Japan. I look Indian. I am Indian, but I live in Japan. And in Tokyo, there's a power crunch, especially in summer. Everyone turns on the AC. And 1/3 of the population of Japan is in Tokyo during the day, the work day. So there's a lot of requirement to cool. It gets pretty hot. I mean, not like Dubai or, Morocco. But so the government has made it completely free for house owners to get solar panels. It's completely subsidized by the government. But the catch is you have to live there 20 years to basically pay off like a zero leftover lease. Yeah. But it completely subsides the draw on the grid. So now they can get rid of certain things they don't need from the grid, because 2011, there was earthquake, tsunami. So they kind of want to reduce the nuclear, which is considered renewable, technically.
Look, it's a double-edged sword. Yes, you are reducing cost and you're reducing hazard, but then you're adding to the sovereign debt. I mean, with the kind of sovereign debt Japan has today, from being the third largest economy in the world to really, struggling to pay their bills to the World Bank, I think it is a double-edged sword. You can't look at one problem in isolation. You got to look at it totality. That what's the other significance?
I'm going to stand on Japan's side, probably the first time in my life. I would never do it domestically. Most of Japan's debt is held by its citizens. So unlike US and other countries where the debt is held externally, they don't have to worry because they can just print and cause inflation. I don't know whether it's economical. in terms of the finance conference, it doesn't make sense. But they're not risking a bank run, whatever they do, because they just have to say, oh, yeah, you can't withdraw, finished, because you have all our debt and all your cash is back with us, so, you know.
Hi. I'd like to take on your as simple as highly intelligent share on the incentive point. But first to get some fresh air into this round, I have a couple of questions just to check for myself if I'm on the same page with you people. Let's start. Who does not have children here in this round? Okay. Beautiful. And do you agree that we are highly privileged to have the time to share our thoughts and think about it and to be invited for that?
Absolutely.
Do you know in German we have a saying, it's about, how's it called, the wood, who are not, what's the name of these guys who bounce? Huh? Lumberjack. There's an idiom, a lumberjack is hitting on the tree and all the time working all day until late night, and then a guy passes by and says, hey, take some time and sharpen your axe. He said, I have no time, I have to lumberjack. So what I mean with that, if you give people the chance to think about it, to understand something, to get a bit deeper into under the surface, so many things are already here that make so much sense. For me, it's a term of communication, education, and when you say, for example, with these solar systems, that when it's valuable, when it saves money, it will find its way. So I see us as leaders in every field we are to, since we live in an economic world, if it makes sense or not is on another page. I see this as our mission to help things that make sense and improve and create value, to manifest.
You know, like you said, we have a responsibility, and we have the responsibility to innovate. I love science, and I look for these niche type of technologies, whether it's AI, whether it's technology, physical technology that has energy efficiency or some application into sustainability. My part internally is to bring it to commercial and to come up with a value proposition that I have to continue push to make it happen, so people can attract to this. Like I said, in sustainability, from 100,000 feet or 70,000 feet, is a lot of things, but it's what we do today and how it will impact our future generation. Can we leave this place better for our future generations? Okay, so what I do today, we have a responsibility. We all raise our children. We're willing to sacrifice everything so our children are comfortable, or our family and mothers and parents are comfortable. I have to bring that philosophy into the people and says, look, by doing today, if you don't find a way to conserve the resources, so you have your children and your grandchildren that needs to use them, they won't find them. Now, how did this come out? Why Europe and the US and North America, or maybe some of the developed countries, got aware of this? And it's very simple, because they were the first industrial revolution. They went into industries first. Because of that, they created pollution first. And they realized, the newer generation that came in, how the air is not breathable. they're getting sick, they're getting cancer, where they never had cancer. Water is polluted. They had to treat water, they had to do this. The resources, their parents and grandparents left the world worse to them than when they took over this. So there was a flashback, there was a fight from this generation that said, stop, we can't do this anymore. And that's why you see people in Netherlands are leaders, or people in Norway, or people in Germany, or people that are going, or maybe North America, fighting these. And it's coming from the generation that says, I see most of my family are dying from cancer, where that never was there. What's the reason? Clean air and so forth. So they started, because remember, my children today will become regulators later, or will become people in leaderships later. So they will start affecting that change. It just takes a little bit longer time. Europe and America have beat us to the base because they suffered first the results and the impact of this, okay? And today, we just want to really follow. In the Middle East, they didn't care because we're still not developed, okay? But now, they're starting to realize, so it's going. So I feel with you. I think it's just a matter of, we want to make sure that everybody around us understand. We want to learn from others, just like they want to learn from us, and we want to make sure we leave the world in a better state. And our job today is, in our own way, to do this.
Robert, my brother, I feel you. I feel you. Sorry, you allow me to take a catch on this? Do you agree that actually you made this zoom out perspective, right? Do you agree that there is no real lack and that we live in a world of abundance, but there's a lot of mistakes made in the past? And do you agree somehow on that? I read a book, for example, he's a Nobel Prize physician, and the number, I'm bad with numbers, but I'm pretty sure it was that each day there's enough, the energy that comes from the sun could provide the whole planet, 7 billion people, with enough power on one day. Of course, you can't print the whole world with solar energy, but just to get this thought of fully abundance. And what makes me really sad as a European, and especially a German with a somehow really fucked up history, that we made all this mess, and this mess we export to countries of yours, and then we argue that you now, what dare you buying cars?
Oh wow! So that's I
you
wanted
need
to rebuttal
electric
to
cars.
that.
We not allow you to have fun driving a V8 down the road. Shame on you. This is so awful.
Yeah. So I was literally thinking. So he said we have to leave a better planet, or at least don't let it get any worse. At least we should stop it, right? But what I was thinking is regulation nowadays tends to point their finger at the emerging markets, the lesser developed countries, and say, well, you guys are making a bigger mess. Well, yeah, because they're in the process of catching up. So they don't have that leeway. So basically the developed nations are holding them down. They're not letting them get on the same stage because they're like, no, but we've already attained this. Now let's, look forward and be, so
I want to say something.
same.
I want to say something. When I can speak when I was in the US, okay? When you create environmental standards and sustainability standards and all of that, what does that mean? Again, it's cost, it's money, okay? Governments, and there's a huge debate in the US, even in Europe, in the EU, it says, okay, we're becoming conscious and we're forcing our industry to become conscious. Our products are becoming more expensive. People end up buying them. We're killing ourselves. Okay, how do we battle this? How do we fix this? US raises up its hand in North America and says, we have the answer. Let's do ISO 14000. Force everybody else to do this. So our product become competitive with their product. Okay. Yes. so it's in a way, you know, you have to play in an even field. Okay. I recognize that a lot of the European countries and North American companies are trying to adjust to those standards and trying to fix a problem or trying to make it, you know, to reduce emissions, but that's costing the individuals. It's costing on the products. It's making them less competitive, and now they have to find a way with either negotiating new trade agreements, new regulatory requirement, pushing other people to come in and to lift their standards. So at least there's an even play. Is it working? It's a work in progress between negotiations. I just hope they don't get to war to this, because the underlying of all of this geopolitical tensions is economics.
To come to that, you know, a lot of people talk about a lot of things, especially on the Paris Agreement and nations that are coming together, especially Germany chair-heading that. But the God's honest truth, there is a political answer and then there is a real answer. So to be politically correct, a lot of this is happening, and to be really real, nothing is happening. I've been in the impact investment space for about 6 years. I probably manage one of the biggest funds in the world. And it is literally impossible to attain financial feasibility on impact and ESG projects, and this is as real as it gets. So whilst driving consciousness is definitely a human agenda, but because of the disproportionate distribution of wealth that we can philosophically answer, but there is no practical solution to it. You can't take wealth away from people who already have it, because they're the people who put governments in power. So it is a catch-22 situation. There's a lot of talk for and against it, but the reality is, as we speak, impact is not that economically feasible and sustainable as people think it is.
On your topic, the profit margins of tertiary industry, service industry, is higher. Usually service industry can afford to do these SDG goals. Primary production, manufacturing, impossible, because like you said, but the end people, the people who actually take the biggest piece of the pie, they can afford to do this, and they're the ones, it's their agenda basically. But technically, as Earth as a whole, we do need to eventually step into that realm. Otherwise, like, we'll be leaving it in trash, and it's not going to be livable. So
it's going into further trash.
So realistically, this is going to be like a political thing, but I guess people who make more should be taxed more, and that should be recycled to the production side, manufacturing side, so that they can also do SDGs. I know it's not actually realistic, but I think that's the only financial
like I said,
method.
theoretically, when you look at it from a very conscious perspective, yes, all these measures that you're talking about should be done, and why not? I mean, this is what the planet needs. But you know, what's really happening out there in the world is a different matter. Agendas are different. Political, geopolitical situations is different. So the reality is this. This is going to change with the rise of conscious consumerism. Like my niece, right? I mean, she's a kid, and she's basically on a personal level asking me this question, that dude, why are you driving a petrol car, not an electric car? I mean, from a very, somebody who's 15 years old, not seen the world much, lives in her own environment. So the rise of that kind of understanding of why you're doing something on a personal level, forget about the macroeconomic level, forget about the industrial level, but even on a personal level, why aren't you using solar power? Why aren't you using electric cars? Why aren't you doing recycling every day? Why are you not buying organic? Why are you using single-use plastic? I mean, when it's coming from there, so there is definitely a big rise in conscious consumerism, and that's going to be the stimulus to drive a lot of this.
I want to tell you something. During COVID, there was a lot of bad things, I mean, economic-wise, but there's some good things that came out of it as well. All the factories shut down. other than power plants. Cars were not on the street. Planes were not in the air. Okay? What happened? Within just a little few months, planet recovered. The air was better. Rivers were less polluted. Animals were starting to come out. Indigenous animals started to come out. So the planet can heal itself. Okay? And there's a proof. Now, before people didn't have a proof, now there's a proof. Obviously, we cannot stop air travel. Obviously, we cannot stop cars. Obviously, we cannot stop factories. But there's a proof that if we do things in a different way, then things would be better. I was in charge of cleanup. I was a program director of the F-16 plant on behalf of the government, okay, at one point in my life. I know you hate weapons, but so it is, okay. I was a program director, okay. The way I got into this, one is that the plant was polluting groundwater. People thought, we're getting sick. So there was 3 programs in the U.S. at that time that was established. One called the RCRA program, Resource Recovery and Act, the Conservation Act. Basically is compliance, regulatory requirements, circular laws, which is basically to clean the past. So how do we clean the past? How do we ensure that we have compliance today with regulations? And something new came up at my time, invented in the military, called pollution prevention. And what we did is what you call today sustainability. I'm taking you back to the roots of all of this. Remember, when I went to college, we didn't have calculators. So I'm telling you from really long time ago, okay? In pollution prevention, what we did, we looked at the process in the F-16 plant. We used to do degreasers to degrease the aluminums that came in before we do anodizing, and there's a process that they go through. But when we wanted to clean, we used trichlorine, trichlorine substance like that. It's on the tip of my tongue, but it's a solvent. Okay, the solvent is polluting the groundwater. Tetraglycerine something. But we discovered if we wash it with water and soap, we can get the same effect, hot water. And later we used hot water to clean it. And we were able to extract the solvents out before it processed. So we created. So in pollution prevention became, how do we readjust our processes to become less pollutant? Okay. This process, I'm talking about the 80s and the early 90s. We can still do the same, but now it's taken a different term. We call it sustainability. When we talked about factories, we talked about we were reducing emissions because people were complaining about asthma and about air quality. So we started putting arresters and we tried to put filters on the stacks that come out, so to reduce the amount of emissions. Now we called it pollution prevention, now it's sustainability. It's not hard to come up with alternative fuels for jets that are cleaner. It is not hard to have, I don't think, by the way, electric is the answer. It's just pure electric cars is the answer.
It's very polluting, lithium.
Okay, yeah, I don't believe that. I think if we work on like Euro 4 standards in terms of petrol, and we look at we have to look at the problem. The problem is emission. If I can find a way to eliminate or reduce the emission, I'm happy. Why do I need to replace it? I'm happy because at the end of the day, that's what's causing the problem. So we need to look at these things, because if we do it, the proof is out there. In COVID, the planet recovered by itself. Inshallah. So we need to push and encourage, and it's us and everybody else are taking an active role in re-engineering, improving the processes to find a way to reduce the pollution, and call it whatever you want to call it. Just reduce the pollution.
Yeah, literally about the car. So on the health side, I actually mentioned CCS, carbon capture and storage technology. China is on the forefront. They also literally get blamed all the time because they do manufacturing. But without them, the world is in shambles because they do everything, yet they get blamed for it. So they're doing R&D, but they don't get the credit for that. So I love hydrogen. Right now, it's not the most efficient in terms of transport and everything, but there is a method to do electrolysis with green sources of energy. So use solar, wind, geothermal to create green hydrogen and use fuel cell. And I think about a decade ago, there's a Japanese joint venture that actually created solid-state hydrogen portable batteries. I don't know why it didn't catch on, but the company disappeared.
It was Matsushita that funded the research, partly funded by Nomura, and it disappeared because it was not economically viable to produce that unit of power. But now there's research happening on blue hydrogen that could be the next solution to powering not only cars and heavy vehicles, but also a very strong possibility of penetrating the laptop, mobile phones, tablets, and that market. So I've invested actually in a company like that, and there's a lot of research and development going on in Tel Aviv, in Israel, and let's see, inshallah.
There are two, solid state is one of them, and there's another called membrane type of fuel cells, which basically takes, through a catalyst, you take organics and then you extract the hydrogen, and the hydrogen goes through the fuel cell to generate this. It's difficult to catch on because the cost of the catalysts and the materials to separate the hydrogen atoms to create the hydrogen is pretty expensive, and the local industries, powers to be, didn't want to create plants that produces hydrogen, green hydrogen. The shift is now, because hydrogen is a really excellent fuel source with energy, but it needs to be produced at a mass scale and an economic scale to make sense for people to get it, and that could be the future. So there's a struggle between and competition, or maybe between just pure electric with batteries, hydrogen, efficient or green fuels, for example, that has really reduced emissions and so on in doing this. So and technology are coming in all the time in doing this. What's important is, when you look at, for example, I looked at doing geothermal in this region, in Saudi. The problem with geothermal in Iceland, they use geothermal to extract heat because they want to heat. They have underground heat, which is great. It works. They have an abundance, so they can do this. Well, if you look at geothermal in the Gulf, you want to go down deep to a certain level where you have a steady temperature. Okay, let's say it's 25 degrees or 24 degrees. Yeah, exactly. So what they do is they try to circulate hot air to cool it, and through heat pump to bring it up and get it there cool. The problem is that the area around where the hot air is coming becomes hot, so you lose that heat exchange. So what you have to do is you have to create multiple layers. So you use this for a day or half a day, then you use the other part of half a day, because you want the ground to come back and recover that heat and bring it in. Again, what does that do? Cost, money. 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 Is it feasible? Okay, do I have the expertise? This is the question that we always have to battle, and we always have to do this. If you're smart, money-wise, and that's why I love lawyers and financiers. when I was a
Said
developer.
nobody ever.
Yeah. Well, because one keeps me out of trouble, and one tells me I'm not going crazy with my ventures and getting too excited. So it's.
Well, I hope this was a fruitful discussion for everybody. It sounds like you all made some headway. Excellent. So we're going to move on to the award ceremony for the end of the day, and I want to thank you all for participating in this, and give yourselves a round of applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for participating in that impromptu roundtable. We're now going to begin the final award ceremony of the conference, and we are going to begin with the first award that goes to the Executive Director and CFO at I'm sorry. Yep. Let me introduce our award presenter. I sincerely apologize. So please welcome to the stage Ahmad Abdul Hadeh. He's the Technical Director for the International School, and he will be our presenter today. Yep. And our first award is going to, let me double check here. Is going to the Executive Director and Group CFO of Shuren Properties. They bring wealth and experience. This person brings wealth and experience in corporate finance, and he is dedicated to supporting Shuren Properties' long-term growth goals. This award goes to Gopalakshan J, who is not able to be here today, but he does have a video acceptance speech that we're going to see.
Thank you. I'm grateful to receive this prestigious CFO award from MoRE 2.0 conference. I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to the organizers for recognizing my work, achievement, and contributions. I would also like to thank the jury for considering me worthy of this award. It's truly humbling to be acknowledged by experts in the finance industry in front of an august group of audience like this. My heartfelt gratitude goes to my incredible team whose dedication, commitment, and hard work have been invaluable in achieving our financial goals. Also wish to extend my sincere thanks to all our key stakeholders, investors and clients whose trust and support have been crucial for our success. We'll continue to work towards delivering financial excellence in our operations and create sustainable value for our shareholders. Thank you 2.0 Conference for this honor. I'm truly grateful to you all. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, our next award goes to the Finance Director of COFE App Holding Limited with 16 years of experience in finance. The Money 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Abraham Ipe. We will accept that on his behalf. The next award goes to the Director of Steering Surveyors UK Limited, and this is going to Jason Radcliffe. Jason? We'll accept his award on his behalf, okay? And I think we have one more that we're going to. We'll see. The next award goes to the person that leads Hyde Bay Estate This person draws from 28 years plus experience in the industry, excelling in commercial property sales, lettings, and assessment. The Realty 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Laura Heideby. Is Laura here? We'll accept on her behalf. Okay. Good deal. The next one is for a property strategist and buyer's advocate at Property Portfolio Hub with over 13 years of experience. This person is an advocate of community upliftment and that drives him to educate and empower individuals about property investment principles. This goes to Nakul Sayal. Nakul?
Thank you to MoRE 2.0 conference. It was a pleasant surprise to see this recognition come in my email, and the fact that this sort of initiative is being taken by MoRE 2.0 conference, I think is a great initiative. And this is truly dedicated to all my investors and my clients that I'm always happy to serve and help them and grow their portfolio, because I've seen real estate change so many lives for many people across the world, and I want to continue bring that passion to people and put more money in their pockets, because money is a tool for empowerment, not for happiness maybe, but definitely it helps you empower, and you can go many more places that you may wish to. Another thing that I learned today while we were having that chat was about consciousness. That word is very important. So while I'm selling property or helping invest in property, I think if we do things consciously, we can definitely make this world a better place. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our next awardee is the CEO and founder with his lovely wife at Expedient Tax Incorporated. He is a highly sought-after tax professional with a decade of experience in finance. He was recognized as top global 100 leader in finance, and he is a dedicated speaker, author, and entrepreneur committed to promoting financial literacy through the Expedient Tax Institute and the Keys Foundation. The Money 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award goes to Stephen T. Keys.
All right, thank you so much, Money 2.0, for having me. This has been a blessing. I want to give a thanks to my lovely wife, Essence, who is also the VP and co-founder of Expedient Tax Service. I want to say thanks to I'm so grateful for our staff that works the back end of the business, because without them, Hadia Siddiqui, thank you so much for being dedicated and loyal to Expedient as well. Thanks to my kids, Stephen and Jeremiah Keys, oh my gosh, and all of our family and friends who support us and continue to support us in our endeavors. Thank you guys so much. I don't want to spend too much time, because hopefully I want to be invited again when the opportunity comes. But yes, thank you guys so much. Also, I would like if my wife can join me for a second, if that's okay. Come on, get it, girl. All right. Hey, so yes, this is my lovely wife, Essence. Would you like to say something?
I just want to say thank you guys for having us, and it's a blessing being with every one of you in the room. We are so happy to be here and glad that we could get this award. Have a beautiful rest of your day.
I feel like we haven't seen the last of her. You okay getting down? Okay, good deal. Alrighty, let me double check. And then our next award is to the Executive Director and Group CFO at Sheeran Properties. He brings a wealth of experience in corporate finance, and this is going to Mohammed Barak. And I believe we have a video of his acceptance.
Thank you for bestowing such an honor upon me. Thank you for your guests and for the panel of judges and for all your teams that will have been working all around the clock to make this conference a success. Thank you for bestowing upon me the Money 2.0 Leadership Award, and I thank all your audience and all the attendees for coming here today. I was surprised really when I was considered for this award, and it's really
a very happy moment when somebody's achievements and projects are
recognized by such an esteemed people such as yourselves, and to the people speaking in Arabic attending. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أنا أخوكم محمد بحارث. أشكر جميع الحاضرين وجميع الحكام وجميع الفرق اللي ساهمت في نجاح هذا المؤتمر، وأشكركم جزيل الشكر إنكم أعطيتوني شرف الحصول على الجائزة هذه. وأحب أقول لكم إنه الإنجاز، الواحد لما ينجز ولما يكون يشوف أحلامه تتحقق قدامه ويشوف الثمرات حق بذور زرعها من زمان، أحلام كانت في الطفولة. فشكرا جزيلا لكم، وإن شاء الله أنتم في المستقبل الرابحين. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best for the audience and the attendees, and God willing, they will be in my place next year. Thank you so much.
Our next award is the Money 2.0 Visionary Award as well, and it goes to an individual who has 9 years of experience in finance, compliance, and risk management. And this award goes to Sagar Tewahi. Sagar Tewahi.
Hey, just to correct, it's Sagar Tejwani.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
I thank Money 2.0, MoRE 2.0 for this award. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.
My Western education is working completely against me this week. I apologize to everyone. Our next awardee is an experienced cash management transaction banking professional at XYZ Corporation. His expertise spans transactional banking products, fintech applications, and digital transformation. This award goes to Salman Al-Murshed. Salman? We'll accept on his behalf. Yeah. Okay, and then I believe our final award goes to the Chief Financial Officer at Mesa Trading FZE, a leading player in the consumer electronics industry. This award is the Money 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, and it goes to Tamil Selvin Ramadas.
Good evening, all of you. It's a wonderful feeling to get an award on a stage, right? it's always in our life, right from the schools, where you get into a kindergarten and you get awarded, then you get awarded in your colleges and universities, and then you grow up, and you should not feel shy to stay in a stage and get the award, right? So we are very, very happy to get this award. And first of all, congratulations to all the awardees here for the great work they've done. And thanks a lot for the MoRE 2.0 Conference 2023 for arranging such a fantastic event, inviting across the globe all the experts and rewarding them and recognizing them in terms of an award like this. That gives a lot of motivation. At this juncture, I would like to take my time to thank the Almighty who has blessed me with these capabilities to do something to the wonderful world. I thank my mom, Miss Rani Kausalya, for really believing in me, because I was not that great guy when I was a child. So she really believed in me and she motivated me, and she's always praying for me to do a great job in my life. Thanks to my father, Mr. Ramdas, who is always silently supporting me every time. Thanks to my family, my wife Lavanya, my kids Mahaswin and also Nishant Raj, for always bearing with me, because I take a lot of their time and go and contribute to the world. So I miss being with them many times. So thanks for bearing with me, and thanks a lot to the entire globe for blessing us to get this award. So I wish more such people to come in this stage and take it in the next year. And thanks once again for all of you.
And if we could have some final words from our presenter.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ahmed Abdelhadi. I am the Chief Technology Officer of CGIE, which is the consultancy group of international education. Amongst the services that we provide for national and international schools are starting from scratch, revamping at-risk schools, and professional development, and so on and so forth. And that's it for me. For you guys, thank you so much for whatever you do to help the money sector, to help the real estate sector, because you guys are the base, right? Education is the base, of course, yes, I know, but you guys make that happen by providing either funds, by providing places to do that in, and so on and so forth. So thank you so much for what you do, and I hope, inshallah, to see you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'd like to have all of our awardees, anybody who won an award today, whether it was earlier this morning or now, please come up on stage for a group photo, and that would include Mrs. Keys, if she'd like to as well. Oh, bring your awards if you have it yet. You're going to stay up here, okay? Don't leave again. on. Thank you again, and congratulations to all of our awardees. We're now going to do something completely different. Mrs. Keys and I thought that we would try to end the conference on a different note. Mrs. Keys, is, as you all should be well aware, is the queen of karaoke in the entire United States. And she has the crown to prove it. And I tap dance a little bit. So they're going to bring out a little floor for me, and it's mostly about her. And we're going to have her sing, and we're going to do a little song and dance for you all, and we hope you like it. Since this is a money conference, we do accept tips. So if you want to make it rain on us, we're totally fine with that. And I have to put on my other hat. So throughout the whole conference, everybody has asked me like what I look like without my hat on. So this is your opportunity to see. This is what I look like without a hat on. Yes, there we go. So you saw it. Good deal. All right. Oh my gosh. What? That's not it. Over there a little bit. Just one. They bought the whole dance floor for me. Holy cow. Yeah, that's great. Just two of those right there is great. Yeah. Wow. Holy cow. And then we also need a handheld mic, I believe. Oh, great. We have one of those.
Testing. Testing.
You're on.
Testing.
Yeah. You sound
All
good.
right. I can hear
So
myself.
do we, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we need to give her more of the stage. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. I can slide it over. I can slide it back and over. It's really light. Yeah. I know what you need. Yeah. How are you doing, Essence?
I'm doing great.
Are you excited about this?
I'm ready.
We rehearsed it in the hallway, and the catering guy thought it was phenomenal. So
I'm gonna do a test with the mics, and
Either that, or he's telling us to get out. We're not sure. Either way, he was very excited. Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah. You know what? It's okay. I can just do one.
Can you guys hear me? Oh,
all
okay.
right. while we're at this, I do really, really, really want to take a moment to thank all in every room, but especially in this room, the gentlemen who have done the lights and the sound and all of the multimedia stuff, and the photographers and the videographers. They do so much behind the work and they don't get any of the credit, and they work so hard. Can we give them a huge hand? Because they deal with a lot, and they make this whole thing happen. They are the backbone of this whole thing. Yep, excellent. Okay, so we're going to try to make Dubai lit. We're going to set it on fire. I'm going to move that out of your way.
Set it on fire.
And then you can start whenever you want.
I'm ready. How are you guys doing today? I know you were not expecting this, and I like to be, I guess, the element of surprise. If you know this song, feel free to clap or sing along and tap too. This girl and she's on fire, hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in the world and it's on fire. Feeling the catastrophe, but she knows she can fly away. Oh, she's got her feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she's got her head in the clouds and she's not backing down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire.
Thank you all very much. We'll see you next time. Yay. Yeah, that was awesome. That was so awesome.
I have to see how that looks.
Yeah. I know. It's all improv.
We're going on the road now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's over.
Absolutely. The way that I always look at it is there's like a show you want to do, the show you actually do, and then the show you meant to